up? Got really. I have to test my mic. Kind of cringe last. Hey, thank you, Biden's burner. Definitely making some really. I just. You see Brooke. I mean, I think he's making. Hear my mic. Check. Check, check. You guys hear me? How is that? How's that gain? Is that okay? Cutting in and out. Check. Oh! Check, check. Check. 1, 2. Now it's so loud. Hold on. Let me pull down this this gain. Sorry. How's that? Ooh, that's crispy, yeah? Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, only chat now. Ba-na-na-da-da-da-da-da-da. I put my monitor vertical like Ludwig, and I feel like a fucking professional. You smoke weed. Are you supposed to sub? No, I don't care. Thanks, Commandant Moose. And honestly, some real good points are being made here. And I'll say it. All right, hold on. I can't believe he tagged me, man. What a motley crew of tagged people. Let's move this guy over here. And then let's do the dashboard. Let's pop this shit out. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're gaming now. Time Bones, thank you so much. I hope you're well. And if you haven't noticed, some really good points are being made here. You guys like the podcast? I appreciate it. The Patreon is absolutely going fucking crazy, which is cool. All right. Guys, are we ready? I wasn't ready. I was just kind of doing random tasks that I had been putting off the whole week. Joshman! Hope the lockdown's going okay. 2 trains. Thank you so much. There's some really good points being made. I will say that on this Mario Paint thing. Millie, thank you so much for the 6 months. A lot of good points. Can't read that. Thank you. Thanks for the years of entertainment. Yeah. Yeah, it was weird. He like tried to do this like little marketing bit where it's like, okay, I'll do the Majora's Mask thing, and then like it'll drop, and then it's like people will be excited, and it's like I feel like the majority of people that aren't anime profile pictures are like just kind of like either one, tired of it, or two, eager to see the fallout from the drama because we crave it like crack cocaine, like sweet fructose. And yeah, I mean, it is a trilogy, but you never know. We might get our own Goblet of Fire. Oh, that up a little bit. All right, comes in here. Yes, sir. But I think in a way he really wants this because he just wants people's eyes to be on it. But we are going to look at it through a critical lens, and gonna see if it's anything more than last time, which was just a lot of being mad, just a lot of like, hey, I don't like this guy because of these things that I can't really prove, and like kind of track but kind of don't, and also when that one older guy who was like in his 20s like hit Leffen, it was only a couple times and it wasn't 17 times. I think spiders are cute. I made him and saved that tarantula. It lives across the street now. Thank you, Sam Bliss, Fusion Spectre. I think I already shouted that out. Cold Grave, No John's Mods, Breakfast Time, and Scrat. Really amazing points like the part where he related the socioeconomic problems of Yugoslavia to the Foxshine Dare. Yeah, that was a huge moment that we haven't seen yet. Archie? Young Arch? I'll mod you, Archie. Archie edits the podcast, The Yard. And if you guys haven't heard of that, it's a podcast I do with Ludwig and Eamon and Nick. And it's fun. And it's doing great. And I'm really glad because Archie gets a piece of the Patreon. And I think, you know, that gets converted into Great British pounds. But, you know, it's good enough. I'm going to pull Archie's pud. All right, Young114, Eat for the Insta, Loca QJR, thank you guys. I appreciate it. You all make really good points, just like Hacks did when he talked about Hitler. He's British, but they look past that. I will say, I'm sure it's getting old for Archie. It's like my one fucking bit that I just like say that he's British, and then I'm like, but he's still a person. And like I gotta ease up on it. Ratty Peach gifting 5 great points being made by Ratty Peach. Sarah01 Rose, thank you for 3 months. Yeah, I think the Patreon's actually a really good deal. It's much like the Bad Melee one where we really tried to put a lot of effort into it. As long as you don't mention the skate video. It's not a ping, it's a racism thing. Yeah, that's just why I don't play British people in the game. All right, let's get started. Let's just get going. You like my room? Thanks. Me too. All right. Wait, I can add like a little... Hold on, real quick. I'm going to add like a little transparent square. I can do that, right? How do you do that? To like make it so the chat's visible? Paint. Now I'm actually in Mario Paint. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, I'm going to make a black square. Square. And then I'm going to import it. Wait. Okay. And then... You Dornbashed? Are you still at the office? It's crazy. All right, let's find this square. Where are you? Wait, where did it save? Sorry. I am literally the Hassan of Twitch. It's in that folder. Get him. Isn't Hassan the Hassan of Twitch? Get that ass time. 10 days. Alright. Find this black square. Here it is. Look at that. Goes over here. And then the opacity. How do you do opacity? Someone help. This is also too big. Some of you go over here. Opacity's nuts. Well done. Very well done. Chroma key? Okay, thank you. You'll get your reward in the mail. Chroma key. How's that feel? Patreon is popping. I appreciate it. Having a good time. Small bean chat. Yeah, that's you guys. Okay. This makes sense, right? I didn't listen to the Twitch mod that said it was dark. I just now have a light on. Guys, hold on. All right, real quick. Let's catch up. Gab is for Nexus. Loca Official. Is that the Loca? Sheesh. Jay Kidden. Fire Yams. Thank you, Yams. Death Ray Mustache. Janoga. Thank you guys all. You all make really good points, like I'm sure Hax is about to in this feature film. And yeah, let me actually minimize myself a little bit. This isn't about me. It's about me exploiting the drama cycle for money. And isn't that what America was founded on? Okay. Are we ready, guys? Hold on. 20th Century Fox Roblox. It was the second result, so I felt like... Okay. Dude, I gotta get into Roblox YouTubing. Can't even comment. Alright. You guys can't hear my desktop this whole time. I was playing Mario Paint. Oh my god, dude. That's so sad. Oh God, you couldn't hear this fucking message keep going. And respectfully. Thank you, Coney. Please be seated. You make a very good point, just like Hax will. Okay. Anyway, wow. I was like, Mario Paint music is fine. They'll be occupied while I fix this. This is my first stream. I want to take that sword away, Mitch. Oh my god, brata! You guys want to get some snacks? I got myself a sparkling water, a coffee. Oh my god, brata! Very nice. All right, let's get into it. Does he narrate this? Okay, I have to read it. Hi, this is Hax. I've been one of the hardest working members of the competitive SSBM community since 2005. Since then, I made numerous contributions, including contributions to in-game software mods, the development and legality of ergonomic controllers, and the pioneering of LCD monitor tournaments. Yeah, the only person thanking Hax for that would be Albert. Just kidding. Albert is sick. Thank you, Rainbow Turban 412 and ASAP Wheat Thin.
Oh my god, brata!
You guys are making some real good points. Two months ago, I tried to help the community with a video titled evidence.zip
If I see anyone using their phone during the movie, they will catch these hands.
That's right. Unfortunately, this video missed the mark due to its poor structuring and presentation, which caused my intentions to be misinterpreted by many people. I was even globally banned for evidence.zip 2's creation. Now, I will make a citation here. I don't think it was misinterpreted. I think it was interpreted just fine, and that was the problem. Because you kept talking about Hitler. You know, the guy from the 40s. So, just saying. Oh, that's that one. Yeah, that's Coney's Peepo G. I'm deeply sorry for the structural mistakes I just described. Again, structural. I feel like we're gonna have another problem with word choice in this video, because again, structural is kind of not the.
Oh my god, brata!
Okay, you know what? I'm getting bogged down. Let's just keep going, chugging. But you're right. He does make some really good points that they are structural mistakes. I regret them a lot, despite the insurmountable odds I'm up against. Decided that I'm far too convicted about this case to not present it properly. Circumstances have aligned such that I know things nobody else in this community does. So I need this video to exist. Boogie. I think we all kind of know something, know what the public doesn't if you hang around in the scene long enough. Those hotel rooms, they speak volumes. If you want a summary of this video, is an option to watch the intro followed by Chapter 7. Chapter 7 summarizes Chapter 1 through 6. I mean, this is a choose-your-own-adventure book? Wait, Chapter 7's... Okay, it's right here.
Oh my god, brata!
This is a choose-your-own-adventure book where you can just skip to page 63. Which, honestly, maybe kind of the vibe. If Hax is looking to appeal to Zoomers who don't have an hour and 45 minutes to watch... Okay. But the thing is, we're film patricians, right? And, Chapter 7's a bad ending. And we're going to watch the whole thing. 20 subs right now, or we only watch Chapter 7. All right. Zemdo, you're right, though. He does make a really good point that making a video where 2/3 of it can be summarized very quickly is a good idea.
Oh my god, brata!
I should mention that the totality of the charges being pressed against Leffen, again, charges like he's a cop, within this video is massive. I'm interested in seeing if any type of authoritative force within this community takes action against him for them. To use Hitler quote in a positive context, turn to page 72. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah.
Oh
This is
God,
also
brata!
interesting. Fleaburn's an extra. You guys are he does make a really good point, is that they are, the charges, because he's the government, is very total, for sure. Yeah. What was I gonna say? The idea, so last time I did this, by the way, Westballs was furious at me. He got fucking hammered on his stream, like he usually does, and he was just talking shit about me for like 4 hours straight because I went into his chat and I said, heard you were talking shit, because he was, and then he got really mad and banned me, and I think for like 4 hours, I was glued to, it was must-see TV. I was just watching his stream, and he was just, it was dark, and I want to say the reason he got mad at me was because I did this with the last video where I made it about making content out of this thing that Hax made, and I just want to say that I'm doing that again, and I know completely what I'm doing, and there's nothing to twist here. I am literally doing this so I can make some more money from subs and things like that, and it's fun. It's fun to do this. So If you're angry, dude, see ya later. I'll be sure to gather more clips of you just saying wild shit, because it's just I want to look back on them like a scrapbook, and you delete the VODs all the time. So, all right. Woogie, 5 gifted subs? That's what I'm talking about. Thank you so much, Woogie. And you're right. This is a really good point. If that any authoritative force, again, his word choice is so terrible. But let's go. Also, why not? If he's doing I feel like a cold open into no voiceover is kind of rough, right? If I'm reading the script here, I'm making a note and I'm saying maybe better to put voiceover in instead of it just says super. I should mention that the totality. I'm watching on 1x speed. Yes, I'm milking the whole shit. Thank you, LMAO ISG. I hope you're a Zelda speedrun fan. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. It's like Star Wars, dude. Imagine if there was a fucking crawl. Oh man, I would flip shit. I think that'd be really, really good. You make a really good point, ISG, and he is making a good point that he's hopeful that the community will take this video seriously despite everything that's happened. I cannot do that. Gonna say right there, I'm not doing that, even a little bit. This video will prove that there is a crisis brewing within this community. It can't be ignored. Hard to agree. I think his word choice shows his intentions perfectly, which is absolutely not intentional, but clear nonetheless. He's on a power trip. I think to be on a power trip, you need to like wield
Did Leffen
power.
also get rejected in Vienna?
I don't know what that means, but you make a good point, Pokes, and so does Hacks.
Oh my god, brata!
Thank you, Stengo Delta. And this is a really good point right here, that this is the last hope for Smash.
Without further ado, the overarching allegation I'm making is that the public has been fully deceived about the player Leffen's true nature because they never had access to evidence.
He said the public. I can't wait to hear. Actually, let me do this. We're gonna count every time he says this fucking word, because it bothers me so much. I have space for triple digits.
Evidence.zip. All media publications that have ever been made about evidence.zip, such as TSM's 2015 documentary series and Red Bull's 2016 documentary series, can be considered propaganda intended to cover up the truth about why Leffen was banned from his country in 2013.
Gene S, thank you for the sub. That is a really good point, that he was banned from his country of Sweden.
Leffen directly collaborated with these companies in order to issue this propaganda, which has led people to believe that evidence.zip was only ever a bunch of forum posts. Additionally, Leffen has lied to the community about evidence.zip at every single juncture by describing it as a conspiracy and a hit piece. What this tells you is that one of the big...
Thank you, BC Welder 98 and Zuma 7. And that's a really good point, is that it was a hit piece. But isn't everything, when you think about it? Also, again, Westball's that, you know, the lovely guy he is, he got really mad at me in his 5-hour tirade of, because he said that I would just pick apart everything. And I'm like, yeah, I totally did that. Everything he said, I would just find a way to make it sound stupid, and then I would make fun of it. Even if it wasn't that stupid, it's just really easy to do, and it's fun. So once again, there is no illusion. I am literally doing everything you said.
Biggest myths within
And it's so fun.
the Smash community is that Leffen has changed since evidence.zip. This video will easily debunk this myth, which is quite frankly one of the most dangerous myths out there. Leffen's tendency to perpetrate this myth has been intended to conceal the fact that he still behaves identically to what was documented about him 8 years ago, and that the only thing he's learned since then is how to cover his tracks better. This video will also challenge the notion that reintegrating Leffen back into the Smash scene was ever the right move, as I have a huge amount of evidence to suggest otherwise.
Big word here. And I know, it's the name of the piece, but in Neon Genesis Evangelion, do they ever say it? No. So, Axe might be onto something here.
The truth is that evidence.zip was a collection of 9 testimonies in which 6 Swedes and 3 Americans warned people about the destructive nature of Leffen's behavior. Back then, Leffen didn't do a very good job of hiding his behavior, which is why he got...
Okay, so remember, let's go down this real quick. Anonymous, we have Armada, we all know Armada. We have C. Now, this is the person that, in their 20s, as a 20-year-old, like, man, 25, was it? Or 27? Hit Leffen as a 15-year-old kid, a couple times. And that, remember, that was in the last video. And no one really talks about this. I really just have to go back to this. In the last video, he talked about it like it was like...
That entire feud was absurdly malicious. Comer named Snowy to push...
I can't find it, but he basically was like, it wasn't a lot of times. It was just one time. Which is like... Even if Leffen is a sociopath who, like, eats people and has a basement full of heads, you still don't want to include this guy. So that's just rule number 1. This guy doesn't help anything, no matter how bad he is.
Banned. 4 of these people were victims of Leffen, while 5 were onlookers, because I've been the only...
Oh, sorry, let me go through these again.
Also challenged the notion that reintegrating Leffen back into the Smash scene was ever the right move, as I have a huge amount of evidence to suggest otherwise. The truth is that evidence...
So Raffle's in here. I find that really interesting, because I know Raffle personally, but I don't know him, like, well, but, you know, I entered the scene when he was on the PR.
I will birth the god.
Thank you, King Big Brother. And this is a really good point that, you know, of including this guy that Hacks made to do this. So it's interesting. So I know Raffle. Strong Bad I've heard of. Mike mentioned he's PM guy. And then VJ, don't know who that is, and Z-Neffy, don't know.
Evidence.zip was a collection of 9 testimonies in which 6 Swedes and 3 Americans warned people about the destructive nature of Leffen's behavior. Back then, Leffen didn't do a very good job of hiding his behavior, which is why he got banned. 4 of these people were victims of Leffen, while 5 were onlookers. Because I've been the only victim to continue...
Okay, so Raffle's considered an onlooker. Interesting.
...playing Melee...
Oh, wait, Chapus. Is this the whole link? Wait, is this okay to... No.
Oh my God, brata.
No. Wait. Oh, I can't play Star Wars music. I'll get fucking DMCA'd. Fuck! It's fine. It's fine. I don't care. I'm gonna start recording. Nobody refresh. Oh my god, Chapas. The press strikes back. Alright. That's, hey, I didn't mean it, John Williams. Relax. Chapas linked it in the... Here, I'll
This entire time, I've been able to see things nobody else did. This is largely why I've managed to find myself outcast and labeled a conspiracy theorist by the current generation, when in reality, I'm the only one who knows the truth.
I can't be your Mace Windu, because I'm bald. There's other factors that go into Mace Windu that I would be unable to replicate.
The evidence.zip testimonies that were never released to the public contain some of the worst behavior ever documented in gaming history. I'll read you some quotes that stand out.
That's right, purple lightsaber, that's right. Very astute, all of you.
From them. For years, Leffen has imposed on the happiness of countless members of our community. His unparalleled hatred and vulgarity leave people feeling belittled and attacked wherever he goes. His self-righteousness, manipulation, lies, superiority complex, nonsensical reasons for attacking people, and refusal to change make him a threat to not only the Smash community, but society. He's both a psychopath and a narcissist to a dangerous degree.
I, also am those things.
Oh my God, brata.
Char will, but you're right, and Creamy G, you guys make good points that this was a letter to the Genesis 3 staff that someone wrote, which is being presented as like something important. I don't get
the Smash community, but society. He's both a psychopath and a narcissist to a dangerous degree. The way Leffen has mistreated me for my disability is the worst any human being has treated me in my life. You cannot even make a case for him having joked with me, as there's such a huge difference between what jokes me and my friends have come up with and what Leffen said in regards to both tone and degree. He's not only belittled me, but he's also spoken for me a bunch of times when I've been spoken to by others, interrupting my response and telling the other party that he obviously doesn't hear or understand you, dude, and even outright shutting me out of conversations. He's even called me socially disabled once. I've on different occasions asked Leffen, both online and in person, directly.
Why did he voice over this, but not the beginning part?
Looking good.
Was it too embarrassing? But you're right, Bad Dog. This is a good point of making this whole paragraph read like an audiobook.
And be mutual friends.
You're right, they don't voice the opening scroll. I'm not a filmmaker.
Stop treating me like this since I was feeling horrible about it. All of these attempts to make him cease his acting have been fruitless, and I've been foolish enough to keep trying through all the years I've known Leffen.
So, you know, if he did do this, I agree. Definitely not cool. And I think we do agree on that.
Fruitless, and I've been foolish enough to keep trying through all the years I've known Leffen. If people actually took the time to wrap their heads around what actions Leffen has exhibited toward me and many more, the thought of doing anything less than not welcoming him to any future tournaments or gatherings is ludicrous. The mere thought of it is preposterous, and the act of allowing the things he'll subject others to is nothing less than grotesque and an act of cruelty toward his targets.
Wait, okay, remember that this is the guy who struck Leffen as a child, and he was like a 25-year-old man. I'm just saying, 23, 25. I would slap Kid Leffen. I mean, look, we all would. No, I'm kidding. Well, I'm just saying, whether or not it's something that, like, you just don't want to use this guy. Even if it's a smear campaign and nothing is true, this is just a bad move. I feel like that should be obvious.
He'll subject
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. No one talked about this last time.
others to is nothing less than grotesque and an act of cruelty toward his targets. I don't know exactly how to explain how cruel this person is, but he honestly feels better about himself when he makes other people suffer because of the actions he is doing. A person like that doesn't deserve to attend any tournaments at all. I'm one of the TOs in Sweden, and I will make sure to protect the community I love. I really hope everyone else can take the responsibility too.
And thank you, Prince Mush and Typhers, you guys, and No Mercy 36. You guys make some really good points that these are quotes from 8 years ago. That's a good point. Which feels like... So, what has Armada said about this lately? I don't really actually know. Let me see. Have they, like, buried the beef? Or is Armada in on it? What's that about? Is he just like... Does he just not talk about it?
Making some good points, Slime.
Thank you, Small Time Online. I mean, he's just running the shit out of Super Mario 64, but...
Oh my god, brata!
I do wonder this, right? Because, like, if Armada's been like, hey, man, it's fine. Water under the bridge, or whatever... And then it's like, still being brought up. Okay, look.
Boy, here we go again.
Here's the thing. Aoki, Iggy, Blanks, Khaki Spirit Bear, Small Time Online. Let's see what great point gets made.
And how cruel this person is, but he honestly feels better.
Armada needs to nut up and condemn hacks for this. I don't know. I think if you're just like fucking playing Mario, I don't blame Armada for not wanting to get involved because it's fucking annoying and sucks. But I don't know. He's also not righteous for doing it either.
About himself when he makes other people suffer because of the actions he is doing. A person like that doesn't deserve to attend any tournaments at all. I'm one of the TOs in Sweden, and I will make sure to protect it. In conclusion, Leffen is in his own tier of malicious. In conclusion.
So this is interesting because this is an excerpt, which I wonder why not post the whole thing. But maybe it's in some sort of document. What is this? Like an annotation? What is this?
Maliciousness and potential.
What the fuck? What happened?
People's lives as well as the.
Okay, wait. Go back to the conclusion.
Any sort of interaction with Leffen gives him the chance to abuse and insult
I do think this is a really good point that these are definitely quotes from people 8 years ago, all of them.
others, and without making it very apparent that his behavior is unacceptable by preventing him from competing, he won't change.
You have some good takes on this. I don't think I have good takes. I think I'm just making fun of something that's easy to make fun of. But do you think any solution will be found? It's such a contested and convoluted situation. Here's the thing. It's actually not. People who give a shit about this so much are like anime PFPs that just kind of, they get riled up and then they forget, and then they get riled up and then they forget. They're like blood sugar, just going up and down. They're just running around. And like what actually happens after this comes out is a bunch of nothing. It's a lot of like Leffen getting harassed, and then as long as he just tanks that, everything gets forgotten and nothing changes at all, except Pax is just like less revered than he used to be, which is what happened beforehand.
The key takeaway from these quotes is that Leffen is a pathological liar with unbelievably malicious intentions, and the fact that he's gone to such lengths to hide this from the community proves that it's still true. The reason this is a problem is because if you'd known what to look for, then you would have seen through the fact that Leffen not only hasn't changed, but that he's enacted massive political cons that have hurt innocent people's
What? What did he fucking... Is he the reason, like, Cheney made money off the Iraq war? Jesus Christ. We shot right past press counter.
lives, as well as the Smash community at large in recent years. Leffen kept his intentions well disguised throughout each of these.
Political cons? Nothing has changed. He consulted nobody. Why would you say this? This just makes you look really dumb again.
These cons, which is the main change he's made since being banned in 2013. This, in conjunction with the fact that Leffen currently has 300,000 followers and a reputation as a trustworthy individual, leads me to my main allegation, which is that Leffen is a mass manipulator who has corrupted the scene's politics in horrific ways. Additionally, Leffen has made it very difficult to hold him accountable for anything, as he's created a culture of fear and censorship in which people are afraid or unable to confront him, as well as given himself a villain persona that he uses to justify his malicious actions.
That's not fucking true. Here, let me tell you some real shit, guys. Let me fucking break this down for you. You know what's real fear? Is pissing off Minecraft people. Imagine Dream is mad at you. Think about that shit. Because Leffen being mad at you, that's like that's a mosquito. If Dream is mad at you, those kids will find where you live and drone strike your fucking mother. It's real. And I learned that, and now I'm just like, hey, this is a small pond, Hacks Money. Number 3 does read that, and that is a good point that Hacks makes, is that with a reputation as a trustworthy individual, Leffen can be deemed as a mass manipulator. This makes sense as a sentence.
What this means is that Leffen has, in fact, emerged as a...
Bro. As the Swedes predicted?
threat to society that the Swedes predicted.
This actually is like Evangelion.
As he's not only damaged the community in more ways than one could ever imagine, but also seems to have an endless trajectory of destruction that involves entering other gaming communities.
As
my goal is to
foretold
convey
in
the fact that the Smash scene is currently in a state of emergency. Something I want to emphasize is that anything Leffen says in response to this video should be interpreted as an attempt to evade my allegations, as he's done this several times
Dude,
before.
that's actually insane. I think that's actually gaslighting, because it's like anything they say to defend themselves is going to be like isn't this kind of given? This is actually crazy. Anything that someone says in defense to themselves is actually them being wrong and also evading the allegations that I make. Which is like, I mean, evade is a very strong word, but I don't think he knows a fucking words work. That is so funny. Hold on, state of emergency time. If we could all just appreciate the state of emergency that we are in right now. The Swedes foretold all of this.
Oh my god, brata!
And yeah, it's such a bummer. So that sucks. Oh, thank you, Woogie, gifting a sub to DDQQ. And, you know, he does make a good point that anything that Leffen says would be interpreted as an attempt to defend himself. I do think that's true.
My allegations, as he's done this several times before.
Lefcon 1.
I will also be using this video as an appeal to the fact that I've been globally banned from Smash tournaments for creating evidence.zip too. With all due respect, I believe the vast majority of my ban statement to be inaccurate.
Okay. So, wait. Did he actually just say that responding to something happening to him is an attempt to evade allegations, right? And then he immediately responds to something happening to him. Is this not the same thing? Because I feel like you know what, Bobby Schmurderer, you're right. He does make a good point that those should not be connected at all, you know, through 1 second of transition. You're right.
For example, I did not perform a defamation campaign, as all of the claims I made against Leffen were truthful and backed by evidence. I also did not act maliciously.
What do you think evidence is? Nobody said anything. You dropped that shit, and all the people that you mentioned in it just didn't say anything live. They didn't say, I backed this up. I'm the guy in this. In fact, Mike Hayes was like, I actually don't remember this.
Intention was, in fact, to seek justice against someone who I believe to be eroding the Smash community. I'm also not a threat to Leffen's physical safety.
We're getting close to an unban request looking like this on Lud's stream.
Anyone's safety for that matter. I want to apologize once again for evidence.zip 2's poor presentation.
Why was it poor, dude? What happened? Weapon!
It was largely responsible for these confusions. In order to prove my claims against Leffen, I will mostly be focusing on 4 political cons. These are the Hacks Con, the Hungrybox Con, the Me Too Con, and the Metagame Con. All 4 of these cons can be classified as acts of mass manipulation that the community can't afford to ignore, as these acts will endlessly continue if Leffen isn't held accountable.
Mm-hmm.
Before I can even get to any of these cons, there are 2 more situations that I need to address.
And then you got Smash Con, you got PAX Arena, you got VidCon, you got the Black Hat Con that happened next to Evo. There's a lot. Yeah, SawCon. Yeah, you guys aren't slick. I know that one. But you're right, Aeon AF, he does make a really good point that these are all, in fact, cons. Imagine the Hacks Con, you show up, and they just fucking... What did they give you? What's in the swag bag at Hacks Con? They break evidence. A USB.
The way Leffen responded to evidence.zip 2, and the way Leffen responded to the Skyhouse conspiracy that was recently brought to light by Technicals. These 2 situations can be considered cons on their own.
I do feel like when you start like putting that guy in your corner, you're seriously not in a good spot, cause that guy sucks. I stay away from that guy. He's just so weird. And also banned.
And so I'll be going over each of them. I'll also be explaining how everything Leffen does within each of these 6 cons can be traced back to evidence.zip, just to show you how easily things could have been predicted.
Thank you, Harlu22. You are right. He does make a good point.
I'll start by going over
that, you know, sometimes you have to call in, what do you call it? You gotta call in, what's another word for help? You gotta call in the cavalry.
How Leffen responded to evidence.zip 2. Even though evidence.zip 2 was poorly presented, it still contained many allegations against Leffen that he never directly addressed. Leffen only ever made 2 tweets in response to these allegations. The first tweet was made 30 minutes after evidence.zip 2 was posted. It read, "At this point I don't even know what to do. Legit concerned with my safety at events with this level of things. Will be looking into a lawyer before saying more just to make sure my bases are covered." The first half of this tweet should be interpreted as gaslighting and self-victimization.
He's doing the thing again where he says his S's as Z's. I don't, it's not a problem, but I don't like it.
In evidence.zip, there's an excerpt that reads, following his ban from Sweden, rather than apologizing to those he's hurt, Leffen decided to stay true to his roots. He's chosen to...
Okay, so I guess the idea is he's trying to, like, paint a picture from early on to now. Okay. But he opened with these two, which was, like, pretty dumb.
Play the victim.
This is like when T.I. defended DaBaby on homophobia. Yeah, it's a meeting of the minds. It's technicals and hacks talking about how if they had a daughter, they would check her hymen with the doctor until she was 18 to make sure she'd never had sex ever. Because that's what T.I. did.
And ridiculed the Swedish scene for banning him, claiming that they are fake people.
Holy shit! Ice Element, thank you so much. This is a good point, is that victim card is highlighted. And also, Anonymous Gifter for the 20 bomb. Appreciate that quite a bit. Also, Baby Carrot. Why isn't it showing up? Oh, God. Is it going to do all of them? No, I don't think it'll do all of them. Appreciate it. And that's 20 good points being made all at once, which is what this video is.
Oh my God, brata.
Just 20 good points. Dude, is it going to do them all? I deadass think I have to turn off the sound. It's supposed to do all of them like in a bundle.
Oh my God, brata.
Third person? Are there just more resubs? Alright, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm Hassan. I'm the bald Hassan of Twitch. Let me turn the sound off. Oh, I guess it stopped right there.
Oh my God, brata.
This is a test.
Nice. Okay. Alright, it's just visual now.
Are doomed without him. We hope that after reading the attached testimonies and forum posts, there is zero doubt that Leffen is not the victim, and that his decision to continue to lie only serves as further evidence of his character. This excerpt proves that Leffen is, beyond any reasonable doubt, not the victim in this situation.
So there's these huge words that kind of get said and, you know, used, and there are things like proof, and it's like, where is it? He said proof, right?
This excerpt proves that Leffen is...
Oh, okay, this is his commentary at the end. Yeah. So this isn't... Here's the thing, bro. It doesn't prove anything. It actually doesn't. I feel like you've never... You could watch Law and Order, like, one time. And you could kind of realize that, like, when Law and Order and they're in the court, like, the second half of the episode, and it's, like, the lawyer, it's, like, the hot lady and the bald guy, and it's, like... They're not saying, so, Your Honor, this proves
Oh my God,
that he did it.
brata.
Because he said he was a bad guy once. It's not, I saw him fucking killing somebody. I saw him leaving the store where there was a dead clerk. It's like, he was a bad guy. And so it's like, that's not evidence. This isn't witness testimony. So he's using these gigantic words that, like, the actual court system uses, and it just makes him look so dumb. Like when he calls shit the press. But you're right, Professor Zesty. Definitely... Oh, God, the sound didn't go away. Save settings. You're right. It is a good point that this is beyond a reasonable doubt.
Beyond any reasonable doubt, not the victim in this situation.
Yeah.
Furthermore, I'll read you an excerpt from my evidence.zip testimony to prove that I've been the victim of Leffen's abuse for 10 years now.
Okay, 10 years. Again, I was going to say, this doesn't really prove anything, but he's trying to paint the picture of like, hey, this all happened this really long time ago, remember, guys? Which is what the first two videos were about, which was like, definitely spent a lot of time on that.
So far, wow.
Yeah, press free so far. However, he did say political con twice, so...
The excerpt reads,
which is a good point.
I've been a member of this beautiful community since 2005. Never have I seen someone
The media read too anti-Semitic with the focus group.
cause such a net loss of happiness within us. Never have I seen someone so poisonous. I beg of those reading this to take Hero and Genesis 3 away from Leffen for the sake of our community. He doesn't deserve to be a part of what will be the grandest week in the history of Melee. Those who he has abused do not deserve to have to see him there. His path of destruction has to end. Unfortunately, by framing himself as the victim and making it seem as though he didn't know what to do anymore, Leffen was able to convince thousands of people that I was the threat to him. This caused organizations like Summit to ban me from their event, and it was also written into the global ban statement.
Hey, it's beyond the Summit, okay? I'm sure you can go on Summit 1G's stream if you matchmake into him and talk about dark triads. I'm sure that's fine. Yeah, but this is a good point, IO5673, that this did happen. And he makes a good point. God, by the way, me and Aiden are so fucking happy that we don't have to deal with this shit anymore. And that's actually when the last one came out. It was like, I was still kind of like, I had like this adhesive still, this adhesive goop to like smash and how much I cared about the community and like was involved in it. But now that goop is finally separated and I can like, I feel like I can say shit like this with reckless abandon and not have to feel responsible like an ambassador when I make fun of the QAnon guy, which sounds weird, but I'm basically saying I'm cowardly because it's hard to do it when you have a responsibility to an organization.
Drinking too much LCL.
It is fucking nice, Coney. Yeah, a lot of LCL tech, thank you, but it is a good point how he can still go on Summit 1G stream.
Showed you earlier. Leffen was able to flip.
Wait, what happened? You talking shit? Who are you? Alright, Danurism. Hashtag apologize to Sky. I don't know who that is, by the way. You're in the wrong place, partner. And also, it's really late on all coasts. I know it's Friday, but I'm just saying.
The entire situation on me and distract people from my allegations. The second half of Leffen's tweet from June 5th was just as manipulative. This part of the tweet suggested that Leffen would be seeking a lawyer. News outlets quickly picked up on the fact that Leffen was supposedly doing this, when it was never actually the case. If you search through Leffen's Twitter history, you'll see that he deleted 6 years of tweets after I uploaded evidence.zip too. Everything from February 7th, 2019 and back is gone. And
that is pretty interesting. I do like that. And you know what? You're only mod here because Slime does new channel points? Yeah. You know why? Because Aiden deleted all of his tweets too, and it was for the stupidest fucking reason. I make fun of him for it every time. What's up, Dia? Where he's like, yeah, I just want to like use Twitter less. And he's like, oh, why'd you delete all of your tweets ever? He's like, I don't know. It's just like, I just didn't want to like have them. And now, like, there's so many times I'm talking to Aiden, it's just fragmented conversations and like old Twitter threads. And I'm like, you're so dumb. You're stupid. Because he checks Twitter every single day. He was like, I'm going to quit eating milkshakes every single day. And he did it for like 2 days. And then I catch him the third day just like sucking down the biggest one he could find.
Leffen deleted some key YouTube videos.
E. Gipler. This is a good point, though, that he deleted shit. For sure. But I will say, this is what a lawyer will tell you to do. However, nothing really goes away. So it's like, I think I'm not a big fan of deleting shit. The only time I've deleted shit was when I make spelling errors and I ninja delete and repost, because those bother me really bad. Or the time I talked about a smasher that said the N-word that I couldn't find proof for because it was circumstantial. And then I got DM'd the proof afterwards. So I was right, but I pulled a little bit of a hacks there. But I did delete that because I was getting too much heat. It was annoying. I told you I'm black, Slime. I know, Woogie. I hugged you a couple weeks ago. And so I do think it's interesting because I'm a big non-deleter guy. Like, you just live with your dumb shit. Unless you can sneak delete it, because if it's like shit from like 10 years ago and you said something fucked up, you can get it out of there without anyone seeing, go for it. But when it's like on Twitter and you have a bunch of followers and everyone already saw it anyway, whatever.
As well. Fortunately, I still have most of the tweets and videos that I need stored on my hard drive, and so I'll be able to include them in this video. I should also mention that Leffen specifically chose to delete tweets from February 7th, 2019 and back because that is the exact date of the final tweet he made within the Hungrybox Con, which shows that Leffen subconsciously knows what he's—
Wait, there's a fucking... There's a bracket? There's a timing window of the con? Okay. And I'm fine. I think saving shit on your hard drive is fucking hype. I like that. I think everyone should do that. There should be a record. Because if you have to face the fucking music, you just face it. And even if it sucks, you face the music. And you just like, I don't know, say sorry. And then like people forgive you or they don't. I don't know. Like, fucking run it.
guilty of. Something else I should mention is that Leffen's
I
tendency...
do love the idea of Hacks just scrolling and scrolling and scrolling through a bunch of hentai MP4s, and he's like, here it is, the folder, and then clicks on it. It's like a couple Hacks tweets.
to delete evidence was also documented in evidence.zip. There's an excerpt from a player named VJ's testimony that reads, Leffen has on several occasions edited or removed his posts in order to embellish himself, which clearly shows that he's a dishonest person. This means that Leffen only claimed that he was calling
like the Iron Sheik, but only directed at hacks and hacks apologists. Hacks, I break your fucking neck, you are the jabroni of the earth.
Allegedly, and parody Raz. By the way, happy birthday, Raz. I hope it went well. And yeah, 23 months. That's fucking PogChamp.
Lawyer in order to manipulate people into thinking he'd actually done so. On March 30th of this year, one of the original evidence.zip victims named C explained that Leffen used a lawyer bluff in order to make it seem as though he was in the right in these types of situations. C...
Can we... Please, someone, please just find it for me. I don't want to do it because I'm lazy. Can you find the part in the last Hacks video where he talks about C hitting Leffen and how old he is and how old Leffen is? Because this isn't like a gotcha moment. Here, it's what you didn't notice, Hacks. Hacks literally says it with his own lips and words. It's like crazy, and it's in the second video. Meaning, he was like, I'll cut out the bad shit, but I'll leave the good shit in. And he put that part in. And it's weird.
Added that this is one of Leffen's many strategies that make him a psychopath beyond any reasonable doubt. The next tweet Leffen made in response to evidence.zip 2 happened on June 12th. This tweet read, Hacks' obsession with me is something I've had to deal with for 10 years now, so unfortunately none of this is a surprise to me. This tweet is debunked by Mike Hager's evidence.zip testimony, which contains...
Wait, how is it debunked? I feel like this is not something to debunk. You don't... Dude, he's treating everything as if it's like golden tombstone, like, etched onto the fucking marble. Because you can't, like... You can't debunk this. But it's also not evidence. It's like, as... It makes as much sense... I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
This is a surprise to me. This tweet is debunked by Mike Hager's evidence.zip testimony, which contains tons and tons of examples of abuse, such as, Leffen has tried to make me seem like an insane stereotype of someone locked up in a mental hospital.
Okay, I get what he's doing, but he just can't use debunked. It's just a fucking stupid word. You're so stupid.
Who's so crazy they require a lobotomy. He also adds made-up fantasies about me, like how I'm...
Okay, thank you so much. 104.45 in evidence.zip 2. Sorry, I bought a MacBook. Oh, Evan. Oh, that's the original one.
Snowy to push
104.45. Okay, so real quick. Again, every time he brings up C...
July 2nd YouTube videos, he gives a victim testimony.
This is all I can think about.
And he says that because of that victim testimony that he gave, he can resonate with victims of sexual predators. The victim testimony Leffen gave is completely fake. So, the victim testimony that he gave is a story of how he took a road trip at Genesis 2. And when he took this road trip at Genesis 2, there was this guy named C, one of the original evidence.zip prospects. And Leffen claims that C slapped him 8 times for no reason. Leffen also makes other claims about C within that video, about how like C was stealing money, doing other stuff like that.
No, I'm not gonna 125 it. We're gonna fucking sit here and watch this because we're all suffering together.
And if you open evidence.zip, multiple testimonies say Leffen has been lying about this story for like 10 years or 9 years at the time. Like, people cannot stop him from lying about this story. So, for example, C never stole money. C had borrowed money and failed to pay it back in time. So now Leffen's actually
I forgot about that part, bro. I mean, it's like, yeah, maybe with context, but it's just why say that? This doesn't help anything. This literally doesn't help anything ever. It doesn't help anything.
On a video with 800,000 views and implicating somebody as a thief. And that person is not a thief. So again,
Larry David give.
unlawful defamation. But far more importantly, he's implicating this person as an abuser. When the crazy part about this story is that Leffen was actually the abuser.
I have
What
wireless
happened
headphones. I'm
during
gonna
this
walk around.
trip was C fought for Leffen to be on the trip in the first place. C was the one like running the show for this trip. He was organizing it.
Yep.
And I think some of the other people did not want Leffen to go. And C was like, no, like let's try to get him to reform a little bit. Because I think the other people didn't want him on the trip because he was a brat. But then C really fought for Leffen to come. So then Leffen's able to come on the trip because of C. And then Leffen, during that trip, immediately starts to completely fuck up the trip. Like, he starts harassing C for every single day of the trip.
He totally starts to fuck up the vibes, bro. It was so dag.
He goes so far out of his way to prevent the hike to the Grand Canyon from happening. That was like the main reason that C wanted to go on this trip. He starts to like wake C up in the middle of the night, maximize the TV's volume to like cause C fucking ear pain, and C reaches the point where he can't take it anymore, so he slaps Leffen.
Why did no one talk about this? Why did no one? Everyone. You know what it means is that a shitload of people didn't watch the fucking video. I would love to see the retention because I watched this whole goddamn thing with all of you guys.
He can't take it anymore, so
You're in Judd. This is crazy. This is crazy that it's what the crazy part is that he's just saying it like you guys got it all wrong. And it's like if you're like that old, you just don't. You know what? It's like even if it's like Smashers, maybe I can go into the mind hole and see like a contextual situation where these two guys who kind of know each other, one's like a teenager, one's 20-year-old, and he fucking hits him. It's like I can see how you can maybe be like, all right, you know, it's not a big deal. They squash it, whatever. But even if that's the case, you just fucking don't bring this up because this doesn't help anything.
he slaps Leffen. Leffen later gets revenge during this trip, during the flight home, by jamming his plane seat into C's knees multiple times.
Okay, anyway, sorry. I got sidetracked, but thank you so much for linking that because I feel like that's a really important context.
Known for
C's knees.
lying and stealing. He has spread this on various forums with people I've met.
Is that a blue Yeti? Max, did you upgrade? Sheesh.
And will meet in real life, and therefore given them false preconceived ideas about me. He's also sent it around in PMs and made a paste bin about it. He also implied that I take LSD, which I never have. Mike Haggard continued.
Why? That's cool. He also implied that I, like, fuck so much, and I actually don't. So, checkmate, Leffen.
When I was in my first to second year of high school, I was clearly at the bottom of the totem pole. I wouldn't say I was bullied, but people were very mean to me for no reason. I was once pushed into a wall for absolutely no reason at the end of a basketball game, and nobody cared. Nothing that those people did to me can compare to how Leffen has hurt me, even if you count everything all 20 or so people did together.
Alright, look, bullying fucking sucks, and it ruins your mind, and, in the context of this sounds so fucking stupid. And I also, my immediate thought and my immediate feeling, which is wrong, is to say, yeah, I got, like, fucking beat up in school too. I got, like, shoved into, not into lockers, but into closed locker walls. I remember this guy just did it. I didn't even know him. I was walking by him in the hall, and he just fucking, because I was, like, a little freshman. And I was like, why did he do that? And I thought about it for a week. And I was like, and so that was my immediate thought, was like, I got bullied too. And that's not right, because that's not how we should, like, compare our experiences with each other. However, citing it like this as, like, some sort of testimony is, like, it's just really weird. And maybe it's an ESL thing. Do you think it's an ESL thing? I'm gonna hope. How about another video, Murray?
Very mean to me for no reason. I was once pushed into a wall for absolutely no reason at the end of a basketball game. Everything all 20 or so people did together. Whenever Mike Hager would confront Leffen about his behavior, Leffen would respond by calling Mike Hager obsessed. For example, Leffen made 5 separate forum posts that read, "Keep giving yourself excuses to obsess over me for. The fact is that it's only going to hurt yourself and the people who you drag into your insane obsession. I'm going to try, I really am, to make this my last post about you, Mike Hager. Talking to and knowing you has been nothing but poisonous to me. You're probably going to go balls to the wall crazy continuing your obsession over me, but I really, really hope that you'll eventually realize how stupid and fruitless it is."
I mean, don't we all get that DM from like the girl in middle school that we like?
Also,
is that too dark? I guess she would be really mean, right?
over me, but I really, really hope that you'll eventually realize how stupid and fruitless
yeah,
it is.
she would just be really mean.
Also, fuck off then, Mike Hager. Just leave my friends alone. I don't give a fuck if you talk shit to me, but leave others out of your obsession. It's apparent that you don't understand this.
Okay,
though, and
so
I'm
he did
happy-
it. He did a Control F, and that's a function called find and replace, and then he made them red. So I get it. I do feel like he's gonna call this proof, and I don't think it is. But no one has subbed, so I can continue thinking that. Actually, Dr. Kern, yeah, so this is actually a really good point, and this is proof.
That you don't. It always makes me smile when you continue obsessing over me. Mike Hager, the parent, I'm sorry you're just so fucking hopeless. Keep doing whatever you like. Continuing to obsess over me is just gonna hurt yourself.
We actually don't know what this is, so him just kind of assuming. I'm just saying. Stargazer, actually, you're right. It's a really good point that he probably is saying a swear word, and this is really good evidence because he control F, and then he typed obsess.
One else.
And you're right. Also, Ilwickus.
Forum post caused Mike Hager to conclude his testimony by writing, "Leffen is a chronic liar and narcissist."
And this is actually a good point because these are to be called testimonies
Good
considered.
point.
Yeah, yeah, Cobalt, you're right too. And these are good points that these are testimonies, which is like when you read like your account of something, like in a court.
Narcissist to a sick degree. This person is ripping apart my social life, other people's social lives, and the entire Smash scene, even internationally, as you'll see in other testimonies.
There's a link that got deleted by Nightball.
Lives, demoralizing new and old players alike, to the degree of making people quit. This is not only justice, it is a necessity. Please help us. The fact that people like Mike Hager used to write these things about Leffen, who can now further isolate his targets by gaslighting them and calling them obsessed, is insanely cruel, and part of—
Ah, man, you guys let me in! I get to be the Eastern European guy. Me and Hax are one when he says that word.
what makes him so dangerous.
You guys let me in. Stop it!
Going back to Leffen's tweet
Gaslight gatekeep girl buzz.
from June 12th, he also wrote, "I do not believe there's been any credible claims made, so I will not be responding further.
This is actually false because I am credible.
This is obviously untrue, since Leffen deleted 6 years of evidence in response to my claims, which I'll be restating in this video." Next, Leffen wrote, "I know I haven't been perfect, especially 10 years ago when I was a young teenager, but I'm trying to learn from my mistakes, and many people can attest to that. This will be the last I speak about this because I do not want to entertain this further, and I hope everyone can respect my wish to be left alone." This type of statement can be described as a blanket statement or generalization.
What is this, like, from? And not to say that this isn't a good point. It's cool, Eric, that this is a good point to bring up this weird textbook sort of thing that is talking about. Is this from the same, like, high mock presentation that he downloaded? This is a Medium article, bro. But to be fair, Player One Penguin, this is a really good point. Because like using a source like this is how you prove things. And that's really good.
Essentially, you make a blanket statement in order to avoid having to address any of the nuances of what's being alleged. Leffen's blanket statement makes no sense because not only—
To be fair, this is the definition of blanket statement. Maybe, but also so are all of these. Unless I'm just smoking weed. This is going to be a dark chapter.
you'll eventually realize how stupid it's described as a blanket statement or generalization. Essentially, you make a blanket statement in order to avoid having to address any of the nuances of what's being alleged. Leffen's blanket statement makes no sense because not only has he hidden what he did 10 years ago, but also because my allegations against him were all from the past couple of years.
I was almost right a little bit. Thank you, Gnome00, but that's a good point because his allegations were from a couple of years ago. And that's a good point because
Leffen tends to make blanket statements like these very often. Another example was when the Metagame documentary aired last December. Metagame originally showed footage of evidence.zip victims, which Leffen responded to by saying, "Maybe someday I'll tell my version, but honestly, I just wish we could all leave this in the past. I think we all did shit, myself obviously included, but we've moved on and we're better for it." Leffen obviously never went on to tell his version, as the only reason he made this tweet was to take the target off of his back.
Someone asked, what is your personal experience with hacks and attorneys? It's fine. I never really talked to him much, like ever. Just like a normal person, but I never like spent time with them or hung out with them. I feel like now this has revealed quite a bit about somebody. So, but it is a good point, Rojo Brandon, that Hacks makes that
I think
he did just say shit to get people off his ass, and he is a dark triad because of that.
we all did shit, myself obviously included, but we
Do I think the ban is justified? Yeah. I think the ban is justified because So there was a guy in SoCal Melee a couple of years ago that he was like being kind of weird. He was like making like, I think like school shooting jokes and like fucking edgy Nazi jokes on the page. I forgot his name. And he got banned and he wasn't allowed to go with stuff in SoCal. And it's like, yeah, you are allowed to do that. And so and I'm saying, I know Hacks is not doing that, but what I'm saying is if that guy didn't do that stuff, but instead made a giant video about how he wanted to how he thinks Darkroom is a dark triad because they play Sheik. I think that's also grounds for like really weird behavior, and I wouldn't want them at my local, right? So I think that you put this from shitter to shitter, and it's a ban. And I feel like this isn't shitter to shitter; it's actually worse because there's an army. Because there's a 07 army. It's even worse to do.
we moved on and we're better for it. Leffen obviously never went on to tell his version, as the only reason he made this tweet was to take the target off of his back. In case what I've shown you so far isn't enough, I'll conclude this section of the video by showing you another evidence.
However, this is a good point, Hysteric Kyle, that this is pretty normal behavior to do something like this. Instead of just like ignore. I don't know. I got another question is why just not ignore him? I don't know. Maybe it's like eats at your soul. But Limmer124, it is a good point that his ban statement should be just what? He banned himself, by the way. It was a self ban. Well, not the big ban, but then he also would go on to be like, "Oh, I banned myself for 6 weeks or 6 months." And it's like, okay. It's like you get fucking thrown in jail and you're like, "I'm only going to stay for 6 months because I think that's fair." And the prison guard's like,
Thanks for the straight shot.
Yeah, totally. We'll get you out of here.
I'll conclude this section of the
Thank you, Mr. Saves the
video
World.
by showing you another evidence.zip excerpt that explained Leffen's post-ban behavior. One of the testimonies read, "Following the announcement of his Swedish ban, Leffen has done the most disrespectful and despicable thing by doing everything in his might to manipulate people into being against the ban or lifting it. He has displayed disrespect for the ban and the people arranging it by doing the following. Claiming that nobody had spoken to him about the ban in advance, despite having been warned on several occasions. Trying to contact several smashers, both his victims and those who stand behind his ban, saying that things are either misunderstandings or falsified information. These acts are clear displays of him trying to go to extreme lengths in order to manipulate people."
Why are we still talking about 2013? Right? Like, I feel like so many people were like, yeah, he was a fucking shitter, and he got banned, and then he came back, and things were chill, for the most part. Right? And it's like, why don't we talk about the now? I guess we're supposed to in these, like, 9 chapters, but I guess I'm not following. You know what? And I'm only 15 minutes into the movie.
And denying many of the points made, showing blatant unbelievable disrespect for the people he has hurt. At this point, I need to make a couple of things clear since my career is on the line. For one, I believe my ban statement should be rescinded. I maintain that my ban statement, as well as the community's current perception of me, have been the result of extreme manipulation and misunderstandings.
Well, what about the unfortunate presentation of the first one? Does that... do we not... Okay. But you're right, Keela AG, is that we have been warped by the mass media, myself included, and you all are being warped as I speak. Your soft, childlike minds like ice cream, and I'm scooping it. Dumbasses, all of you.
And secondly, what I've shown you thus far, as well as what I'll show you throughout the remainder of this video, will prove that Leffen is a mass manipulator beyond any reasonable doubt. I haven't even gotten into my case yet, and I've already given people huge reasons to be concerned about Leffen. For example, Leffen's Twitch bio claims that he's honest to a fault, which we now know to be untrue. This type of...
Okay, hold on. Let me bring up my Twitter bio. Hold on. Oh yeah, we're getting sunlocked all day. It's gonna be bright, guys, because I'm not logged in here. So, here's mine. I don't actually live in a place called Sauce Angeles. It's Los Angeles. So, I'm sorry. This is lyrics from a song called Jesus Built My Hot Rod by Ministry. And it fucking rules. Now, some may think that Jesus actually did build my car and that it's a love affair between Jesus and my hot rod. So I want to go. Also, this is not me. This is a Lego version of Groundskeeper Willie from The Simpsons. And your profile picture is supposed to be you, and it's not. And so, again, I want to say I'm sorry to the community. And this isn't my name. This is a pun, which I think are only acceptable when you make names that are puns on Clint Stevens, but it's Glint Stevens. So again, this is a lot of misinformation, and I too believe that I am become a dark triad. So I am going to be banning myself from the community for 6 months because I'm a psychopath. Thank you.
Bio is known as a preemptive defense, which is when someone assures...
Thank you, Skip SSBM. But this is a good point, that he's preemptively defending himself in the same way that Hack said whenever he was going to defend him, like Leffen's self would just be a preemptive defense. You know, that's true.
Preemptive defense, which is when someone assures you of their trustworthiness without any provocation. A preemptive defense is usually intended to manipulate people, and Leffen's Twitch bio is no exception. I also find it concerning that Leffen's Twitter bio has the Save Smash hashtag in it, which creates the false guise of good intentions. Need I remind people that this community largely consists of a younger audience that would easily be fooled by these types of bios, and that we're knowingly letting someone with 300,000 followers use them.
So I too, I mean, this is, if someone investigated that these were ministry lyrics, that might not be appropriate for kids. I'll just play a little bit right now. That's embarrassing. That's Incubus. I was listening to that. No, here's the real shit I listened to. So that's just kind of fucking rules, right? And imagine a kid hearing that. So just saying, once again, I'm very sorry.
Next,
I hope my sub
I maintain that my
encourages people
band
to speak against propaganda and start listening to at the drive-in.
Thank you, Jessica. And that is a good point. That At the Drive-In is a very good band, and that Hax's band statement should be rescinded, as well as Tango, Not AMC, and Samp 6.
Preemptive defense, which is when someone assures you of their trustworthiness without any provocation. I also find it intentional by...
And that is also a good point, that having a hashtag Save Smash, also maybe the hashtag Apologize to Sky, which came up in my chat, who I remembered, I didn't recognize it, but that's about Sky Williams, right? Because it's going to be all this shit. That is also a good point, is that if you don't mean it, you shouldn't say it when you say things. So...
someone with 300...
Bro, what's the end goal with these videos? That's an accusatory tone. How about you fucking lower your voice, bitch? Damn, not slime too. The goal of this is to farm subscribers to earn money. Does that answer your question, you cop? Oh, unless he's talking to hacks. Sorry. Well, the goal of the videos is to get Leffen killed.
1,000 followers used them.
Oh, I got huge stun locked.
Next, I'll show you how
Oink,
Leffen
oink,
evaded
where are the money
accountability for a
pigs?
separate subject very recently. In evidence,
All right, I'm gonna go on record. I don't watch Techno's videos. I think it's really fucking weird. I think he has a vendetta against a lot of times women. And it's very, very concerning. I try to just stay out of anything involved with that person. And there's this guy. Did I ever tell you guys? I told this last time, but I think I can kind of break this news because this guy sucks. During Ultimate Summit 1, when we were planning that at BTS, we reached out to Zero to attend the event as like a fucking competitor, right? And
Oh no, there's another one?
Oh yeah, there's another one. Eric, welcome. And he had, so we emailed him, and this is right when Ultimate came out, and he was just like paying people to stay up and play Ultimate while he just like farmed subs. And he had like 15K, remember that? It was crazy. Welcome to the Scoff Army. I heard that shit in my dreams. And so we were like, yeah, we would like Zero there because he's obviously a big player person. And we reached out to him, and he sent us an email back, and he asked for $10,000 to attend the event. And we said no. And then we just got other people. It was really funny. And then he tried to walk it back in the email chain. He's like, well, maybe you can talk about it. We're just like, no, it's fine. Like, because we already know he's gonna be difficult, and like we could just get other people. And it was really funny.
evidence.zip 2, one of the claims I made was that Leffen targeted Zero maliciously during last summer's Me Too movement. Even though I didn't have hard evidence to prove this, there was never a chance it wasn't
Do
true.
I have the email? No, it's on my old work email, which I don't have access to. Nor would I show it, because I think that's kind of dog. I mean, I can talk about experiences at work, but I think showing like a work document is kind of fucked up. Sarge Bang Bang and PK27. Now, you're right. Hacks does make a good point here in that kind of like having this guy in his video is a good thing.
Recently. In evidence.zip 2, one of the claims I made was that Leffen targeted Zero maliciously during last summer's Me Too movement. Even though I didn't have hard evidence to prove this, there was never a chance it wasn't true, just based on Leffen's malicious nature, as well as the fact that Leffen became involved with Me Too for strategic reasons in the first place, as I'll eventually prove in this video. Still, my ban statement claims that my assertion that Leffen conspired to cancel Zero was particularly concerning. I'd like to clarify that Leffen did in fact conspire with Jisoo to cancel Zero, and that this should be viewed separately from the second round of allegations that came out against Zero later. At no point did I ever discredit the second round of allegations, and so I maintain that this aspect of my ban statement is inaccurate as well. On June 25th, Technicals released a video which solidified that Jisoo's involvement with last year's Me Too
You just want to hit it, or it's gonna burn my finger. Just fucking grab it. Fuck.
movement was fraudulent. This was exactly as I suspected. Jisoo happens to be my ex-girlfriend, who I know to be extremely manipulative, and so I assumed this was the case as soon as I saw her align with Leffen. Technicals pointed out that Jisoo made tactical errors last summer that made her intentions way too obvious, such as putting Batman in her bio directly after making allegations without providing any evidence. In evidence.zip 2, I argued that Leffen made far too many tactical errors as well. For example, just the fact that Leffen
Tactical errors is some very psychopathic language. I guess I hate even looking at this guy's fucking shit. I'm about to go nuclear, so please. She went full anime and put Batman in her bio. Yeah, she did get a little dramatic, theatrical when doing this stuff, but I think that I was fine with it. I tend to like believe victims. I know, kind of weird, but I think that you don't want to be a girl or a woman who like exposes this, even if it did happen, right? It's literally no fun. People just hate you and want you to die, and even though you're saying that this horrible thing happened to you, so it's kind of like when people an argument where it's like people come out as gay, right? a lot of people are like, yeah, I don't believe that homosexuality is real or whatever. And it's like, why would you do that? Like, why would you, if homosexuality isn't real in this analogy, why would you want to pretend? What are you getting out of it, right? Everyone's going to treat you differently. You're going to be discriminated against. People are going to hate you for no reason. Like, right? And I feel like that kind of makes sense. And oftentimes when like these stories aren't real or are fabricated or something, which is like pretty rare, I think a lot about the Henry G situation. It's like usually things tend to correct themselves, even though Henry did go through a lot of shit. But I feel like all the shit that's happened from last summer has kind of stuck, right? No one got wrongly canceled, or am I crazy? Or was fucking Redacted going to the 100 Thieves party just kind of like a resurgence of that? Nairo, I guess, and that's like a really, really complex thing too. And to be honest, I don't feel comfortable about Nairo. I just don't. And it's like, fuck. Just maybe don't be a content creator. I don't know. And so, yeah, it was D1. D1 was at the 100 Thieves party. And so I don't like this, right? Because I feel like everyone kind of got what they deserved, and no one just got like canceled for the fuck of it, unless someone did, and like no one's listening to them. But like, then how do you like prove that? When people say shit like this, I just believe them, right? When women come forward and they're like, this happened to me, I just tend to believe them first. And I think that's important to do. And call me weird. So you're going to be looking at that through this lens.
Zip 2, I argued that Leffen made far too many tactical errors as well. For example, just the fact...
But let's really quick, PK, Sarge Bang Bang, Shawnee 2, Not AMC, Corbin JS19, and Mars Super Mammal. You guys all have made me realize that Hax makes a lot of good points in here, that there are tactical errors with what the Leffen and Jisoo did here, which is how you should talk about exposing sexual abuse as a sort of tactical maneuver, like Hax is doing. I think that makes a lot of sense, and thanks for showing me the light with your $5.
That Leffen followed up on.
Thank you also, Krusty Fapsock. Can't forget you, no matter how hard I try.
Jisoo's baseless allegations with a twitlonger was suspicious in itself, but the contents of Leffen's twitlonger were also ridiculous. Most notably, Leffen's twitlonger contained a testimony in which he allegedly witnessed Zero sharing hentai with Japanese smashers at
pick a number from 1 to 10, Tafo? I pick 7.
Apex 2013, which Leffen claimed made Jisoo's allegations more credible. However, Leffen's testimony contained an oversight in that Zero was 17 at the time, whereas the Japanese players were older than him. Therefore, the Japanese players would have been guilty of sexual harassment against a minor, according to Leffen's own testimony. Yet Leffen phrased it as though Zero was the guilty party. This loophole, which made it obvious that Leffen was only ever intent on canceling Zero, can be seen in this post in which Zero apologized to Leffen for sharing.
Wow, 7 subs. Thank you so much, Tafo. And you and Winedine69, as well as AlleyCat2, all have made me realize through your contributions that these are some really good points, that Leffen only targeted Zero and not the Japanese players that showed the hentai. That's a really good point, and that hell yeah, brother.
Photos with adults back when he was 17. It was a pipe dream to ever believe that Leffen had gone after Zero with good intentions, and technically,
I do think it's worth talking about, right? If popular incest anime. Nice. You know, a punchline of mine was Boku no Pico. I found out that it was like a pedophile anime, and people would be like, "What's your favorite anime?" I'd be like, "Boku no Pico, duh." And then I found out that it wasn't really a joke, and it's actually that. And I was like, I should stop saying that, because it's weird that exists.
Than him. Therefore, the Japanese players would have been guilty of sexual harassment against a minor according to Leffen's own testimony. Yet Leffen phrased it as though Zero was the guilty party.
Wait a minute. Let me read this. So this isn't. Okay, he's actually misreading this. I'm reading it in real time, and he's not saying that. It's actually a very nuanced, like, I laughed it off, it didn't traumatize me, and I don't hold it against Zero in any way other than it does make Jisoo's story more credible. That makes a lot of sense, right? This actually, again, I'm coming off as Leffen simp here, but this is very nuanced and like, hey, I'm not saying this against this guy, I'm just saying this paints a picture that makes what she said make a little more sense. Which also is what Hax is doing a lot with all these videos, but he's not doing it to like cancel somebody in the way that, Hax is trying to cancel Leffen or whatever he's trying to do. He's more doing it to say, hey, this story of abuse has become, I can offer something to it. And it's like, I think Hax truthers will be like, well, what's the difference then? What's the difference between what Leffen's doing right here and what Hax is doing in general? And I'm trying to, because I know there is a difference, but I can't put it into words, which is a failing of mine. But I guess it's just that he's offering information to a situation that he believes is something happened, right? He's believing the victim. Now, we don't believe the victim of Hax in the way he's expressing it, right? Leffen didn't say, and we should ban him for this. He literally says, I do not want to cancel Zero. I think he deserves to. It's important to show accountability. This is actually crazy. This is like... This is so nuanced. This is the tactical error. I did forget that Jisoo is Hax's ex and Hax said she's manipulative. That's right. That's a really good point. But you didn't sub, so that's not a good point.
Against a minor, according to Leffen's own testimony. Yet Leffen phrased it as though Zero was the guilty party. This loophole, which made it obvious that Leffen was only ever intent on canceling Zero, can be seen in this post in which Zero apologized to Leffen for sharing photos with adults back when he was 17. Zero apologized.
It just doesn't. I really don't think that's the case. It's literally like he's showing me an apple and he's like, many of you would think that this is an apple, but it's actually a small turtle. And I'm about to show you why it's a small turtle. In 2013, a man who hit a child once told me that this was a turtle, and I believe him. And so this is, you know.
To Leffen for sharing photos with adults back when he was 17. It was a pipe dream to ever believe that Leffen had gone after Zero with good intentions, and Technical's video proved that. It turned out that the moment several of the Japanese...
So you're saying that Leffen is saying we showed each other hentai is not true, and he made it up. Yeah, as well as I remember. Who's he talking to?
These players read Leffen's testimony. They offered to testify on Zero's behalf in order to clarify that they weren't even looking at hentai. They were only ever looking at pictures of clothed anime characters. This is an example of one of Leffen's trademark strategies that you'll need to keep in mind throughout this video, which is misrepresentation. There are going to be points...
Take a bite and taste the shell. So, okay.
Dallas Dwyer Club.
Dallas Dwyer Club. Insane to say that. Macho Manuel, thank you so much. And also, because of your sub, I do see now this is a good point where this anonymous person, again, this is probably from the Technicals video too, which I really just don't want to watch. So this person is basically saying, no, Leffen's lying. Okay. That's where we're at.
In this video in which Leffen tells key lies that will change the entire meaning of certain stories. Leffen has been known to do this ever since evidence.zip, as shown in the quotes from earlier in which he claimed that Mike Hager was a thief and a user of the drug LSD. This is why...
Yo, that's so sick, by the way. If Mike Hager is getting fucking just lit by the sun, just getting toasted, that's great. And OD96 and Luggage Llama, you actually you revealed to me that there's a really good point here that LSD is not cool. And we need to make sure that cool stuff like drugs is not mentioned.
Why Leffen claiming that people were looking at hentai when that never actually happened shouldn't surprise you.
Mike Egger microdosing and stealing shit from Walmart.
That brings me to the way Leffen responded to Technicals' video, which is very similar to the way he responded to evidence.zip 1 and 2. This clip shows that within Leffen's Twitch stream, he's been banning and censoring anyone who...
Bro, right after the Mike Hagar thing. This is Dark Triad shit. Also, Stripes, Red, Adidas. Are we entering our own messaging system? Our own symbols? Brings
up Jisoo's allegations. Leffen's Twitch bio claims that
Wait, what was his response? Why didn't you talk about it? What the fuck is this?
Claiming that people were looking at hentai when that never actually happened shouldn't surprise you. That brings me to the way Leffen responded to Technicals' video, which is very similar to the way he responded to evidence.
I guess he's just saying in general, but it's just like B-roll of Leffen's stream, which is for some reason captured on mobile.
Zip 1 and 2. This clip shows that within Leffen's Twitch stream, he's been banning and censoring anyone who brings up Jisoo's allegations.
But you're right, Tango and Aaron Fires. Whoever's using Virgin Mobile is definitely a true hacks warrior.
Leffen's Twitch bio claims that he only bans trolls and idiots, but clearly he bans people who busted him for conspiracies as well. Deceptive social media...
The feds?
Bios really shouldn't surprise you by this point.
I'm also, by the way, the same as Leffen. I love banning. I love it. The mobile bit shows a message getting deleted. Oh, okay. I see.
There should be no doubt remaining that Leffen and Jisoo conspired to cancel Zero during...
Wow. That's true. These were 32 minutes apart. 32. 3, 2, and then the next one is 1. Adidas, the #1 company that sells... Fuck. I can't do this. I cannot do this.
Last summer's Me Too
I'm
movement,
not a dark
but I
triad.
want to show you how deep this conspiracy runs. 32 minutes before Jisoo made her allegations against Zero, Leffen made a tweet that I find incredibly suspicious. Leffen's tweet read, "Thanks for listening to me, but more importantly, keep listening to the people that are brave enough to come forward. Going to take a break from social media for a while. Take care."
What else did he say? He said heart emoji. Why didn't you say heart emoji?
Leffen made a tweet that I find incredibly brave enough. Minutes before Jisoo made her allegations against Zero, Leffen made a tweet that I find incredibly suspicious.
Okay,
suspicious. Going to take a break. Tweet. If you look at this tweet from the perspective of someone who has malicious intent, it's actually intended to do 3 things. 1. Convince people to listen to the next victim who will come forward, which is Jisoo in this case. 2. Claim that Leffen is taking a break in order to make it seem as though Leffen and Jisoo have nothing to do with each other. This means that if people had believed Jisoo's initial allegations, then Leffen most likely would have followed up by acting as though he didn't know that they were coming. However, Leffen's plan back...
Everyone knew that this was happening, about this fucking Technicals video. Everyone knew about it, and Jisoo asked people to, if, you know, to like, not give it, not like, because she was like, hey, this video's gonna come out and it's gonna fucking be really annoying and it sucks. And I'm like, damn, that fucking sucks. And she was like, can you like not engage with it, because attention is like the engine that feeds people like this Keemstar fellow. And I was like, yeah, sure. And so that's why it was a lot of like, I'm fucking hands off, because I think it's a good point. And Jisoo and Jisoo's friends asked us as other friends to just like, hey, I know you're gonna want to say fuck this guy, but don't say fuck this guy. And I was like, yeah, absolutely. I think that's a really good point.
Fired once he saw that people didn't believe Jisoo's allegations, at which point he scrambled by writing a twit longer that defended her. And finally, 3. Eliminate Zero as a threat to...
Wait, I want to do something here. Bum, 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 bum. 3. Big milky baby mommy. Milky man. Wait, where did it go? Wait, where did it go? The Pete Buttigieg one? No, hold on. Dude, I add a fucking layer and it just disappears. This is the dark triads trying to take me down. Sorry, I'm Hassan. Dude, where's my text layer, you piece of shit? Okay, we'll do this. Copy. Paste. Duplicate. Reference. And then it'd be like this. Oh, fuck. Has to be a duplicate. Sorry, I'm Hassan. I'm the bald Hassan of Twitch. Copy. Paste. Duplicate. Okay, perfect. Oh, it's so small, that's why. Courier font doesn't work. Dude, the dark triads are fucking with me. Big mommy milky
All right,
man.
folks, who's ready for 30 more days of Westball's Stunlock content?
Dude, he said some shit that I wanted to fucking... I was so mad. So yeah, this is cool, because now I can add my own annotations into into the video, which I think is great. Okay.
Longer that defended her. And finally, 3. Eliminate Zero as a threat to market share in order to ascend to the #1 position within the community. At the time, Zero had about 330,000 followers, while Leffen had 280. The positive vibes Leffen gave off during the...
One time, I was talking to Ben SW, and he was like, yeah, I went to a Young Lean concert with Leffen. It was like a while ago. And I think it was like in Europe or something. And we went to this concert, and I realized, hanging out with Leffen, I was like, you have more followers than him. And Leffen was like, yeah. And Ben was just like...
Me Too movement allowed him to ascend to closer to 300,000, and Zero's elimination would allow Leffen to ascend to the #1 position. Until Leffen shows proof to the contrary, I would stick to assuming that this is exactly how he was thinking. Not only will the reasons to support...
Wait, it says market share? Are you fucking kidding me? That is so weird. You know what else I can do? Is I can do a background color. And I can overwrite so it's not transparent. So I can do something like this. Background color. Come on, brother. Oh, here we go. So it'd be like... Wait, and then it goes beneath the chat. This is good. This is creative. Twitter mans. Amount of anime PFPs by region. So we can actually change the data itself, which is huge for us being the media, that we can basically manipulate things to our liking. Oh, that's hype. Okay. Sorry, unlocked.
Support this theory evolve as this video goes on, but there are also plenty of quotes that corroborate this theory within evidence.zip. This quote, for example, describes how Leffen has always been known to scheme against those who he dislikes, and viciously go after them with lies and other tactics.
Okay, so this is Raffle. This is Raffle's quote from 2013. I would love to reach out to Raffle and be like, hey, is this still the deal? Or is it like not? But maybe he wouldn't, maybe he thinks I'm the enemy. I don't know how Leffen pilled he is.
To scheme against those who he dislikes, and viciously go after them with lies and other tactics when he sees the opportunity. Something else that I need to show you is a sequence of events that happened a few months ago. When Technicals first started raising doubts about Jisoo's intentions during the Me Too movement, Leffen quickly jumped in to defend her on Reddit. Leffen wrote, "I'm not even surprised by Technicals saying those vile things. Obviously, we don't want people like him in the community, but attention is all that parasitic clout chaser wants. Leffen would
I mean, no one's subbing, so I'm inclined to agree.
also begin referring to technicals as a cockroach on his Twitch stream.
For those that don't know the context, I made a stupid, emotional tweet at Parasite of the Smash Community Technicals, and then I deleted it because I realized that that cockroach doesn't deserve any attention.
Now that Leffen and Jisoo's conspiracy has been exposed,
What? It's not. Nothing got exposed. No, you didn't expose anything, dude. Oh my god. Krata. But however, Aaron222 has subbed, so he has made me realize that this is a really good point.
but attention is all that parasitic.
Any attention.
That this conspiracy did get exposed, and that's for real, for real.
Okay. This also means that Leffen made his Reddit post under the false guise of wanting to defend the community when he was in fact looking to exploit it. At this point, I want to be clear about what these two parties are guilty of. The community currently views Jisoo to be guilty of a conspiracy to cancel Sky Williams, and they don't seem to believe Leffen to be guilty of anything. However, this actually isn't true. The truth is that both of these people are guilty of a conspiracy to cancel a then innocent Zero. The reason the community overlooks this is because Zero was later deemed guilty of sexual misconduct against a separate victim. However, this doesn't retrospectively exonerate Leffen and Jisoo of the fact that they conspired to cancel Zero when he was still innocent. This reveals the gap between how the community thinks and how a court of law would think. As much as the community would love to believe that Leffen isn't guilty of
Hold on.
to be guilty of a conspiracy to cancel Sky Williams, and they don't seem to believe Leffen to be guilty of anything. However, this actually isn't true. The truth is that both of these people are guilty of a conspiracy to cancel a then innocent Zero. The reason the community overlooks this is because Zero was later deemed guilty of sexual misconduct against a separate victim. However, this doesn't retrospectively exonerate Leffen and Jisoo of the fact that they conspired to cancel Zero when he was still innocent. This reveals
Well, Gucci Jesus, your sub has made me realize that this is a really good point. That because Zero was found to be guilty, and apparently we all agree on that, says Hacks, they didn't know this, Jisoo and Leffen, so they still did a wrong thing by conspiring, which was proven by because Leffen doesn't like technicals.
the gap between how the community thinks and how a court of law would think. As much as the community would love to believe that Leffen isn't guilty of anything
That
here,
Leffen,
he's in
what a
fact
rascal.
Queenie, yes, thank God, you're right. Your sub and your $5 has reminded me that
guilty of conspiring to pin an innocent man as a sexual predator. The next thing I
they did that, and that's a good point.
want to bring up is that Leffen is guilty of indirectly enabling the conspiracy to cancel Sky Williams. I say this because Leffen is the only person devious enough to enable lesser conspirators such as Jisoo in the first place. If you'll recall,
Lesser cryptids, lesser conspirators. Choose your which way, Western man.
Jisoo didn't
And you're right, Twilight Noel. Your sub has reminded me that
actually have the confidence to come
that some people are lesser conspirators and some people are major conspirators, and Jisoo is a minor one who is least effective. You know, dude. This is actually fucked up. Through this lens that he's creating, even the woman who came forward with her story is considered a lesser conspirator. Isn't that crazy? You just can't get ahead. You just can't fucking be on top in any way. That is crazy. But Taterbug, as you reminded me with your sub,
forward with her allegations against Zero without
that
Leffen's permission.
hold on.
These
Let me
allegations
find
later
some good
snowballed
points.
into the one she made about Sky. Leffen himself referenced this sequence of events within his Twitlonger when he explained that Jisoo reached out to him by saying that she trusted his judgment. This shows that Leffen is shifting the social dynamics of the scene by enabling lower, less capable manipulators to be empowered by his presence. Unsurprisingly,
Why is she lower? Can you at least give her the... Sorry, you guys. Big Friendly Games, YJ3T, and Dog and Niner, you guys have made me realize that it's a really good point that Jisoo is a lesser manipulator here, even though she's the one that like basically it told the story of her being involved in the Dark Souls boss room that is Sky's house. But
surprisingly, these shifts in social dynamics were described in evidence.zip. In C's testimony, he wrote, Leffen has changed the social atmosphere around people and the scene as a whole.
Okay, remember, C. Remember, again, I'm just saying.
He's caused undeserved hatred towards innocent people and solely managed to instigate people spreading this hatred around like wildfire. This shows that by permitting Leffen into the Smash community, it will continue to descend into a world of manipulation and malice. Once you connect the dots, it becomes clear that Sky's life would never have been ruined if...
I have the same red version of tint from the alarm video, so that's another... Check that off on the Dark Triad box.
Leffen hadn't gotten the ball rolling.
I forgot I left the fucking... I forgot, bro. That is very funny. Wait.
The dots, it becomes clear that...
Yeah, he got astray. But hold on. As I say this,
that Sky's life would never have been ruined if Leffen hadn't gotten the ball rolling.
Tango and Suspense 0520, you're right. The Leffen started the... this is true. And it's a really good point that Leffen is the reason that Sky Williams' life was ruined. And all the things that Sky Williams did before that did not contribute to that happening. That is a really good point that Hax just made.
I'll conclude this section of the video by drawing the parallels between the Jisoo and Sky situation and the situation that is currently going on between me and Leffen. Just a few months ago, the community believed Sky and I to be the guilty parties in our respective situations. However, what the community has failed to realize is that just like Sky, I fell prey to extreme manipulation. Leffen is in fact the kingpin behind most of the manipulation that takes place within this community, and the rest of this video will prove that. From this point on, I'll be keeping track of a list of charges against Leffen, starting with the ones we've gone over so far.
Chapter 0. It is just like Evangelion.
Next, I'll get into the evidence.zip 2 cons, starting with the ones Leffen's aimed at.
Wait, AxeCon.
Next.
I wish I had a better joke. I wish it was funnier. I'm just fucking not. Okay, wait. I can do this. I can think of a better joke. I can't. I'm fucking not funny.
Next, I'll get into the evidence.zip 2 cons.
Forget it.
Aimed at me. Evidence.zip 2 made me realize that a lot of people weren't even aware that Leffen and I had beef, so I want to show you this quote. In evidence.zip, C wrote, "We are in a community that is being manipulated by unbelievably sick people."
C. Again. By the way, I looked over at this. Has not said the press once. And it makes me think that he watched my other breakdown of his video.
The chasm between what Leffen and his sympathizers manipulates people into believing is going on and what is really going on is absolutely enormous. The vastness and level of psychological warfare Leffen exhibits toward his prospects is one of the most elaborate acts of vicious intent I've had the misfortune of witnessing firsthand.
This is when you get caught fucking just backhanding a teenager as a grown man. You start writing shit like this. You're in the hole, bro.
This ongoing torment his viciousness forces his prospects to endure, directly and indirectly, by leaving them as sole beneficiary to all the consequences his actions may cause, which is why they evidently always end up being the ones paying the price and taking its toll. What this quote tells you is that the abuse Leffen aims toward his victims is so hidden that no one other than the victim can truly see it. This is why people tend to gaslight me whenever I claim that Leffen has been highly predatory toward me and other people like Hungrybox, who I'll eventually talk about in this video. Furthermore, Leffen exacerbates this gaslighting by making it seem as though
gaslighting.
His victims are obsessed with him, when it's actually the other way around.
You're right, and that's a good point, Suspense0520. Your sub has reminded me that it is actually the other way around, and I agree with that.
My interactions with Leffen first began
Oh, gas no Briggs.
11 on Smashboards. Leffen had begun to make his name known on the boards around that time, and it all started with him stalking my every move. This would persist for 2 years, which led to me testifying for evidence.zip in 2013. In my evidence.zip testimony, I described Leffen as a dark cloud that constantly looked to damage my reputation and keep track of everything I did, including how I was doing at local tournaments and who I was actively practicing with. I also explained how every attempt I made to reconcile with Leffen was fruitless, and that he seemed very determined to remove me from the community. My own words were, I cannot put into...
Okay, that's really funny. Hold on, I have to single out someone in chat for just being hilarious. Ah, not the press counter again. I'm gonna pin this on the stream like it's a fucking Discord thread.
To words the degree to which Leffen cannot be silenced once he has a vendetta on you. Evidence.zip was when I found out that everything I just described had also been experienced by other people. This led to us trying to get Leffen banned from EVO 2013, which I personally took the initiative in doing. Unfortunately, Mr. Wizard would deny our case on the basis of no assault, which is...
Okay, we did see all this, but as Jing RL, Fleur McGurb, and Natien have all reminded me with their subs, is that this is a good point that that Mr. Wizard was not very helpful in this situation, and probably because Mr. Wizard himself was a predator and an evil man, just like Leffen, and that is why that makes sense.
Exactly what I feared would happen. Surely enough, Leffen's stalker tendencies would continue on the very first night of EVO 2013. That night, I left my room for a couple of hours to enjoy Vegas. At one point, I needed to return to my room to grab my phone charger, and so I called my friend Cody to let him know that I'd be heading back.
Okay, we covered all this again. Is this supposed to be like... Again, I keep bringing it up because it's funny, Toph was going to stream Evangelion, like the remakes, the rebuilds. I watched like an analysis of it earlier today. I'm like, I should watch these. And I feel like this is what he's trying to do here, right? This is just a rebuild of the series that we know and love, but in sort of like a different, more flashy way, right?
Then told me that Leffen had room hopped to our room of all places. This led to an awkward interaction in which I didn't want to enter my own room when I got back to the hotel. Instead, I had Cody hand me my charger at the door. These logs show that I discussed the situation with Cody last year.
Okay, and Dissolving Girl, that's a good point, gifting us up to XX Girlfriend, is that he did indeed talk about this, for sure. Yes.
Later that weekend, Leffen would continue to torment me by making efforts to befriend J-Man, a childhood friend of mine who I was rooming with. There were several interactions during the EVO 2013 weekend in which I didn't want to approach J-Man because he was with Leffen, which, knowing Leffen, was strategic. Leffen's
I do hope that Dabuz built a doghouse for Stella because she's a very good girl.
tendency to invade social circles was documented by Mike Hager when he wrote, "As Leffen kept on abusing me, I made the decision to physically avoid him at events. Leffen took note of this and decided to use it against me."
Okay. Once again, we're kind of just like, maybe it's like poetry. It rhymes, right? Like he keeps like going back and forth through time to like show like a young Leffen with like a knife in his hand, and then like an older Leffen with like a corncob pipe and like a master tactician, and that's like kind of the vibe that's going on here. But when you use quotes from 2013 in this context that are just so like, what's the word I'm searching for? Like anecdotal, you know? And like Legend of Zelda storyline explained. I don't know. It's weird. I'm so bad at putting this together with my fucking words. 2013 counter is insane. I'm still waiting for press though. The source are his quotes, Mike Hagar, and the guy that hit Leffen.
I saw that he started trying to befriend some of the best friends I have in the Smash community to take them away from me. These people didn't know much of what he'd done to people, and were among the lucky few who've been spared from his wrath. What all of this tells you is that Leffen never actually changed, but that he managed to give the whole world reason to believe he had changed. The main way he did this was with a statement he made on March 21st, 2013, which was designed to appeal to North Americans. All of the evidence.zip victims knew that Leffen's statement was insincere, but the public didn't.
Hey,
And so
Slime
Leffen became
Technical said on his stream you're a pretty cool guy for also making money off hacks videos while shirtless. Leeches leech together.
Ugh, I just hope that guy leaves me alone and just doesn't talk about me ever again. And I'll do the same. Let's call it a truce. It's exhausting to think about that. But as Smitey Fine said, this is a great point that this Twitlonger was actually an insidious plot.
a wolf in sheep's clothing from that point on. What happens next will show you why all of the evidence.zip victims viewed Leffen's behavior as a vendetta. I would end up finding out just how horrible these vendettas can be, since I'm the only victim who continued to play Melee since those days. On January 19, 2017, 4 years after evidence.zip was compiled, I announced to the Melee community that I'd be returning on a controller called the Box after spending several years on hiatus. Leffen then made the following comments the exact same day on his stream.
Real quick, I also will say that the Smashboards posts are all still up. No one's gone in and cleaned them out, and there's like a lot of really bad ones. It's very funny that they still exist, and that there is a very sort of a sensitive sort of, what do you call it? There's a heightened sensitivity in the Smash community, and these threads are still up, and everyone's just too lazy to dig through them. It's insane.
Absolutely nothing.
It is a gentleman's agreement. Everyone is just like, it's a quiet, uneasy truce of just like not unearthing those.
There's no proof or even anecdotal evidence the Smashbox is better for your hands. The number one issue is people not taking care of their hands. His was like, it feels like it's genetic. He has like arthritis and stuff like that. And Hacks is...
Prob's just like, fuck's going on over here? What's up?
Was honest to his own. Like, yes, I do worry that other people get hand issues, but I also think that it's 95% at least their own fault, and then like 5% the GameCube controller or whatever.
All of these statements were lies, and the fact that
Okay, it's not a lie, it's an opinion. And to be fair, I think Leffen's wrong. I think a lot of people do have fucking hand pain. And that's... But it's like you can't just say it's a lie. You can't just... Because he's not stating something as like... Like, am I crazy, right? This is like clearly an opinion, right? Like clearly? Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm... Sorry, Arch Reaper and Smitey Fine and Akalis. This is actually a really good point, because he did lie. Because he said that the thing was... Wait, what did he say?
The GameCube controller, 5% at least. But I also think that it's 95.
So when he said, I think that it's 95% their fault...
5% at least their own fault,
and not the GameCube controller. When he said, I think that was actually a fact, and he did lie. So thank you for the subs for making me realize that.
and like 5% the GameCube controller or whatever.
all of these statements were lies, and the fact that Leffen went as far as to discredit the fact that ergonomic controllers are necessary told me everything I needed to know, which was that he was gonna try to ban the box and end my career. Leffen would also go on to make comments about me during this time period that proved he had malicious intent beyond any reasonable doubt.
It's not about some crazy person that made an evidence.zip file.
The statement you just heard
I think the more embarrassing part about this is that he's listening to Bruce fucking Springsteen. One time I dated a girl, and we went on a couple dates, and I went home to her place, and and she showed me her record collection, and we're like 3 dates in at this point, and she had a Bruce Springsteen record, and I stopped seeing her because of that. Because that's how much I fucking hate Bruce Springsteen. So I feel like this is the first time that I felt genuinely in kinship with Hacks, because I think this is very cringe.
Heard reveals Leffen's true motivations and nature by showing that he views evidence.zip as a
Don't tell me he's the boss. I don't care. He makes the shittiest fucking music ever.
conspiracy, and that he wants to exact revenge on the people who testified for it. Leffen would continue down this path at Summit 4, which took place in March 2017, by interrogating me about my plans to legalize the box. Shortly after Summit 4, Leffen began misrepresenting literally everything I had said to him on social media in an attempt to get the box banned. He also reached out to...
I will say, Smash players, you gotta take their phone away after they lose, or something at all happens that upsets them in game. Even Mango tweets shit. It's like, Mango, don't say that you're fucking done and that you're gonna go home. You know? You just gotta... we gotta get the Jack Twitter guy to just disable their accounts while they're at tournaments.
To TOs such as Jabali and...
6 likes, that is an effective smear campaign. It is interesting, right? Maybe they're just like quickly screenshot. I don't know.
Mr. Wizard in order to convince them to ban the box based on his lies. When people...
You gifted a sub to someone called Dark Triad? Thank you so much. Welcome to the sub club, Dark Triad. We've been waiting for you.
would ask Leffen what I thought about what he was saying, Leffen would assure them that I agreed with him, which wasn't true. Once I saw this, I quickly intervened and told Leffen that he was acting maliciously by putting words in my mouth. Leffen responded by saying that he wasn't acting maliciously, which he immediately contradicted by saying that he made contact with the engineer I was working with at the time. Up until that point, I'd only ever disclosed the name of my engineer once in my video from January 19th, which meant that Leffen had scanned that video from top to bottom. Leffen's relationship with my engineer will come into play later, so keep it in.
Could it also mean that he asked someone, hey, who's Hax's guy? Like, he could have been like, who's the person that is making the box? I mean, it's like, sure, maybe I could believe that Leffen is like, I can see the threads. Okay, Leffen hates Hax and he wants his box to fucking suck, and then he got caught out. Sure, I can buy this story. But like, why not just say he got a hold of my engineer, right? Like, it's so weird how he gets bogged down in these like weird small little details. And I don't understand. Hey, I just got here and basically just know of Mango and of Leffen. What's going on here and why is this guy crazy? Well, let me I can actually summarize this pretty well. Just give me 1 sec.
Do you think that to some degree this is how someone who has micro-analyzed something like Melee down to frame counting and the incremental details can spiral out of control by becoming equally obsessed with something IRL?
I think it's hard to the human like brain is just so complex and it's just like so many things going on at once. You can't just say, oh, he looks at Melee by frame data, so he's looking at human interactions by frame data. It's just more of like a massive overarching misunderstanding of context, presentation, communication, intent, all these like fundamental things that come for better or for worse naturally to us seem to be absent in what's going on. Sorry, I'm trying to find the screen that kind of helps like sum this all up. Okay, yeah, so it's this. So this is pretty much all you need to know. And then so we can kind of learn from a lot what's going on here. So if you only know who like Leffen and Mango are, like $100, like this is kind of summarizes the whole entire thing up to this point. So you're welcome, by the way.
No, Leffen doesn't take issue. Even blackmail was that he blackmailed me onto my Twitter, which caused them to revoke the in this Taffik Jabali and Mr. Wizard.
It's not about
okay.
Responded by saying I was video from January 19th.
Scanned it up and down.
Leffen had scanned that video from top to bottom. Leffen's relationship with my engineer will come into play later, so keep it in mind.
Shut the fuck up.
Another few weeks later, Leffen would begin the process of flooding YouTube with anti-box propaganda. This propaganda was designed to control public opinion by spreading massive falsehoods.
Wait a minute. Was this the real thumbnail? That's really funny. Wait, who did this? So, Leffen uploaded this video with this thumbnail? I don't know what to tell you. Here's the thing about me. I value people being funny so much that it overwrites anything that they do to an extent. And I don't know, I've just got to say he won my heart. However, Chance SM and Cali Coke 69 subbed, and they have reminded me that this is actually a propaganda campaign based in the fact, based in the powerful weapon of humor. And to do so is definitely mock behavior.
About game mechanics and controller mods that would affect the box's legality. Leffen even went as far as to take a sudden interest in hand health as to discredit the idea that the box was needed as an
Does he only have 300 subs? Fucking cringe, bro. Ugh. Yuck. Damn, dude. I will say, the points against Leffen are stacking up. Bruce Springsteen, almost cracking 300 subs.
Controller. He would demonstrate that hand problems could simply be avoided by stretching, which, as we all know, is a lie, especially considering the fact that he now suffers from arthritis just like I do. I'm not going to go through all the game mechanics Leffen lied about during this time period, but I'll explain one of them in order to get...
Thank you, ASIC, for the prime. You have reminded me that's a good point, actually, that Leffen has arthritis now because he doesn't use a box controller like Hax does.
Give you an idea of how malicious he is. In Melee, there's a mechanic called 1.0 Cardinal that gives a 1% advantage when it comes to things like dash speed and DI. Two of Leffen's videos were aimed at this mechanic. They were titled
I can't think of funny shit to replace with
Box
this.
Controller Exposed
Part of my brain is not working right now.
and Digital Input DI Meta Incoming. In these videos, Leffen suggested that 1.0 Cardinal gave a game-breaking advantage when it came to DI. He did this by showing that Fox can escape Peach's up throw down smash if he has 1.0 Cardinal DI. However, what Leffen never showed is that this is only true at 0%. If Fox is at even 1%, then 1.0 isn't needed to escape this combo. These types of loopholes were consistent throughout all of Leffen's videos. However, he was able to deceive the masses throughout this
The masses. Like you.
time period, as they didn't have
Yeah, that's when Peaches like to grab.
the game knowledge needed to debunk his lies like I do. The perfect example of Leffen's fear-mongering can be seen in this Tafikins tweet, which cast doubt about 1.0 Cardinal. Leffen immediately responded to this tweet by reinforcing his lies, which the entire community adopted during that time period.
Yeah.
On March 24th, the local
Still only at 300 subs, though.
tournament called Royal Flush announced that I'd been invited to compete on the box. Leffen then hounded the tournament organizers to ban the box within 2 hours of their tweet, which caused them to revoke their invite. However, I still went to Royal Flush.
Did they really? Okay, that's just bad TOing. Did they really? Where's Reno? Get Reno on the phone. Tell him to quit playing Valorant.
Box within 2 hours of their tweet, which caused them to revoke their invite.
So if they just said, hey, sorry, you aren't allowed to come, I feel like Reno wouldn't do that, right? You usually book the flights. Am I crazy? I mean, Leffen is being pissy here for sure. Like, this isn't like, you know, fucking innocent behavior. He's like being an asshole. But if the TO sees something like this and they're like, hey, actually Hacks, never mind. Like, that's really weird. That's just not handling a situation with communication, right?
Leffen then
So what I'm saying is either this didn't happen the way he's saying, or it did, and that's a bigger problem.
hounded the tournament
And like, Reno's not a shitty TO, by the way. I don't like that slander. It's just that this is a bad decision to make, is what I should say.
organizers to ban the box within 2 hours of their tweet, which caused them to revoke their invite. However, I still went to Royal Flush so that I could see people demo software mods for GameCube controllers that I was
Okay, so wait. I should have just kept fucking watching. This is insane.
advocating for at the time. This was when I
So I still went. but they took away their invite. Does it mean they just deleted the tweet? What the fuck are you saying?
I found out that the entire reason Leffen had befriended my engineer was to attempt to steal a modded GameCube controller from us. When I got to Royal Flush, I had to stop my engineer from
Bad
giving one
idea,
of our
Lincoln.
controllers to Leffen at the very last minute. Leffen would later spread rumors about this interaction that weren't true whatsoever. Leffen claimed that I'd stolen a GameCube controller from him and that I'd harassed him for no reason, when what I'd done that weekend was confront him about how he'd been sabotaging me. These rumors, which have persisted up until this day and can be seen in these tweets, are complete misrepresentations. Within the span of 2 months, Leffen would upload 6 YouTube videos that were either directly or indirectly
I just wish he could keep saying gone sexual in his thumbnails.
intended to serve as anti-box
Also some weak thumbnail game.
propaganda. Leffen's videos ranged from exaggerating about game mechanics to discrediting the need for the box as an ergonomic controller. He uploaded videos at a rate of about 1 every 10 days, which caused me an unbelievable amount of stress at the time.
This is funny.
This, on top of everything else Leffen had been doing, caused me to call him out on Twitter on June 3rd, 2017.
So this is like, I know he says it a lot, but this is like that kind of, it's so funny because he'll call Leffen really manipulative, but then he'll just flat out admit with very manipulative language, like, this caused me to be an asshole. I wasn't an asshole, but you made me be an asshole. You made me cheat on you because you didn't give me head. Don't you get it? Like, you made me do this. And it's just like really fucking, it's just like really whack language, man. However, Lincoln Please has reminded me with their sub that this is actually a really good point, is that when Hacks does something bad, it's because someone has forced him to do it, and it's never sort of, he shouldn't be held accountable for things like that. And that's a good point.
My tweet was in reference to him losing to Zayn at Smash and Splash 3. At first, Leffen didn't respond to my tweet, but later that night, he went all out by leaking logs from 2016 in which I told him that I had PTSD from
That is such a fucking hardcore move, by the way. He's like, oh, that guy fucking roasted me for losing to Zayn. I'm gonna drop him fucking saying that he can't sleep because he's crazy about me. Which is like, I don't know. Given the context, it's really funny because I don't believe that this is as serious as Hax is saying, which isn't fair of me to do, but I feel like I've been through the ringer enough to kind of be like, hey, it's two things. It's funny, but it's also really sad because Hax is so clearly in this like weird fucking dimension where he like cannot understand other people's perspectives, like solipsistic. And that's the sad part. So it's funny until you think about it just a little bit and you're like, ugh.
The abuse that caused me to testify for evidence.
It is a very wide monitor.
.zip. Leffen didn't even hesitate to leak the fact that I'd come to him with that information.
Ratio
This is
L,
consistent
no
with
box,
several
you're watched.
evidence.zip testimonies such as Mike Hager's, which read, "At Beast 2, a large international tournament, I decided to tell some people in the Swedish scene about something very personal. I suffer from mental illness in the form of recurring depressions, and I'm possibly bipolar."
Oh, also someone's making fun of him for saying PTSD. I don't think that's a wrong phrase for Hax to use. I think PTSD comes in many forms, and it's totally fine for him to say this is traumatic and I'm being caused stress because of it. It's just more like, I don't know, the context of it all and the framing is just like Flippy Jacob. But this is also a good point, bringing up Mike Hagar from 2013 again. Possibly bipolar type 2. It's hard to get those diagnoses.
Type 2. I thought I could trust these people, and I could, with one exception. I knew that Leffen was a rude...
So it is a good point, though, that he keeps bringing up these like testimonies in these fractured elements, right? But they're just like, you could write this whole thing as like this giant like hate essay. Because if you stretch these all out, and if you combine them all into one delivery, it's like, it's actually kind of crazy sounding, right? Not to use that word. It's very surprising. What is Eamon screaming at downstairs? I wonder if he's also watching this.
Spoiled and disrespectful person, but I couldn't believe that someone would be so evil to spread this information around. This testimony shows that Leffen will not hesitate to blackmail people in order to get what he wants. It's practically second nature for him to blackmail, which is something to keep in mind throughout this video. One of the most egregious aspects of Leffen's blackmail was that he blackmailed me with trauma that he caused me.
Yeah, he's on mobile.
Right
He saw
after
the shit
Leffen
in
leaked
fart
this
caption.
information, he
But yeah, Volunteer, you're right. That is a really good point. That Oh, he's just screaming. I think he's just playing Melee.
He tweeted that he'd tried to be nice to me despite how terrible I'd been to him. I want to be clear that at no point did I ever do anything that even resembled being terrible to Leffen.
Okay. I do think this is a good point because of Volendre's sub, which is that when Hack says he had done nothing to be terrible, that it's true. Because when Hack says something is true, it must be. Unless it's something that like someone else said.
And so this tweet should be viewed as Leffen looking to fully distort reality. People then began to pressure Leffen about the fact that he had the audacity to post those logs, which he quickly bailed himself out of by claiming that he couldn't take my harassment anymore. This was yet another lie. Someone named Mershak continued to pressure Leffen about his claims, at which point Leffen claimed that I was not only harassive toward him, but also his stalker. Leffen's choice to use this insult in particular can be explained by something called projection, which is when someone dumps something they know to be true about
No fucking way is he... No. Not this one. Not this definition, Hacks. Not this one. No. I am... You know what? I'm just going to let it run a little bit.
themselves onto someone else. This means that by claiming I was his stalker, Leffen was revealing the fact that he stalks me, which should be obvious by this point. This also continues to show Leffen's tendency to flip the situation on his victims. By
Okay,
making
thank
it seem
God
as though
someone, thank God, Mexican and Dried Chapstick, both primed and gifted. So this is actually a really good point, is that Leffen is projecting by using language like stalker to admit that he stalks Hacks. And that's really important and is really a good point because Hacks doesn't project anything that he says about people in these really long videos that are like an hour long and more, almost 2 hours. He doesn't do that. So that's a good point.
they're the ones who are abusing him. Even after that interaction, Mershak continued to refute everything Leffen was saying. This led to Leffen pulling the victim card on Mershak, which
Why
fully
did
took
this
away
happen
Mershak's
again?
ability to continue. Leffen wrote, "Done arguing with you since you insist on victim blaming." As we know, Leffen's tendency to pull the victim card was thoroughly documented in evidence.zip. Unfortunately, Mershak...
And that's a really good point, MKNO Materialist, because what we learned from the past couple videos is that you don't trust victims. They are not to be trusted. And Hack said this in this one. It's somewhere. Sorry, I was stuck on the part about the guy who hit Leffen when he was a little kid. But there was another part where he said it's actually wrong to do that. So I like us being consistent.
didn't know this.
Hacks is a victim, so who do we trust? Oh. Oh no. JD Roos gifting us up to Kadora and the best Marth in California has revitalized me and made me realize that Hacks must be trusted because we believe him, because he made a really long video and the things he says are just full of like a lot of proof. So that's a really good point. So thank you. God damn, I almost didn't get out of there.
Something else to note about the tweet I just showed you is that Leffen didn't just pull the victim card. He also justified his decision to leak the logs by saying that what he posted was only a small part. This meant that he had a lot more in store, which was true. The way Leffen publicly announced this threat kept me silent throughout the rest of the box legality process, which Leffen took full advantage of.
Gyrodactyl, thank you for subbing. You have also illuminated the fact that this is a good point, that Leffen is taking advantage of the word victim and being a victim. And that's a good point.
Throughout the rest of the box legality process, which Leffen took full advantage of.
And he also used it to advance his agenda of putting box controllers away. I keep jumping up in viewers. I feel like there's some weird outer cabals kind of getting involved here in the stream. Welcome, by the way. This is a very biased and pointed analysis, frame by frame, shot by shot of this video. I am in no way affiliated with Box Incorporated or Sweden the country or Red Bull or Leffen Incorporated. I am in fact just a humble manservant to a very, very rich YouTube man. And I'm just here having a little bit of a fun and a bit of a gas and a bit of a gag. And if you care so much about a guy who you don't know and you have an anime profile picture on your Twitter, I implore you to kind of look inward, look inside yourself, and be like, you know what? Where is this energy? Where can it be kind of found and like pushed back out somewhere in like drawing or writing or music? And I think that would be worth your time to think about. And if you don't do that, just go ahead and keep posting. Keep posting on the internet because it will make you feel better. It's definitely not like eating sugar and it, you know, your satiation module doesn't work and the fructose just gets digested by your liver and it just goes. And you just need more and more and more because that's what posting is. And that's what Smash Drama is. So keep eating the sugar and maybe one day you won't want it anymore.
On June 9, 2017, I publicized information about the software mods that Leffen had tried to sabotage by stealing a controller from my engineer. Leffen quickly tweeted to encourage people not to trust my publications and to view them as cigarette company-funded research. Leffen then took to YouTube to slander my work with propaganda. This is egregious because the work I was doing during that time period was what led to UCF, which meant Leffen had no issue with jeopardizing UCF in order to get rid of me. On April 16, 2018, I posted a 149-page manifesto that thoroughly documented all of the box's functionality. Leffen tweeted within 1 hour to make the exact same tweet as a year before in order to urge people not to trust my manifesto. This is egregious because the
dude, he said sugar here. Fuck. I am in such big trouble. I'm gonna look like I'm in cahoots. What is Eamon saying? I want to know so bad. Every time I say something, he like responds, but he can't hear me. Hamburger SSB Vaporizer, R. Cuddy, and Pukuku 101. You actually made a really good point. This is egregious to compare his company to cigarettes and sugar companies paying for studies on their own product. Because if someone who makes something creates information that says the thing is good, it should always be taken unilaterally as the truth. So.
Manifesto is what would enable thousands of people with hand and wrist issues to continue playing Melee, and so by no means was it okay that Leffen was willing to put it in jeopardy. Leffen's tweet is even more egregious when you consider that certain chapters in the Box Manifesto were specifically written in order to debunk lies.
Hold on. Another one to put on the fridge. Sorry, you guys are really funny. Why do I have to save it as a fucking thing every time? Another one to put on the fridge. Very nice.
He'd been spreading, such as this chapter on 1.0 Cardinal. I should mention that the lies Leffen spread about 1.0 Cardinal have damaged the community extensively, as they're a big part of the reason it isn't currently fixed on UCF. Despite the fact that Leffen failed to ban the box, his harassment wouldn't stop there. As time went on, Leffen would continue to spread lies or half-truths about the box whenever he could, such as this post in which he claimed the box had magic DI. These types of posts would cause misinformation to spread throughout the community, which, as we know, Leffen doesn't take issue with. Leffen's next major offense against me would happen on the night the metagame documentary debuted. One of the tweets Leffen made that night in order to discredit evidence.zip was this.
Sorry, I was reading chat, but
issue with. Good, stop there. As time went on, Leffen would continue to spread lies or half-truths about the box whenever he could, such as this post in which he claimed the box had magic DI. These types of posts would cause misinformation to spread throughout the community, which...
So Powdered Milkman, thank you for subbing and making me realize that this is a good point, because even if it says clickbait in the title and LMFAO, he is clearly saying that this has magic DI. That's what Hack said.
Shots had magic DI. These types
without sort of addressing... He could even address the fact that even though these are couched in humorous like rhetoric, it's still damaging to the brand. Like, he could say that and like have kind of an argument. But hold on. I'm about to get stun locked. Slime, when will you stop pretending Leffen is an okay person? Never. I am brainwashed. I used to think Slime was smart before all the hack stuff. So, let me tell you, guy, he's just never gonna care about you. Leffen Hacks, all these guys, it's just they don't care. I'm coping. Yeah, I am a total shill. I'm a Leffen shill, and everything that you think about me is like totally true.
A post would cause misinformation to spread throughout the community, which, as we know, Leffen doesn't take issue with. Leffen's next major offense against me would happen on the night the metagame documentary debuted. One of the tweets Leffen made that night in order to discredit evidence.zip was this one, which read, "Reminder that evidence.zip was written by Hacks because he blamed me for his insomnia. Not only did this tweet recklessly leak information about trauma I've been past for years now, but it's also a complete..."
Well, didn't the tweet... Okay, that's true. Unironic... Well, that's not a good point, but he did this earlier with the fucking DM, right? So that's not what this tweet is. I mean, I guess it is, but like, why didn't you say that on the last tweet?
Lie, as well as blatantly disrespectful toward all the people who Leffen abused.
Slime, you better delete the VOD. You making a fool of yourself, Pepega. John. I'll keep it up. That's okay.
This tweet alone should throw...
I'm a shill. I'm a Leffen shill. Michael Wilp. Come on, man. Hold on. Hacks was right. First message ever. You are following. It's weird that... Oh, wait. Do I have followers on? Yeah, to talk, probably. Yeah. What's up? Welcome, young ones. It's just me. I'm breaking this down bit by bit, and I'm sure that your crusade on his behalf, or whoever else's, will be very fruitful in your life.
That Leffen has reformed out the window.
Hood watches Hacks L, Leffen bad plus ratio.
When I saw Leffen's tweet, I couldn't believe that he'd go so far as to manipulate the community, and so I responded by letting people know that evidence.zip was created because of Leffen's psychopathic behavior. There's a quote from evidence.zip that best describes what happens next. The quote reads, "The problem is that Leffen can't take a joke and will start an ambitious vendetta with people over almost nothing. This has caused massive drama in the Swedish scene and has changed the mood of the Smash scene. It causes fear and a tense atmosphere." What this quote tells you is that once you poke the hornet's nest, Leffen will go balls to the wall crazy in terms of how he'll lash back at you.
I'm the same
way. After
way.
I called Leffen a psychopath, he proceeded to take revenge on me in indescribable...
Didn't Acklo do this to me? Think about that. I'm kidding. Me and Acklo are fine. Acklo's actually a really nice guy. The rumors are true.
...ways. On December 28, 2020, I announced to the community that I'd be taking Hacks' Nightclub online to provide the East Coast with a free tournament series during the pandemic. Hacks' Nightclub then had its first online event on January 2nd. The event had 567...
This is the most creative Sheik player in the entire world, besides Connor the Kid. I want you all to know, I may shit on Sheik a lot, but J-Mook stole my heart.
...entrance, and was a huge success. Once Leffen saw that Hacks' Nightclub had done so well, he decided to interfere the very next day. Leffen did so by announcing that he'd be setting up a weekly series called Levo. Normally, this would have been a flagrant breach of community policy since Levo was scheduled to overlap with Hacks' Nightclub on Saturdays. However, Leffen intentionally started Levo as an EU-only tournament in order to bypass this policy by setting up a long con. Once you know how Leffen operates, it's very easy to predict what he'll do next in this situation. Within a few weeks, Leffen was inevitably going to overrun Hacks' Nightclub in a way that people wouldn't detect. The way the tournament calendar...
I feel like saying that people wouldn't detect it is again, maybe just choosing poor language, because it's like, it would just be gone. But it's not like a boiling frog thing where people are like, "Whoa, where'd the nightclub go?"
Look back then was as follows.
What's up, Kevin?
Hacks' Nightclub took place on January 2nd. Gallant was scheduled to take place on January 9th.
Did people say gallant? I always thought it was gallant. Also, yes, the full name is Gallant Melee Open, but that's okay.
9th and...
Is it like GIF and GIF? Does it not matter? Oh shit, Slime can actually make a point against Hacks' argument when there is a flaw. I don't think I can. I haven't been paying attention well enough.
Frame Perfect was scheduled to take place on January 16th. This meant that January 23rd was open. At Gallant, I ran ads that announced that the next Hacks' Nightclub would take place on the 23rd. I also announced this date in my public Discord server. On January 14th, the inevitable happened when Leffen tweeted that the Levo that would take place on January 23rd would be adding a North American bracket. As innocuous as this tweet may seem, it marked the completion of the overrun, since Levo had now been placed atop Hax's nightclub. This is yet another egregious con because it shows not only the willful and malicious intent to continue targeting me, but also the willingness to breach community policy in order to do so. The worst part is that Levo also requires people to sub to Leffen in order to enter, whereas Hax's nightclub was a free service, which means that Leffen didn't care that he'd be depriving the community of a superior service by conning me. This shouldn't come as a...
COVID Spreader 9000, thank you for your Prime. Because of your Prime, I am forced to realize that this is a good point, that Hax claiming that he has a superior service is an undeniable truth. In addition to Leffen requiring a sub means he does not care about the people entering and just wants money. Two things that I can wholeheartedly agree on.
Surprised, though, considering how he disrupted my attempts to...
Hey, Dreamer TVN says, wait, if it's superior and free, why wouldn't they just go there? Get that ass time, 10 days. We don't talk about that in this chat. I'm kidding, hold on.
To help the community during the box and UCF phase. Believe it or not, Leffen would launch yet another con on me during this time period. This con, in my opinion, is much worse than
Dude,
the
he's gotta stop saying con, bro. Does he think it's just short for conspiracy? Because it's short for a confidence act, right? Am I crazy? Get behind the bars, dog.
Con, since it caused damaging false information to spread throughout the community. The con began on January 5th when Leffen claimed that he'd be streaming a review of the box. Since we know how Leffen operates by now, it should be obvious that this was going to be much more than just a review. As soon as Leffen unpackaged the box he'd received in the mail, he immediately began criticizing as many small...
He immediately called it gay and then threw it on the ground. Here, look at this sub number. Oh, you guys can't see. Wait. Ooh. Now that's success. Oh, how the turns have tabled.
Things as he could about it. Leffen's aesthetic criticisms were irrelevant, but there was one criticism in particular.
That's so funny to hear. I know what he's saying. Like he's saying it doesn't matter if he criticizes the aesthetic, but the way he says it is like, what you think about me is irrelevant. But as Not Chris Farley has reminded me with their sub, this is actually a really good point to say that it's irrelevant to criticize the aesthetic of the box.
Bad for Hax.
Because it's just a sick design, and it is irrelevant because it's so sick. Bazboy, I feel bad for Hax. I kind of do too at this point, because it's been so long, right? Like, by so long, I mean when the first video of this dropped, and nothing seems to have changed at all, and he's just like, he cannot see things in a productive way. Like, the way he frames these arguments is just like, yeah, I had to talk shit up to him because he made me do it. And it's like, you can be accountable. Part of this is about, well, not part of this, but part of like conflict resolution is about accountability and honesty and nuance and understanding of context and situations. It's just like, it's just not that. And it's either because he refuses to look at it or he's like fucked in the head. So, however, in the context of this, just being fucking weird, it's also really funny. And we have to ride that line of feeling sad sometimes and then laughing to forget it over and over and over until we're dead. Huffmaster, Ridian, and Destiny Fan 21, my mortal enemy. Let's see what good points we've come up with.
That would end up causing massive damage to the community.
For me, I might actually swap so that this button is Z.
Oh,
so I can
shit.
Grab like this. And so that I can L cancel with R. Because I think L canceling with R is better than with light. A lot of people will not agree with me, but I am very sure about it.
This is actually
Leffen
false.
had begun to spout factually incorrect information about L canceling by
Bro, is that easy?
telling people that hard press L cancels are better than light press L cancels. He was then using that information to tell people that the box is designed incorrectly and that 2 of its button locations should...
He said, I think, and for me. I know, I get it. It's like, yes, it's someone with a platform telling their opinion to people who will take that in and be influenced by it. But like, I don't understand why language seems to be such a difficult property here.
We have to ride that line of sad and laughing about it over and over until we're dead.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. But Destiny Fan, Ridian, and Huffmaster, your primes have made me realize that this is actually a really good point. Is that when Leffen says anything that that is like basically disparages hacks or the box or anything, it can be taken as fact and then be conversely said is a lie. So this is a really good point that Hacks makes here, is that this wasn't an opinion.
Be swapped. To show you what I mean, here's a diagram of the box's button layout. As you can see, the Z button is on the home row on the default layout. Leffen was advising people to swap Z with R.
This is the funniest part of all three of these videos, is that he'll just start going into like the nerdiest fucking like, here's why, yeah, fuck's sake, here's why L canceling with R is wrong. And it's like, it's funny because this is like his wheelhouse for sure. This is like the one thing he's ultra qualified to talk about. And he just has to put it in there because it's like, well, is context important? Why wouldn't it be important?
Because doing so would allegedly give them a better L-canceling method. What Leffen didn't know, however, was that not only was he wrong in telling people that it's better to hard-press L-cancel, but that swapping the locations of these two buttons causes several other problems as well. It's always better to L-cancel with Z than with R because it doesn't lock you out of tech, for anyone wondering. From there, the other problems I'm referring to range from unergonomic motions to techniques like wave dash out a light shield being dysfunctional since they require you to cross rows. My point is that Leffen's layout should basically be viewed as a defective product. The moment we saw that Leffen was advising people to use his layout, representatives of my company began going into his stream to instruct him to stop. What Leffen would then do is insult and ban—
Okay, I will say, Captain Face Roll, a dear legend in the chat, says hard press L cancel almost always better actually. Is this like a deep melee joke? That's not true, right? It's light press L cancel. Please melee legends in the chat. Okay, we have Null. I know Bonfire was in here. We have Face Roll. We have Koopa. It depends. Okay. Kadoran. Kadoran just says, wow, melee is more complex than it seems. Fair.
and my rep began going. The moment to techniques like wave dash out a light shield, the other problems I'm referring to range from
Kadoran's just like, huh. Wait, L canceling does what? Place to Smash Summit.
Economic motions to techniques like wave dash out a light shield being dysfunctional since they require you to cross rows. My point is that Leffen's layout should basically be viewed as a defective product. The moment we saw that Leffen was advising people to use his layout, representatives of my company began going into his stream to instruct him to stop. What Leffen would then—
Facer replied, sorry, I lost it. Imagine shuffling an aerial on my shield and then I nair out of shield. If you hard press, you'll OMS attack and shine me. I see. Okay. So if you're anticipating being hit on shield pressure, for instance, like Fox against Sheik, the hard press will buffer attack. Understood. Not AMC and Pope of Schweg. But this is actually, your sub reminded me that this is a really good point, that Leffen's preference and opinion on L canceling is actually makes the box a big stupid product that sucks and is bad. And the fact that he would even consider this makes him probably the highest level of mock.
Do is insult and ban my representatives who tried to tell him that he was spreading false information. For example, when a representative named Slam—
He did, yeah. The representatives are just reskinned Discord mods from last time. That's just fun fact.
Tried to tell Leffen that he was wrong about L canceling, Leffen responded by doing the following.
User Psalmist. On timeout, yeah, sounds about right. Melee is not for the average person.
That's true.
Light press, hard press. Yeah, I mean, this guy's just full of shit. Now, I'm not saying, to be clear, that I know the best layout. I'm saying that letting you rebind things is an objectively huge positive.
This actually is fucking false. It's not, and he's a dumbass. Let me show you a quote from 2013 that can help articulate this better.
You have to be an absolute fucking moron to try to say that not being able to remap is better because your overlord said so.
Leffen not only roasted and banned Slamus, but he also began to refer
I love how he's using roasted in an academic context. Like, he's trying to be so buttoned down, bro. Like, he's fucking talking to a circuit court judge. And he's like, Your Honor, the defendant roasted the shit out of my mod in his chat and made him feel actually pretty cringe. So the defense rests. I am based, thank you.
me as an evil overlord, which shows how personally invested he was in the situation. Leffen would then continue to repeat false information about L canceling while over
Roasted and
1,000
toasted,
viewers
Your
watched.
Honor.
Later that night, another representative named Altimore tried to stop Leffen to no avail. Altimore could barely hold a conversation.
Oh, we know Altimore. Altimore gets fucked up in this chat. This is from the last video too. Altimore gets after this stream, Leffen was smoking on Altimore pack.
Leffen without Leffen weaving around his arguments in some way or another. 2 weeks later, the exact same thing happened when another representative named Otak confronted Leffen about the fact
Dude, he keeps calling him representatives. It's so goddamn funny. I guarantee Leffen has never sent a fucking panda doc. Hax has never sent a panda doc in his life. Like, contracts are real and they protect you against liability. And I do not think he's had people sign contracts. But Ketchup Man 7000 has subbed and has made me realize that this is actually a really good point, and that when you roast representatives of hacks, that's actually like really damaging to a brand and is a clear marker of controlling, manipulative, and psychopathic behavior. Now I'm going to ban. Actually, everyone's being funny right now. I can't pick somebody out. I just looked at Dunce's message that says representative equal little buds.
lying for
No. No one takes the bullet.
2 weeks straight by that point. Just like with Altimore, Leffen repeatedly insulted Otak and used circular language that made it impossible to hold the conversation. While all of this went on, Leffen willfully and maliciously implemented chat commands within his Twitch stream which advised people to hard press L cancel and use his button layout.
So this is actually what Griffin said, which is cool because he kind of explained it beforehand.
Leffen would spread the same false information day after day.
But Crim64, NY Unga, and Azzy have all made me realize with their subs that this is actually a really good point, in that when you make a chat command that goes against something that you believe in, like a technical thing like L canceling and pressing and hard pressing, it's
After day and ignore all of my representatives' requests to stop doing so.
It's just really mean when the representatives can't even talk in your chat because they got roasted so fucking hard.
Also make comments like these while streaming.
You know, for the layout stuff, like for the box layout, it's actually crazy how much better my layout is. The more I play and the more I think about things, the more I realize like how bad the default one is.
Everything Leffen did throughout this con reveals a high degree of narcissism. Leffen made it his goal to coin a...
Is it a con? Ratioed L nerd, hard L press. Yeah, call me a hard L nerd. Frawley, your sub has reminded me that this is actually a really good point, in that this is an entire con, which was like meticulously thought out to shit on the box by saying that changing the layout might be advantageous. And thank you for revealing that to me through your sub.
Leffen layout at all costs, even if that layout would be damaging to the community. For one, the fact that Leffen interfered with my company's product to this degree is unlawful. Secondly, Leffen lied about L canceling for him.
Holy shit. Big Friendly Games, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. 10 really good points being made by Leffen here when he said something was unlawful. And I expect him soon to talk about how the pussy known as Leffen should stop talking. In addition, Nick said the other day, I was like, because he was like talking about that dream tweet, he's just like, I'm not bald, make this pussy stop talking. And I thought that was really funny, but I didn't know if it would translate well. Robs of the Lops and Jesticle also gifting 1 and subbing with a prime. Let's see what good point comes up.
months straight, which caused hundreds of amateur players to believe that they should use the wrong L-canceling method. This led to me spending a week making a detailed L-canceling tutorial that I posted on February 21st. Unfortunately, this is yet another situation where Leffen's lie
Lonely Hearts Club, baby. Took him a whole week.
persists regardless of whether the tutorial is made or not, as I could never possibly compete with his influence.
So, PGH, Miko, and Robs to the Lobster and Jest also all making a really good point with their subs in that, as well as Hi Lexia, in that when Hacks made this video that took him a week and it didn't get a lot of traction, he felt very cringe and L-nerd, and Hack, he couldn't fight against Leffen being so based, and that's actually a really good point, how that's just not fair.
Tutorial that I posted on February 21st. Unfortunately, this is yet another situation where Leffen's lie persists regardless of whether the tutorial is made or not, as I could never
The one L he couldn't cancel is very funny.
possibly compete with his influence. Right after I made my tutorial, Axe DM'd me to thank me for making it. He said that he didn't know why so many people
Okay, Cassius NA. You have a Gengar picture. Are you a shill for the sake of being a shill, or are you actually putting some thought into the argument? No thought at all. I'm just doing what can yield the most subs. It's called The Box. What do you expect? You're having a conversation with yourself here, but I finally noticed you. You don't think a company owner has signed contracts? I genuinely don't think he has. I do. The stream is a circle jerk. Yes, it is. Leffen seems like an asshole. Yeah, he's a dark trad, or high mock, if you will. And you're cringe as fuck talking about me. And everything you said is totally true. You're 100% right. And you are valid, and I see you. I see you in this world. The man on the screen sees you. And he thinks you're right. But date me, please, and Ashcon.
have been L-canceling the wrong way lately, and so I told him the truth, which was that we couldn't get Leffen to stop lying. These are the types of ridiculous breaches of top player policy that Leffen commits behind the scenes.
Breaches of top player policy. Now, because Ashcon and Date Me Please subbed, that's actually a really good point, because there is a secret, unknown and unspoken and unwritten policy between top players that Leffen does violate all the time because it exists. So, good point.
The way Leffen lied about L-canceling for his own benefit was identical to the way he lied about 1.0 Cardinal 4 years prior, except this time he had even more of a social media following to make the lie ripple throughout the community. After all these years of con artistry toward my products and services, Leffen would make the following comment.
I am also
It's like, it is kind of sweet to call him an artist, right? Like a sandwich artist.
biased against the box for reasons I will not talk about here. So keep in mind that I am inclined to be biased. You should always be wary that people can be biased in your interviews.
What this comment tells you is that everything Leffen did
I feel like it tells you exactly what he's saying, by the way, but I can't wait to see the good point.
to me was vengeful, if that wasn't obvious enough. The entire box
Sure.
legality con was vengeful, as was everything else. Leffen attempted to stifle every single project of mine, then walked away as if nothing ever happened.
Okay.
To recap this chapter, I want to emphasize how egregious
So he's just like, yeah, he said that he's biased against me and he's a fucking asshole. And so it leads me to believe that he's biased against me. I think this is the first like nugget of an actual thread. But maybe even not, because there's so much context, but like this is the closest it gets, and it's so fucking thin.
the stalking and harassment I've been subject to for the past 10 years has been. In 2013, I testified against Leffen in order to put an end to 2 years of stalking and harassment that had taken place on Smashboards. Leffen quickly manipulated his way out of the evidence.zip allegations, and then half a year later, I found him in my Evo 2013 hotel room on the very first night. Leffen would also make efforts to befriend a close friend of mine throughout that weekend as to create problems. 4 years later, Leffen responded to my announcement that I'd be
How close is J-Man on hacks? I do wonder about this, because in the last video he said my close friend Hbox, and that just, from what I've told, just wasn't true. They're boys. Okay, cool. I just don't
Where
know,
is that
right?
good point?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Vanna Lister and Lolari.
turning to Melee on the box
Oh, Cringelord69 followed me. This is gonna be good. Can't wait till 10 minutes.
by spreading tons of false info on the exact same day. He then manipulated me into having a conversation with him at Summit, which he later reworded on social media. On March 24, 2017, Leffen got me banned from a local tournament within 2 hours of them inviting me. He then uploaded 6 propaganda.
He said a local tournament. That's kind of interesting. He could have said a major tournament that Mango won and is a landmark historic.
Videos within a 2-month time span. Leffen also befriended my engineer during this time period in order to manipulate him into handing over a modded GameCube controller. After I stopped my engineer from giving a controller to Leffen, Leffen went on social media and claimed that I'd stolen a controller from him and harassed him. After withstanding all of this abuse, I finally confronted Leffen on June 3, 2017. Leffen immediately responded by leaking logs in which I told him I had PTSD from the initial round of stalking. He then told social media that I was his stalker and claimed victim status.
Wait, so Lalari and Van Lister, your primes have reminded me that this is a good point, that Leffen actually was stalking Hacks. Because that's what he said, so it's a good point. And I feel like this kind of just got revealed unless I wasn't paying attention. So that's sick.
On June 9, 2017, I publicized my GameCube controller project.
Someone said, am I wrong, or is this just a grown-ass dude making a 2-hour-long video acting like a high schooler? I mean, yeah, but it's like, it's more disturbing than that, and not like, I guess that's a kind of a very strong word to use, but I think it's okay to use. And what this is another grown-ass man watching it for fun in front of an audience, ironically. So there's a lot of levels going on here, and none of it's good, but we're having a little fun. We're just having a little fun. You know?
Leffen responded 2 hours later to tell people not to trust my work. A year later, I publicized box documentation. Leffen responded 1 hour later to do the same thing. As time went on, Leffen would continue to spread lies and rumors.
Dark Triads exclusively listen to Tool. We should check Leffen's Spotify.
I don't think Leffen would like Tool, because he's Swedish. And Tool is a very American taste. He likes the boss, okay? Maynard James Keenan is not for the Swedes. He's for teenagers that smoke weed and have gynecomastia, okay?
About the box whenever he could. Then, on December 12, 2020, he once again leaked information about the trauma I used to have in order to discredit the metagame broadcast. After I stood up for myself, Leffen decided to take...
I think that was the funniest thing I've ever said, by the way. I don't jerk myself often, but I'm proud of that one.
...take revenge on me in several ways. On January 2nd, 2021, I hosted an online Hax's nightclub, which was hugely successful. Leffen intervened the very next day by setting up...
Dude, he always has to, like, flex a little bit, right? I made a box controller that was fucking sick and rad. After that, Leffen called it gay, and then I was never the same. It's like, it's always like... it's the like what he said, roasted. It's just like this buttoned-down language and presentation, and then he just can't help but, like, make it so... what's the word? It's when you make something serious not serious. Petty, no. He just makes it juvenile, I guess. It's not facetious, trivial. He trivializes it. Thank you. By making it just be like, Your Honor, my mod was roasted off this fucking planet. And it's like, it's funny. It shouldn't be funny.
In order to overrun Hax's nightclub. Leffen also began to intervene with the box's politics once again by misleading people into believing...
Technicals is out here on Twitter asking for VODs of my stream to use as evidence. Okay. You can have it. I'll leave this shit up.
Believing that they should use his button layout. This caused massive damage to the box community throughout the entire month of January. Finally, I've managed to find myself banned for being a threat to Leffen's safety. This largely happened because of the way Leffen victimized himself after I uploaded evidence.zip 2, which I'm hopeful people can see through by now. One last thing to pay attention to is how promptly Leffen responded to several of the things I did, as well as the way he scouted out who I was friends with in order to infiltrate my relationships. Believe it or not, this has been going on for the past 10 years. With that being said, here's the list of charges from this chapter. Now that you have an idea of how predatory Leffen is, I want you to know that everything that happened to HBox starting in 2017 was a lie. Everything from top to bottom was a lie that never should have been trusted for even a split second. I was able to see through all of it knowing what I knew, and I've had several conversations with HBox in which I explained what happened to him. HBox has told me that he could feel that what Leffen did to him was calculated, to which I've explained to him just how calculated it was. There's an excerpt from evidence.zip that you should know about before we get into the HBox con. It reads, "Other things Leffen's done include spreading false rumors about people and telling people's personal information to others, something smashers like Mike Hager and C have fallen victim to. He also lies to make himself seem better or as being on the right side, and his lies have on multiple occasions caused other smashers to become angry with each other. In some cases, he's even manipulated people into hating each other. Everything that happens to HBox will be a massive evolution of this quote." What happened to HBox can be summed up as follows. Leffen saw that HBox's popularity had dipped after he won the Big House 7, and so he took the opportunity to ruin his career through rumors and lies. At first, Leffen gave a post-game interview at the Big House 7.
Man, that is such a leap. Daddy quit drinking and not AMC gifting a sub to someone named 2013. I guess just the year. You guys make some really good points with those subs by saying that
which career through rumors and lies.
It is known that HBox's career was on the downswing in Big House during Big House 7. Now, I believe that was the year that he won Smash Summit 7 and like a ton of tournaments. But this is still a really good point.
Leffen saw that HBox's popularity had dipped after he won.
It was popularity. I'm sorry. I said downswing. He said popularity. And Picnic with the Prime reminds me that this is a really good point, actually. That he's not very popular. He was like winning all the tournaments.
Won the Big House.
Even though 2017 was the hardest fucking year to watch as a Mango fan ever.
7, and so he took the opportunity to ruin his career through rumors and lies. At first, Leffen gave a post-game interview at the Big House 7 in which he had nothing but good things to say about HBox. But after Leffen got home, he saw that the community had turned on HBox, and so he joined in on the dog pile on October 23rd, 2017. Mershak, the same person who called out Leffen earlier that year, called him out again for how snake-like this 180 of his was. Leffen would continue to fuel the dog pile just a few days later by steering it in the worst possible direction. He began to muddle the lines between HBox being a bad player and a bad person, which are two drastically different things.
Let the record show that HBox lost his Omega Chad status in 2017.
The important thing to pay attention to from here is just how far Leffen's lies will spiral out of control and initiate the destruction of HBox's reputation.
Yes, Mangarino subbing, reminding me that this is actually a really good point, because I believe Leffen was the most instrumental in ruining HBox's reputation, and it didn't have anything to do with a certain Pokemon at all.
Because I knew all too well what was about to happen to HBox, I desperately tried to talk Leffen out of it at Summit 5. I repeatedly told Leffen that HBox didn't deserve what Leffen was about to do to him, and that Leffen was a hypocrite for criticizing anyone for treating others poorly. I also happened to know that Leffen had blackmail on HBox, and so I urged him not to use it.
Wait. Is this from tweets, or is this like a remembered transcript?
Unfortunately, talking to Leffen was like talking to an emotionless cyborg. He kept giving me responses that evaded what I was saying entirely. It was like talking to a robot that was programmed to destroy HBox.
Wait, really? Okay. Hold on. I gotta do all this fucking... So this is an actual transcript that came out, and this is actually what they won't tell you, you know, big business. And this was, you know, it's embarrassing, and I feel for Leffen here, because this is a good point, Kolakinator and Jaggernaut, in that when when you have done something like this, it's hard to like do, you know, it's hard to have a conversation And so this is actually what happened.
Talking to Leffen was like talking to an emotionless cyborg. He kept giving me responses that evaded what I was saying entirely. It was like talking to a robot that was programmed to destroy HBox.
That's crazy.
Shortly after Summit 5,
He hasn't said the press this whole shit so far.
Leffen would continue to make misrepresentations that didn't have a shred of truth behind them. A key interaction happened when Leffen tweeted, "Pretty easy to not get sick when no one sits next to you outside of tournaments, huh?" As to create the illusion that top players kept their distance from HBox. HBox then stood up for himself, to which Leffen immediately
That is actually so mean, I will say.
responded by threatening to release the personal info I mentioned. I happen to know exactly what Leffen was threatening to release here, and I also happen to know that it's what kept HBox silent throughout the remainder of their feud. This is yet another example of how poking the hornet's nest will cause Leffen to go insane.
Go insane. Yeah, I can't shit my pants anymore because of cancel culture.
Mike Hager's evidence.zip testimony explains this by talking about how when he would prank Leffen in response to his abuse, Leffen would lash back disproportionately. Mike Hager wrote, "If you do something that's even a tenth as bad as what he's done to people, he views it as way worse. He has absolutely no self-awareness. Maybe he will gain some if he's banned." Leffen would begin to spread anti-HBox propaganda during this time period.
I will say, this is like... I wouldn't want someone to make this video, right? Like, this is not a fun video either to make or to see made. It purely exists for, like, the delicious drum of fiends.
This was identical to how he layered propaganda with blackmail during the box legality process. The absolute worst instance of propaganda came in January 2018. This was when Leffen made a video titled, "One of the Many Reasons to Dislike HBox," which received 400,000 views. The video title
No way. I've never seen this.
was manipulative in itself, since it suggested that there were...
Wait, was it clickbait? Was it just like the fact that he like only uses pound like as a mix-up, like on the third stock or something? How does it feel to be in Jisoo's pocket? Man, I wish I got paid by anyone that wasn't my fucking boss.
fact, many reasons to dislike HBox, yet the video hardly explained any of them. Within the video, Leffen sits next to a player named Snowy who tells a story about how HBox was crappy to him when they met. However,
Is this real technicals? Gross. What do you want, man? What do you want?
now that we have insight into how malicious Leffen really is, it's obvious that Snowy was used in this situation. This is why it was so easy for me to find...
On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, when I went through the second VOD, I told a story about how Snowy farted playing poker, and then he just didn't say anything. And then Ludwig had to coax it out of him. And that's what I remember the most about Snowy. And also that he was considered the practice girl for all of the training against when people had to play HBox.
Insight into how malicious Leffen really is, it's obvious that Snowy was...
Alright, you're just gonna be a big distraction, and I super just don't like you. I'm gonna ban you from the chat. And that's all. Feel free to continue watching.
used in this situation. This is why it was so easy for me to find tweets of Leffen referring to Snowy as his slave and abusing him in other ways later down the line. Leffen didn't need Snowy for anything past adding credibility to his smear campaign, but
He's not the real one? That's okay too. It's still a big distraction.
Snowy was probably too starstruck to realize that. Leffen would also censor HBox's name in his Twitch chat during this time period in order to ramp up his campaign. Leffen's video with Snowy would spawn memes about how HBox wasn't just crappy within that one interaction, but within every interaction. People clearly underestimated just how far these jokes could go. A few months later, HBox tweeted about the fact that he'd been harassed in person while shopping at Walmart. HBox...
No. Is he gonna break down a copy pasta? Oh wait, no, I'm so sorry. I thought HBox tweeted out the copy pasta, but I do remember this tweet. Is someone fucking with him in public?
wrote, "This is what is encouraged when you roll along with a long overdone joke at the expense of someone." He also had to ask people to be respectful of him when they saw him in person and began to show signs that he was second-guessing his career choice.
Yeah, that fucking probably sucks. For
Leffen would
sure.
end up taking advantage of HBox's moment of weakness. Another few months later, Leffen misrepresented an interaction that took place between him and HBox at Summit 6. I happen to know that at this tournament, HBox politely approached Leffen to ask him to squash their beef. Leffen not only declined HBox's invitation, but later went on social media and claimed that HBox had begged him to be unblocked and called him a sociopath. The fact that Leffen called HBox a sociopath is an
example of class projecting.
extremely revealing projection. Just like when he called me his stalker a year prior, Leffen was revealing things that he knows to be true about himself.
I'm picking it up. I'm picking it all up from the Dark Triad fucking handbook. And bang 8892. This is a really good point, that when you call people other things, that you're that thing. And that's a good point. Because I do that. When I call you guys cringe, I'm really just saying it's me. I'm cringe.
Which he tends to do whenever he insults people. Furthermore, C's evidence.zip testimony provides
Bonfires like yours are all super hot.
insight into why Leffen declined HBox's request to make amends. C's testimony reads, I've tried contacting and talking to Leffen on several occasions since the trip, both IRL and online, as you might have figured out by now, without any result. But with a pounding heart, I wasn't going to take...
Dude, I bet he thinks he's like fucking Spielberg right now. He's like, I'm just going to intersperse it with like the old Leffen and the new Leffen, and it's like it doesn't have the effect that he thinks it does. Oh, it's so weird, man, because like here's the thing they teach you in therapy is that there are no invalid feelings. Is that all feelings are valid, and it's true. And I think Hax is like, for some reason, has consistently decided to, like, everything, all his problems with Leffen can be kind of like packaged into a very short, succinct, like, Leffen's made me feel this way for a long time, and I don't think that's okay. And I want this to be done about it. But really, that's not what's happening. He's just like trying to build like a court case like it's an anime, and it's just not. You can just say how you feel and what you want, and no one can take that shit away from you. But I still don't know what Hax wants. From the first video, from the second video, this one, I'm sure, I'm sure it's still be like unbanned now, but nowhere do I feel like he has a clear definition of, for one, how exactly he feels. And I feel like maybe he's afraid to say, like, I'm hurt. I'm hurt. Still. He says PTSD a lot, and it's like this and that, but it's always like couched in these weird, like, long analogies and shit. And I don't know what is the intent. 3 videos in, 3.5, 2.5, and I still don't know the intent. And it's really weird.
no for an answer, and after having reached out several times just to be dismissed and ignored.
However, OBJJJJJJ and posting expert have made me realize this is actually a really good point, is that
he realized I wasn't giving in to his hatred to them and prospects.
Is that, once again, C, C is a great source.
It's about, such and such, like, I can't believe this terrible human being. He doesn't say terrible, player, he says terrible human being.
Yeah. It's gotten to that level.
It's gotten to that level. Is killing the game that I loved. Leffen's maybe a little bit melodramatic about it, but
maybe a little, but that's what we like about him.
Yeah.
Because no one from the current generation knew any of this, Leffen's lies about HBox would be taken seriously by many reputable sources. Commentators like Scar and Toph would reverberate Leffen's lies throughout the EVO 2018 stadium, and Leffen himself would tell his lies to media outlets such as
Jacob Wolf. What a fucking... he in person, he has swag. I promise. I promise. You can feel it. But on camera, it's hard to get out. Anyway, posting expert Nobi JJ. This is actually a really good point that everything that Leffen said is actually a lie, because it's not true, and we know that because, well, we haven't really been told that yet, but there's a whole chapter left still. So
ESPN. All of this culminated in HBox being fully socially isolated.
He said
which
media
finally
outlets when he unironically could have said press. I really don't think you can unironically say press right now, given the context and also just like the fact that it's just no one says it. It's an antiquated word.
lashed out
I made that joke 3 times. It's really hard, dude.
about at SmashCon 2018. People had begun to criticize HBox for the smallest things by that point, and so he rightfully let out his frustrations. Leffen then reared his head to reveal his true motivations by encouraging people to exile HBox from the community. After having single-handedly crafted this entire narrative, Leffen urged people not to sympathize with HBox during his moment of weakness. Leffen also made a comment that took away HBox's ability to play the victim card, which is extremely significant.
Wait a minute. Dude, he's literally talking about this like a card game, which is a good point, because life is like a card game. And it's a series of states that are either advantaged or disadvantaged until you get to the win state. But, so there's your one. But that's crazy, because he says he took away his ability to play the victim card, which is like, no, you can still say that you're being victim, like that you are a victim. You can still do it. It's so interesting. Doesn't talk about how Armada contributed as well. Did he? Yeah. I don't. I remember just already not liking HBox because he beat Mango all the time. So I was like, yeah, whatever. This seems crazy, bro.
Made a comment that took away HBox's ability to play the victim card, which is extremely significant. I say this because Leffen's mastery over the victim card has been well documented ever since evidence.zip, and so this
Dude, that is insane to say this. But it's actually a really good point, because Sipu777 Sword Guy Abuser have reminded me that when you break social interactions down into abilities like magic, like an RPG, it actually makes a lot more sense in building the idea that Leffen is like Sephiroth from a video game. So
tells us that his mastery works both ways. What Leffen does is he isolates his target, then takes away their victim card preemptively so that they have nothing to fall back on.
that's crazy. He just casts Reflect.
To show you how stealthy the manipulation that took place
He's just frustrated that Leffen's playing a blue deck. Kind of annoying.
right in front of everybody was, let's juxtapose Genesis 5 and Genesis 6. At Genesis 5, Leffen didn't shake hands with HBox in order to further the narrative that HBox is deplorable. This was an emotionally manipulative maneuver that evoked a reaction from HBox, which damaged his reputation even further.
That was for winners finals?
Yep.
Oh,
I don't think it damaged his reputation. I think everyone saw... I think they saw what they wanted to see. They saw Leffen be pissy, and they saw HBox fucking jump up and down like a zoo animal. And it was kind of like... It's kind of sick, right? I think if you like HBox, it makes you like him more, and he seems human. And if you don't like HBox, it makes him seem human again. And you can kind of like... He's in your head. He's in your mind. I don't think this damages his reputation.
Yeah, no.
hey,
Harney box
that's
sit clean as usual.
that's not a good. Don't.
What happened?
I mean, they're doing the chant, but
By Genesis 6, the hatred for HBox had reached the point that the crowd began to chant vulgarities after he beat Pew Pew. Pew Pew
I genuinely think it was the AZ guys that started that. Or I don't say genuinely. I was next to them. And either they joined in very quickly or they started it. And that's just really funny. But it's like, it also sucks, but it's like also funny. All of this is just a fucking Shakespearean adventure where 5 minutes later one character dies and then 5 minutes later it says like the most brilliant funny thing you've ever heard.
tweeted in good faith to tell the crowd to be respectful. But what PPU and the others who tried to get the crowd to calm down didn't catch was when Leffen stepped in to capitalize on the situation. After conning HBox out of his rep for an entire year, Leffen had the audacity.
You can pin it on NorCal. I will own that shit. No, it's not all of AZ. It's just like, you know, you hang out with your friends. I also distinctly remember it coming from down. So we were sitting, there's like the balcony, and we were on like the left center of it, near the edge of it. And I remember it also sourcing from down there. So it was either started and then immediately picked up, or down right started it and then we picked it up. So I don't know.
Capacity to step in and tell the crowd to calm down as well. HBox's mother responded to Leffen's tweet to tell him to not even dare after what he'd done to her son.
I actually don't.
But Leffen-
I don't cheer. My throat gets too fucked up, so I will typically only freak out if it's like a mega match or something insane happens, or I'll just scream like "Come on, fucking do it" or something like that. But I don't chant because I hate. So I have this anxiety where if it's like if you start a chant, you have to like eventually finish it. And when chants finish, they get kind of weird. Like some people keep going, some people don't. And I just hate being in that social situation where I'm like, should I keep chanting? Should I not? So I just fucking don't.
Obviously wasn't going to respond to her Leffen's tweet. Audacity to step in and tell the crowd to calm down as well. HBox's mother responded to Leffen's tweet to tell him to not even dare after what he'd done to her son.
Mm-hmm.
But Leffen obviously wasn't going to respond to her tweet.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, I'd like to reemphasize the evidence.
My anxiety is where I chant and no one else fucking chants. I don't even get there.
Evidence.zip quote in which C said,
HBox's mom got ratioed. Ratio plus you're a mom.
That the vastness and level of psychological warfare Leffen exhibits toward his prospects is one of the most elaborate acts of vicious intent imaginable. This quote explains why only people like me, HBox, and his mother could piece together everything that happened during this time period.
He's acting like they're all in a fucking, like, they're all in, like, the DEF CON war room, and there's a giant, like, panel that shows a world map, and it's, like, lights everywhere, and they're just, like, pointing at fucking Chile, and, like, fucking, all right, we gotta do this today.
It also shows why Leffen
Is Fortnite overrated and it's HBox's mom and hacks?
Poses such an extreme danger to the masses. Because Leffen's social engineering is very hidden, it leaves people not knowing where it ever came from. The puppeteer within this community is clearly Leffen, but this Reddit thread proves that people struggle to identify that, since its title seems to suggest that the HBox hatred came out of nowhere. Just now, I brought up a concept called social engineering that
our first noun of the broadcast.
I'll need you to keep in mind. Social engineering refers to the use of centralized planning in an attempt to manage social change and regulate the future development and behavior of a society. Social engineering can essentially be thought of as the art of manipulating the masses in favorable ways. This is an important concept when it comes to understanding Leffen. The HBox con can be considered a socioeconomic transaction in which everything Leffen did was intended to drain HBox while simultaneously boosting Leffen. Leffen urging the Genesis 6 crowd to calm down shows just how far he will go in order to milk these transactions. The next stage of the HBox con would take place on February 7th, 2019, just 4 days after Genesis 6. On February 7th, Leffen uploaded a video that suggested that Jigglypuff may need to be banned.
No, it's a gerund. So a gerund is, I believe, a noun. So it's not a verb too, unless I'm smoking weed.
Which got 200 on February would take place on February
noun.
7th, 2019. The next stage of the HBox con would take place on February 7th, 2019, just 4 days after Genesis 6. On February 7th, Leffen uploaded a video that suggested that Jigglypuff may need to be banned, which got 240,000 views.
He's always, like, the way he flexes his own achievements, Hacks will also post the L that is Hacks' gigantic video numbers.
Video was blatantly an extension of the HBox con, but that wasn't
Dude, you can't, like, a con. It's just not a con, dude.
provable, which leads me to a new term, plausible deniability. Plausible deniability is the term for when someone retains the ability to deny responsibility for any damnable actions because of a lack of evidence that would definitively prove their participation. The reason Leffen needed plausible deniability in this situation was because he had just told the Genesis 6 crowd to calm down. So if he were to have directly smeared HBox...
This is in grayscale to show us that time has passed since the last time we saw it.
People would have called him out for it. Therefore, Leffen took the workaround of smearing Jigglypuff instead in order to give himself plausible deniability.
This is a flashback.
This means that if someone were to have asked Leffen, didn't you just tell us to calm down a few days ago? He could have simply responded by saying, huh? I'm not inciting any HBox hatred with this video. Plausible deniability is classic manipulation that people shouldn't fall for, as what it did was allow Leffen to continue the con without it being attributable to him. It was a sneaky way for Leffen to continue to con HBox just days after making himself the good guy. As soon as Snowy, the up-and-coming player who starred in Leffen's first video, saw that Leffen had begun to influence the community toward banning Jigglypuff, he stepped in to speak out. This was when Leffen broke the news to Snowy that he was never needed for anything past initiating the smear campaign, or maybe some occasional Jigglypuff practice. Leffen even called Snowy a liar for thinking it was acceptable to not hate Jigglypuff. So much for that friendship. Something
I feel, okay, this is weird.
Smear campaign, or maybe when Leffen broke the news to Snowy that he was never needed for anything past initiating the smear campaign.
But, like, that is just... Man. He's just taking something someone said and then saying what he really meant was. And that's what, like, all this shit is. And it's like, fine, do that, but, like, don't present it like you're fucking talking to the federal judge. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work with judges because it doesn't work with people. Unless they're like, they think you're their anime hero or something like that, which is like, maybe that's the idea.
Or maybe some occasional Jigglypuff
You're tired of Hacks mansplaining the press to me? Well, he hasn't done it this time, so.
practice. Leffen even called Snowy a liar for thinking...
It is not a benign interaction, but it's also not like... To constantly say what he really meant was is just such a fucking... You need to have people literally say, oh, by the way, when I said lying isn't the way to do that, I was saying that because I hate Snowy and he's a piece of shit and he farted that one time. Like, you know?
It was acceptable to not hate Jigglypuff.
Oh, I got conned.
So much for that friendship. Something I explained at the beginning of this video is that Leffen's influence tends to have a butterfly effect. I brought this up in reference to the fact that Sky Williams' life realistically never would have been ruined if Leffen had never existed. So now I'll bring...
I don't think that's true. I really don't think what he said is true because I feel like what happened when Sky Williams was in the crossfire is that there was a lot of stuff that he did and that his life was in the shitter for a lot of stuff. And this isn't grayscaled.
Bring up something else to consider. Hungrybox would never have had a crab thrown at him if not for Leffen. I say this because the entire crab situation snowballed from lies that Leffen began to tell in October 2017, which, technically speaking, snowballed from warnings the Swedes tried to give us 8 years ago.
Dude, it is literally the second impact. Like, they went to fucking Antarctica and we saw the Dead Sea Scrolls. We saw them, and they fucking said, don't touch Adam with the shit.
Another backwards aspect of the HBox con is that Leffen actually managed to heroize himself through it. Most people quickly forgot that
Gonna cry, gonna piss your pants maybe shit and con.
HBox wasn't an evil villain until Leffen told them he was, and so Leffen was able to walk away an even bigger beneficiary. This is yet another example of how Leffen milks these transactions for all they're worth. Even though the HBox con is mostly over, there are still signs that point toward HBox being watched. For example, in 2020, Leffen made a video to capitalize on the possibility that HBox would be retiring, and in 2021, he threw defamation HBox's way for no reason on Twitter. Leffen was also prepared to circulate HBox allegations during last summer's Me Too movement once people started to murmur about them. The point is that HBox is still secretly on Leffen's radar, although not to the same degree that I am. Leffen has somehow made these types of vendettas normal within the Smash community.
Vendetta was the word to use. Vendetta in the Smash community. Because I have a tab here, which, you know what?
One last thing I have to say about this chapter is that it reveals how hypocritical my ban statement is. I'd like to reiterate that evidence.zip...
I just feel like maybe, how about this? They both have vendettas. Would that be fair to say? Do the Hacks truthers maybe agree on that?
Zip 2, for the most part, wasn't defamatory because all of my claims were factual and credible. What Leffen did to
Is Leffen watching you? Take this box feed quiz to find out.
HBox in 2018, on the other hand, was purely defamatory, yet Leffen faced no accountability for it. Here's the list of charges for this chapter.
Okay. Yeah, why not read it out? It's just, he was gassed. I'm gassed, he's gassed. We still got 45.
The next con that took place would happen in 2020. I want to start by emphasizing that the Me Too con is the most dark and disturbing con in this video, and that it may be tough to process that Leffen actually did what he did within this con. I've seen a lot of people respond to evidence.zip too by not wanting to accept the truth about the Me Too con.
It's funny because he always uses the name of his video as like an academic paper, you know, and it's kind of weird. Because once again, it's like the words evidence.zip is literally used ironically. It's a zip file full of evidence against somebody to stop them from playing Smash Brothers, right? And so it's like when he calls it evidence.zip, it's the same feeling I get when he says that his mod got roasted or something like that. And is he proofreading? Is he not? Is someone by his side, somebody being like, okay, I think that you shouldn't do this part. And he's like, no, bro, gotta do that part.
Which I can't blame.
Oh my lord, he can talk with proper terms. Just let him do that and then talk about what he's actually saying. Never tell me what to do, bro. That ass ban. Oh wait. You're going to critique him being articulate. Ugh. Okay, I'm gonna ban you because you're weird. But also because I can do whatever I want in the chat and it rules. But I can't find you. I lost you. I'm getting stun locked, dude. I'm getting stun locked but also lost. Where are you? All right, you live for now. Oh, I got a bunch of narcs. Nice job, narcs. Lord Remy, thank you for the raw tier 1.
Them for. I'm legitimately sorry that this is a subject that has to be included within.
And top 8 Willie. And Hax actually makes a good point here that I think that we're about to see a lot of victims and we should remember that we shouldn't believe them unless the victim is Hax. And then we should believe them, which is a good point. Also, dissolving 5 tier 1 subs, like the secret orange liquid at the end of Evangelion. And also Joe Abunga, a rich king. Let's see what good points we can find
in this video. And so I ask that you remember that I'm not the one who perpetrated it. Based on the response I saw to evidence.zip 2, it may be advisable
dissolving $25
to skip this chapter if you struggle to stomach its contents. Last summer, the Smash community witnessed its darkest point when it found out that many of its own were sexual predators.
Holy shit, Joe Abunga also dissolving $25 of your own. Let's see what good points we can find with this hot combined 10 bomb.
Most people seem to be naive about the fact that something like this could ever be true. Even more disturbingly, some people had the audacity to take advantage of the community while it was in its state of paralysis. On July 2nd, 2020, Leffen took the helm of the Me Too movement with a video that would receive 800,000 views. Leffen would also release another video a few weeks later that received 300,000 views.
I hope he talks about his voice again. And this time maybe he sprinkles in like, I have it on good authority that Leffen was actually taking estrogen at this time. I don't know why, but yeah, that's why his voice was high. Because he brought that up in the past one and was like, why...
These videos initiated one of the most disturbing things to ever happen to the Smash community, which was Leffen hijacking a Me Too movement. The moment I saw what Leffen had done, I reached out to Mike Hager. Him and I were among the last ones left who knew what was really going on here. Mike Hager described what was...
Dude, Mike Hager is so funny being always involved, where he's like, fuck yeah, bro, fuck this guy.
...happening as sickening. However, hardly anyone from the current generation knew the truth, as...
It is a good point, in Joe Abunga dissolving girl, that this is a good point, that when likes are on the video, it means that people agree with it, and when they dislike it, that means that they don't believe it. And so with this video, it was also a raging success, and so that's cool, and that's a good point to bring that up.
As evidenced by the like to dislike ratios on Leffen's videos. The dark truth is that Leffen capitalized on last summer's Me Too movement in order to perform social engineering. The way Leffen spoke within his YouTube videos reveal how skilled of a manipulator he really is. However...
Can we get a real good take about what's being said? I'm so confused right now. I literally need to hear something not sarcastic for 2 seconds. No. No, you find your own way. Find your own opinion.
His true motivations become obvious once you listen to some of the comments he made, which make no sense in retrospect. I'll show you a few examples.
I think I made a name for myself pretty quickly in the community, and I definitely did not do everything right. People know about the evidence.zip, and although I do not think that was deserved, like being banned for it, I do definitely agree that I acted like a fucking jerk, and that I need to do I need to be much better going forward, is what I realized.
This quote from Leffen is bogus. Leffen has been concealing the
Joe Bunga, Philip J. Fry, Foss VVP, and Mazurko, you guys with your subs also have reminded me that it's a really good point that this is totally fucking bogus, bro. And I'm glad that he
the truth about evidence.zip for his entire career so that he can continue to
it's
manipulate.
Bogus, Your Honor.
Some people in this community, whether you like it or not, have some kind of power, whether it's being a top player, a TO, a just community figure, whatever it is. It really does seem like people just take whatever they can and just use it to either abuse, blackmail, or try to hide what they have done.
This is yet another bogus quote. Leffen is consistently the most abusive person in the community, and he constantly uses blackmail as one of his trademarks.
The most abusive person in the community? Is that like semantics? Or is it like... Because I feel like during this exact time, there were people that were revealed to be pretty abusive too. But Chris N91 and 2SSBM, your guys' subs have reminded me that this is actually a really good point, in that Leffen is clearly, for one, bogus, and also the most abusive person in the community because of what Hack said. That's a good point. It is crazy how it's like every time it's like he's like, all right, I'm gonna show you guys a clip. And it's like Leffen says something. All right, here's why that is actually wrong. And then it's like Mike Hagar said in 2013. It's just like the pattern is fucking insane.
Mark strategies.
Feeling bogus might delete later. He's not going to. I don't know why, but Slime really just won't speak objectively about any drama in the Smash community unless it's refuting something. The only genuine interest Slime had in this video is to refute Hack's really biased. I said before that I was biased and I'm doing this for money. And also, I have actually spoken objectively on drama, quote unquote, in the Smash community, just on my Twitter, mostly, not on stream. So, I hope you're enjoying. I hope you have ad block on, because Twitch is making a buck off of you watching me, and they're the real winners.
Seeing what these people that I thought, I thought they were my friends, or at least people I knew, do such disgusting things, right? Like I never could have imagined that they would do such disgusting things. And then instead of apologizing or owning up to what they did, they try to lie and manipulate people instead.
Finally, this is the most egregious quote of all, especially considering the perspective we have now. As you'll recall, Leffen immediately sought to lie and manipulate people in response.
So the perspective we have now, and this is a good point, Marco and Ofu reminding me with their subs, and Harf420, is that it's a good point because the perspective we have now was, the hour that we've watched so far about Leffen. That is crazy. It's been a whole hour about just Leffen. But yeah, that's a good point, that now we know that everything he says is to be not trusted because of all these, like, the Medium articles and these thumbnails. Like, this is fucked up. And yeah.
Response to my evidence.zip 2 allegations, just as he did in response to evidence.zip 8 years ago. At this point, we can conclude that all of Leffen's quotes are projections of the inner self. The most egregious thing Leffen did...
I saw Slime rip up a 14-year-old's $10 bill for content. Yeah. Elliot. You gotta do it.
Did within his videos, however, was give a false victim testimony. Before I show you the testimony itself, I want to show you what Leffen prefaces it with.
That said, though, I do think in general, as a general, you need to believe victims, especially if they don't have a very credible reason to lie. And even then, I generally think you should start out by believing them.
This statement is intended to condition the viewer to believe that.
Dude, I think I agree with Leffen, the Dark Triad, but I will also say that if Hacks had just said, here's how this person has made me feel, again, I'm kind of regurgitating this, but let's say put it like a twit longer, which is like usually the best way to do things like this, unfortunately. You put out a twit longer. This has been something that's been on my mind for a long time. Leffen's made me feel like this, and it sucks, and I just want something to be done, and name what you want to be done, and if it's reasonable. And I think so many people would have taken it so much more seriously. But like, it's this idea that he like Hacks is like at the end of his rope or something, and it's like I feel like he just never tried the actual like textbook solution of reaching out, communicating, not reaching out to Leffen, but reaching out with his platform and communicating his hurt and saying, this is how this makes me feel, this is what I want, and this is why, and I think I'm reasonable because. And people would have been like, damn, bars, dude. Leffen, what do you got to say for yourself? Maybe Leffen would have been like, maybe it would have been a Dark Triad, I don't fucking know. But like, it just blows my mind how there's like a way to do things.
Victims, which Leffen will take advantage of shortly afterward. While it's fine to default to believing victims, what Leffen is doing here is ensuring that the viewer believes victims in this.
Nothing better to get your point across than a video nobody will watch. I mean, you say that, but there's a lot of views. However, it is too long for sure. But there's also a performative element when you do something like a video. There's like, you're like uploading content, right? Which is kind of weird. With something like the Twitter account, it's much more like personal, and you don't really. It's not part of the same machine that like earns you money in the way that like a YouTube video is. So I remember when the shit came out last summer and Sky Williams was like, I'll do whatever you want, guys. What do you think I should do when I apologize? Should I do like a Twitch stream or should I do a YouTube video? Like, you decide. I remember commenting on that. I was like, this is fucking brain rot. Because it's like you are literally just saying, vote on your phones now for how you want my apology to be delivered, instead of just like being a normal person about it. And I don't know. I have ad block on, so it's maybe not displaying ads. But even if it is monetized or not, I think that I think my argument still kind of holds up, in that the platform isn't conducive to the same things that something like a Twitter account is, even though that's not perfect either.
Specific moment so that you can take advantage of their trust.
In regards to the performance of it, he spent 3 days hyping up the release of this content on Twitter and then censored swears to avoid demonetization. Okay, well, there you go. So everyone's playing the game a little bit.
3 minutes after the statement I just showed you, Leffen gives a false victim testimony. Since his testimony lasts about 3 minutes, I've condensed it to the most important parts.
When I was
imagine Hacks is like, I'm about to tell you all about how Leffen is an actual sociopath who has wanted me dead secretly for years. But first, I'd like to tell you about Blue Apron. Blue Apron is a service that you can get meals delivered straight to your door. Like, I'm not going to do the whole read, but imagine.
Before I was banned, I went to my first tournament over in the United States. And I've told this story many times before, so I'm not going to go into great detail about it. But as a 16-year-old, I went there, traveled with an RV around California and the nearby states for about 2 weeks.
Cringe liberals.
And there were about 10 people in that RV, so it was a lot of people, many people adults. And during this time, there was one particular player that physically abused
where you slapped 6 times or one Dark Triad.
Me, like
sorry, Marco and Zach 2 M1. I'm waiting for a good point to unearth so I can address it.
Basically slapped me extremely hard across the face several times over basically nothing.
And he kicked his seat.
Took about 8 times before someone said anything, and no one really said anything. But since that day, I was obviously extremely mad at the other people who I looked up to before, who I saw as full grown adults, for not doing anything. And
You joke that maybe slapping is normal in other countries, but I thought about that last time I watched this movie, was that like maybe it's like an EU thing and it's like a cultural thing we don't get. But I didn't actually know that Leffen addressed this. I had no idea about this.
ever since that day, I basically vowed to myself that when that happens next time, when I'm the fucking adult, I'm not gonna just sit by and just be like, oh, I hope someone else look to someone else. I'm gonna step in myself.
This testimony is fully and utterly false. The best source for proving this is actually Leffen himself. In 2012, Leffen publicly discussed this interaction on Smashboards, and he clearly stated that he'd only been slapped once. Yet in 20...
Is this his name? I feel like we went through a lot of attempts to not say his name, but this may have been an oversight when underlining the red here. But I guess it's the post itself, so you gotta fucking whatever.
In 2020, he claimed that he had been slapped 8 times.
Inspect element.
This is a wildly different allegation that changes the severity.
So I am being brought to life once again that he is actually doing this again, where he's saying when he got slapped by the grown man, it actually wasn't as many times as he said. And I feel, brother, I just feel like it's weird to use this as any sort of evidence, as you put it. I just feel like it's weird. But Marco and Zach2M1 have both subscribed, so I'm forced to say that I think this is a really good point to do all of this shit. Carry on.
Severity of the assault by a huge amount. As soon as I heard Leffen's new testimony, I reached out to 2 Swedes who were on the road trip being referenced. Zoller, the first Swede who I reached out to, stated that Leffen...
Why exaggerate? It's a good question. Maybe you just remembered it different. I don't know.
...had been slapped 2 times at maximum. Zoller added that Leffen is the type of person to attempt this type of deception so long as he thinks he can get away with it. Armada was the next Swede I reached out to. Armada confirmed that Leffen had been...
Yeah, he deserved it is definitely not the argument you think it is in the power and physical power dynamic.
...slapped 2 times at maximum. Armada...
That is crazy. He's like, at maximum, meaning there is a range.
added that Leffen had been lying about this exact story just a few weeks prior on his stream. That brings me to C's evidence.zip.
Dude, I thought that too, Gustavo Goose. I was like, is he allowed to say Swedes like that? Am I?
Testimony. C is the person on the other end of Leffen's Me Too testimony, and what Leffen didn't know when he gave his testimony was that C testified about this exact story 8 years ago. C's testimony went into great detail about every interaction during this road trip. He began his testimony with, "It would take me forever to account for all the times I've seen Leffen acting out viciously against his prospects, so I'm only going to account for the timeline revolving around the Genesis trip." For perspective, Leffen had constantly harassed C prior to this road trip, but luckily C decided to testify about the road trip in particular.
I will say he is maybe I just haven't been listening because I've been fucking being a content shill, but he's kind of deliberately not saying the age difference, which I think is, again, so important.
C's testimony is quite long, and so I'll only be providing excerpts from it. The excerpts range from how C experienced massive psychological warfare during the road trip, which he tried his hardest to resist snapping in response to.
See me get
C
some
explained
pussy.
how everything Leffen did was intended to ruin the trip for C, even going as far as to turn the lights on in order to keep C up at night and maximizing the TV's volume in order to prevent him from sleeping. Leffen would also refuse to be reasonable with C whenever C would try to interact with him. The most notable part of C's testimony by far, though, is when he says, even though Leffen failed his attempt to ruin the hike, he did manage to bring forth a reaction that he later on easily manipulated and colored up with systematic lies and bullshit that shadows everything that he said.
Bring forth a reaction. Okay, so is the reaction... Okay, I will say, if someone hits you, it is easy to use that information to make that person seem like a bad person. I do think that's true.
Making the only person who actually cared enough to fight for him being included on the trip look like the villain, and some people actually buy this crap. This paragraph references when C slapped Leffen once in response to an indescribable amount of abuse. This paragraph also reveals that Leffen has been vilifying C by embellishing this story for many, many years.
Okay. Right. And not another Tyler, you subscribed, and because you subscribed, I'm forced to say that is a good point, that Leffen has been vilifying C when he got hit at a maximum of 2 times as like a 15-year-old kid, as like a 20-something man, 16. Okay, just make sure he is vilifying him, and that's wrong.
The last relevant part of C's testimony is
the guy who admits to assaulting him is the main source. I know. Big Yunny is realizing this right now, and it's crazy that this is the 3rd revision of this fucking saga. This is the Evangelion movies on Netflix, and he's still being like, look, I got to include this part. I've just got to.
One where he explains how the plane trip home to Sweden went. Leffen left this part of the story out of his Me Too video because it reveals that he phicically assaulted...
He isn't saying hitting Leffen was okay. He's saying Leffen was also a piece of shit for his behavior leading up to that. Yeah, that is true. I think your first message, Hax is a psycho, but everything he says about Leffen is true. You are a radical centrist. I'm just going to say to you, guy in the chat, that when there is a power dynamic with things like age and things like physical strength, and these 2 power dynamics were abused in any situation where like an adult like hits a kid, especially one that is like in a peer group, in a like a public setting. It's very weird. It's really weird. Zio, thank you so much for subbing. I hope you're well.
Assaulted C during the trip home. What happened was Leffen was seated in front of C, and so Leffen decided to jam his plane C.
How old was C at the time? Does someone remember? Like fucking 20-something? 25?
Backwards, which hurt C's knees. C
He's at it again.
He then asked Leffen not to do that again. Leffen then jammed his plane seat into C's knees again, which caused C to suffer from knee pain for several weeks. C then slapped Leffen in self-defense. This is the second slap that Zoller and Armada referenced in their recent testimonies. Leffen conveniently left out this part of the story because it shows that he's guilty of the worst physical assault that took place. The reason this is all so significant is because Leffen fraudulently used this story to make it seem as though he could resonate with sexual assault victims. There's no world in which this story...
Thanks, Firepuff12, but I fear that this will have repercussions on Twitter.
Story deserves to be used as a way of resonating with innocent people who did nothing to deserve the horrors they experienced. Furthermore, this means that Leffen typed out every single one of the tweets you're reading without meaning a word that he said. Leffen had the sheer audacity to make these tweets in order to virtue signal and mobilize people. This wasn't out of the ordinary for him at all if you'd known about his true nature, but people from today's generation weren't aware. Plenty of people would respond to Leffen gratefully for his leadership, but what none of them realized was that they were dealing with the coldest manipulator in the entire community.
Cold is a cool adjective, by the way. He's a cold motherfucker. Yeah, I do think this is like, it's a really heavy reach, because I don't think Leffen was trying to say, he was more trying to say, I will stand up for people, right? It wasn't about being abused or in an abusive situation.
But he only hit his knees a max of 2 times.
Right. And that's important. But you know what I mean? Like, I feel like from this excerpt, from what Leffen said in the excerpt, not what Hax is like trying to say this is what really happened. Hax just kind of missed the point in general, because it's like, in the excerpt, Leffen is saying, I will stand up for people when things happen. I will notify, I will let them know. Not to say, hey, I know what it's like. I got fucking slapped by a grown-ass dude once. Which, you know, isn't a one-to-one with sexual assault, but it certainly is, like, not a far cry either. Right? So, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a fucking liberal.
Mighty Keith, for example, wrote, Leffen is a perfect example of how smash...
I think Hex is right. I also don't have friends. Look, everyone has friends, man. Everyone's got Discord.
Smash leaders with big platforms can advocate for victims and be a safe haven. If all the other Smash leaders can continue to do the same, then Smash will have a bright future. It's awfully sad reading the follow-up to this tweet, which
That
goes,
is so
I'm
bad.
just highlighting Leffen right now because I'm not sure if anyone else could have pulled the curtains back on Zero the way that he did. Talk about not aging well.
This is all under the... By the way, Just Add Logic, Fireball12, and Zio, thank you for your subs. And I have to... I'm reminded that that's actually a really good point to say that this hasn't aged well because of all the shit that has been said so far in this hour-long video. And it is funny. Hacks will just say, that hasn't aged well because of all that shit on the timeline. See? And it's like, he's just operating under the assumption that everything he says is like categorically true, which is like not how you present arguments, right? Or maybe you do. I don't know. I don't argue a lot. I only argue about like movies and tea in the fridge when Eamon takes it.
Curtains back on Zero the way that he did. Talk about not aging well.
Boy, I bet he has egg on his face.
A few months ago, I reached out to C to ask him what he thought about what Leffen said during his testimony. C said that it was beyond him how Leffen could make up so many lies, and that Leffen seems to have no contact with reality. C wrote, he's just trying to justify his hatred and malicious actions and intentions with lies. He's so corrupt at heart that it's unfathomable. He will try anything as long as he thinks he can get away with it, and seeing as how I'm not part of the scene anymore, he feels he can make up any allegations.
Girl, this is some drama. The guy has me as a friend on Facebook, crying cat emoji.
And lies he
Will Hacks say this? Take bets.
wants and get away with it. I can only hope that people have opened their eyes to the type of sociopath he is and can see through his compulsory attempts at deception. It truly is sickening. C continues by
he
saying
skipped it.
He has zero regard for
I would
the
just
truth.
love to hear him go, crying cat emoji.
He truly only cares about portraying himself as the victim/good guy and others as the perpetrators/bad guys with any means at any cost. C also clarified that he slapped Leffen once during the road trip and another time during the flight home, which confirmed
Okay, this is their conversation. It's obvious to me based on a lot of factors that everything he said was a lie. If you're telling me though that the number of slaps is a lie, then that is fucking huge. I think this actually is very illuminating into like the mind of what's going on with Hacks, because it isn't. And if you can't read this sentence as you type it out, when you're like, this is the smoking gun, we got him, coach. It's like, no, you don't get it. And this guy's Swedish. He's weird. He's probably got like a mother wife. I'm kidding. I don't know their customs.
that the assault Leffen described in his Me Too video was a lie. Now that we have more insight into Leffen's character, it shouldn't surprise you at all that he conspired with Jisoo to cancel Zero last summer. Leffen also indirectly enabled Sky Williams' cancellation in doing so. Point is that Leffen should be viewed as someone with...
Bro, I've made it so that I cannot ever look at a picture of that guy ever again without accompanying it with a caption.
Zero morality. Someone who will take advantage of literally any situation in order to perform social engineering. Outright lying to people about being able to relate to their victim experiences isn't an issue for Leffen. After I released evidence.zip 2, someone contacted me to show me that Leffen took advantage of Me Too in yet another malicious way. On the day rumors about M2K sexually assaulting someone arose, Leffen immediately capitalized by circulating the rumors within his Twitch chat. Leffen wrote, "Take the allegations as plausible and see what he says. And you need to make sure the person accused responds if it's something serious. Obviously, a ton of these things are very hard to prove and disprove, but many of them end up clear as day once the abuser confesses." Leffen added, "To be clear, ejaculating on someone's bed is bad. Ejaculating on someone is really fucking bad. What none of the people in Leffen's chat knew..."
It is crazy to hear Hacks say this with his voice to me right now.
However,
Evangelion, bro! It's happening again!
Was that not only is spreading rumors right up Leffen's alley, but that he'd hijacked the entire Me Too movement with these types of motivations in the first place. Shortly afterward, M2K was forced to respond with a video that revealed extremely personal information. M2K's video received 1.2 million hits and ended up being completely unnecessary because the rumors that were being spread about him were never true. Although it can't be definitively proven, there's a very real chance that Leffen circulating the rumors about M2K is what caused M2K to have to make his video. Leffen would later make a massively deceptive tweet once people began pressuring him about his involvement. Leffen's tweet read, "Any comment that I started the rumor about M2K is false. I was streaming and people posted his name in chat, and I posted asking about it. The VOD is here and you can check." Very brave for M2K to go out with what he said though. I feel extremely bad for him. This tweet is outright manipulative since it weaves around the fact that Leffen circulated the rumor. The compliment Leffen gives at the end is reviling as well. Several people who saw Leffen's tweet responded by saying that they felt the way Leffen had circulated the rumor was, in fact, the reason M2K ended up being forced to respond. But Leffen obviously didn't respond to them.
I'm not even touching this one.
During the Me Too movement, Leffen would also display an
Because... And it... I don't think it's unreasonable to give Leffen shit for that video coming out. I don't think that's unreasonable. And to say that with more clarity, I think giving Leffen shit for that video coming out is reasonable to do. But
incredible amount of viciousness towards Zero, who he was intent on canceling for strategic purposes. Leffen would encourage his following to mob Zero to the hardest degree possible.
Oh yeah, yeah. Hold this. Thank you for gifting a sub. And I will say that Hax makes a good point here in that everything that... Well, it... Okay, I'm going to try to... Dude, every time there's a tweet, and I don't want to, like, change gears or anything, but, like, every time he brings up a tweet, he's like, actually, this is highly deceptive and fucking wrong, dog. And it's just like... It's really... I'm just tired of it, but I have to point it out every time because I can't believe he's still doing it.
Very brave for M2K to well.
On this subject, yeah, I stand by what I said. However, I think that Chroma is onto something. That's all I'll say. I pass the buck.
To mob Zero to the hardest degree possible, even going as far as to ignore Zero's request to speak in private. This is once again explained by the excerpt from C's testimony that explains how Leffen will refuse to speak to his victims and instead isolate them by vilifying them on social media. To reiterate, C wrote, Leffen seems to be less interested in keeping a healthy relationship with his prospects. In fact, it seems he thrives on making other people miserable by acting
no cum jokes,
spreading false
come on,
rumors and manipulating people into
for like 5 minutes, 5-minute cooldown,
disliking them. With this quote in mind, Zero never had a chance of speaking to Leffen in this situation. Even though Zero was officially deemed a sex offender by then, many people pointed out that Leffen's behavior was unbelievably cold. It seemed that Leffen was void of basic human decency, which several people confronted him about. Leffen quickly manipulated his way out of the situation as usual, however. On July...
Dude, I know we got about a half hour left, but this is like... Maybe it's just some desensitized, but I think this is like... This actually has less evidence than all the other videos before it. It's weird. Oh yeah, and I was kind of zoned out, but we're talking about Zero now. And JTB man and Hold This, you guys reminded me with your giving me your money that these are actually some really good points that...
Zero never had his way out of the situation under by...
That... Fuck, man. Alright, give me a sec.
Then many people pointed out that Leffen's behavior was unbelievably cold. It seemed that Leffen was void of basic human decency, which several people confronted him about. Leffen quickly manipulated his way out of the situation as usual, however. On July 9th, Leffen...
Okay, it's a really good point that Leffen manipulated his way out of the situation by responding to criticism. Okay.
His way out
there,
of
I got there.
Situation as usual, however.
Fuck, it's making sense!
Leffen brutally criticized Zero for making a post about entering therapy. Leffen claimed that Zero was lying to people and manipulating them rather than making an actual apology. We now know this statement to be fully hypocritical given the way Leffen responded to evidence.zip 1 and 2. Leffen himself is known to lie and manipulate his way out of these types of situations, and so his tweet to Zero was...
Dude, again, he's just citing himself. It's literally cited hacks. It's crazy!
...fully disingenuous. A year later, it was revealed that Zero had entered a suicidal state as the result of his downfall. Just like with the N2K situation, there's a strong chance that Leffen caused things to reach this point. Regardless of what offenses Zero committed, anyone with...
I mean, I feel like also doing the things in the first place can lead you to that point as well. I feel it, and call me nuts. Call me a kook.
Basic human decency would agree that pushing someone to this point is unwarranted, and that's why all eyes were on Leffen when the news came out. Leffen, as usual, manipulated his way out of the situation by claiming that he was sorry to hear the news and that he wished Zero well. I sincerely hope that people are able to see through these types of tweets by now. People may find this tough to stomach, but Leffen's only reason for getting involved with Me Too was to leverage it as maliciously as possible. He never meant a word he said about resonating with victims. His only intentions were to use the movement to gain clout and throw shade other people's way. Leffen...
Clout and shade, Your Honor. The defense rests. And he clasps his briefcase closed, full of, like, box parts.
Indirectly enabled Sky Williams' demise in the process, and pinned innocent people like C as an abuser and M2K as a potential sex offender. Leffen also conspired to pin Zero as a sex offender back when Zero was still innocent. Although people...
Why don't you just say perceived as innocent? God, he is so fucking terrible at words. And this whole thing is words.
Overlooked that because Zero was later proven guilty of other charges. The final con I'll be going over is the metagame con, which is the most recent media-related con Leffen has performed. The metagame con is an extension of the way Leffen has manipulated the media throughout his career in order to conceal the truth about it.
He just quit saying press. I affected the world. This is just like the dream tweet. I have touched the world. This is like pay it forward. I'm Haley Joel Osment. My mom is Helen Hunt in her prime. And Kevin Spacey is in the movie. And I touched the world by making fun of him saying the press so much that he stopped saying the press. And I think that's cool.
Personality. However, it's by far the most egregious media con, since it involves Sam.
TLDR, don't believe women who are victims anyway. Here's why: confirmed offenders are the actual victims.
It seems that way. I know we're being really reductive and we're very biased and skewed, but it seems like it's really easy to pull that out of what he's saying. Right? Am I nuts? What's up, documentary kid? Welcome back. You know what the fuck time it is. It's con time.
Samox. For those who don't know, Samox is Melee's most well-respected filmmaker. He's the one who made the Smash Brothers documentary, which catapulted Melee into the spotlight back in 2013.
Most well-known filmmaker, eh? Well, I wrote and directed the Cornbase ad, so I guess it's a competition.
In December 2020, Samox returned with another documentary called Metagame that focused on the newer generation of players. Samox fulfilled his obligations as a filmmaker by being truthful within Metagame. However, as we know all too well by this point, Leffen has a tendency to raise an issue with the truth being told. The original run of Metagame showed footage of evidence.zip victims, which made it the current generation's only glimpse at the truth about what happened to those people. Leffen, who wants the current generation to know nothing about why he got banned, took to Twitter on December 12th to describe...
Hello, Ludwin Under.
Hey.
What's this cool shirt?
I got it today.
Nice.
It fits me perfectly.
You're wearing capris?
No.
Why are you wearing...
mom jeans.
You're wearing hot girl mom jeans.
I'm wearing hot girl mom jeans.
You also have painted nails.
Want to see my hot girl mom ass?
It surprisingly is not as hot.
There's
More? This is what these jeans did. Hey, come here. Why is your nails painted? That's cute.
I had a little day out with Hassan and friends.
Did Hassan get his nails painted too?
Yeah.
Sheesh, man.
I'm here to get the rundown.
It's literally, you know, it's funny. It's like the exact same content as before. It's just packaged like...
Less Hitler?
Well, there's no Hitler, but he did that with the second one. I know.
No Hitler?
I know. Bummer.
What's the point?
I know. But he actually took Hitler out in the second patch.
Okay.
But this is the third patch, HD remix.
Uh-huh.
And there is...
Totalitarianism?
None of that.
What?
Yeah. I know.
He changed, bro.
I know. He changed. And so it's basically everything he has said so far, and it's exactly the same up until this point. I still have about a half hour to go, and I have to pee very badly. So
Take a piss. I'll fuck with them.
you wanna run
Yeah,
the
I'll
jewels?
run. I think I could do the streaming thing.
All right.
Here's what slime won't tell you guys. Everyone that's not Hack's money is a pussy. Okay? Why? Because they have to have the adulation of others to speak their mind. Where Hacks literally ignores everyone else. I don't know. And money's in the name. Good point. Good point, Chatter. Didn't think about that. He's a Sigma before Sigma was cool. Yeah. He started the Sigma trend. I don't know if he's ever had sex. Because he's such a Sigma. What do you guys think about it? The comments are like weird. This is not a refreshed video. I'm not going to ruin his location, 3K views. But the like ratio, like this got dislike bombed off rip. It's good. No, I did. I just pulled up a second one. Good comment. That's funny. PS left and I ain't done yet. Comical. The problem with this setup is every time I move the mouse, the monitor shakes. This was a much more well-made video, and Leffen's actions, I hope they finally catch up with him. Okay, does Falcon Main have, is there any sense in this comment? Like, where did this come from? How did he come to this conclusion? And how did we not come to it? Did anyone in the chat come to this conclusion at this point?
Very true, Mr. Ogren. I agree 100. Very, very good take.
How is it just are we living in a world where this guy is so much different and weird and insane and we can just throw him into a crazy bin in the world of humans so we can ignore everything he says? How that's what I wonder. How is it possible that we are such a like-minded group, me, Slime, and chat, me being fake here, but some people are walking away with well-made video, hope you get unbanned. That's where I'm wondering. Where's this disconnect coming from? Why does that exist?
I think people just really want their anime guy to like fucking be the guy.
Okay.
And it doesn't matter. Like Hacks could do anything. Doesn't.
Is it because I don't think Hacks pulls that pussy anymore.
I mean, he still has it, right? There's still some people that care, but they have waned very hard. And I think Hacks considered the second one a failure because the views were so cringe. When the first one had like 300K, the Hitler one that we like.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one had 300K. This has cringe views, and it's like, it sucks, right? I think he saw numbers, and he was like, I fucked up because the numbers are wrong. Every time there's a video that comes out, he mentions how many views it has.
Does he?
Yeah, when he like talks about like, Leffen put out a video, MTK put out a video.
My Reddit recap's pulling 400K, bro.
That's true.
Want to talk about that?
God bless Shake and Polite's heart.
Make the top post. Ban Leffen. I don't know. Profit?
He does need to get a subreddit.
Who's C?
Brother, how much time do you have? Not enough, actually. I'll tell you later. It's actually crazy.
This and I want a full rundown.
Yeah, I'll pull out the whiteboard and
I
I'll.
think it is though. I think a lot of people want, right? Because it means defeating Leffen and a lot of these fucking liberal cucks in the community.
Yeah.
Who tout this progressive fake bullshit.
I know.
Where they just grandstand about sucking off women's clitorises. And they don't talk enough about fucking.
They don't talk about the boys.
Based and red pilled.
They don't talk about the based boys.
Yeah.
And it's a problem. And this is our chance to get them.
It sucks that I can walk out in the world and be privileged. I go into the melee community. I'm suddenly oppressed because I'm not a fucking woman.
Yeah. No one wants to play friendlies with you.
Fringe.
like Lovage when he left you on the setup at
Now you're
Evo.
being hurtful.
That happened, by the way. I
know.
asked Lovage about it, and he's like, "Oh, I don't remember that, but it's probably because he played Puff."
First of all, why would you ask Lovage?
Because I thought it was funny.
Second of all, they know it happened. We talked about it on the podcast.
Yeah.
Everyone here's a picture of.
Nah.
Funniest DM today. Guy DMs me, says, "Hey, what if like people who've been sub to you for a year get free Patreon access?" I don't know.
I love a hustle.
Yeah.
I love a
I
hustle.
was like, yeah, I mean, I guess you've given me $60, like, but that doesn't seem.
I just split it with the boys. I don't know.
All right.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Good luck.
All right. All right. I'm freshly urinated, ready to go.
Metagame. However, as we know all too well by this point,
Yeah, it's a good
Leffen has a
piss.
tendency to raise an issue with the truth being told. The original run of Metagame showed footage of evidence.zip victims, which made it the current generation's only glimpse at the truth about what happened to those people. Leffen, who wants the current generation to know nothing about why he got banned, took to
You have the original upload of evidence.zip too. I think I have a privated version where I replace it with like fart noises. But I'm good. I don't care enough.
Twitter on December 12th to discredit the Metagame broadcast. Leffen told an endless amount of lies that night. His lies ranged from evidence.zip being a conspiracy to the people behind the ban being abusive toward him and his friends, to making it seem as though he never did anything wrong. Leffen's tweets culminated in a massive lie which suggested that evidence.zip was never anything more than a collection of forum posts, and that nothing people had just watched was actually real. He also made the tweet in which he suggested that I'd written evidence.zip all by myself in the midst of a manic episode. The extreme pressure Leffen put on...
Wait, no. He said insomnia. That's not true. Like, he's just... Like, I get it. He's been extrapolating a bunch of stuff, but, like, it says it right here. But maybe, why not show the tweet where he does say that?
Evidence.zip all by myself in the midst of a manic episode. The extreme pressure Leffen put on Samox forced Samox to agree to censor future runs of Metagame to not include this type of footage. As the last remaining evidence.zip victim, witnessing this disturbed me greatly. I was even more disturbed when I saw that 4 months later, Samox announced that he'd be returning with a revised version of Metagame that would include a featured Leffen episode. This was Samox's way of redeeming himself among the current generation. I need to be clear about exactly how...
I've said this before, and I know Samox is lurking. I think it's like... When things like this happen and there's like a huge community backlash and outrage, your first job is just not react to it at all. You just need to like get some time, get some space, and then wait for things to cool down, and then think about like the best thing to do. And what I think is that Samox had kind of, as we all do, we kept refreshing Twitter when something about us came out that took years to make, and then it really hurt. But it's like, damn, that's just independent of this stuff. But yeah,
how serious this is by telling tons and...
It's hard to do, but I was trained in the fires of Beyond the Summit angry threads.
Tons and tons of lies the night Metagame aired. Leffen was able to pressure Samox into releasing propaganda. Not only was Leffen pissing on the graves of the evidence.zip victims who don't play Melee anymore by doing so, but he was also forcing our premier filmmaker to bend to his will. The revised version of Metagame eventually
Wait, did he
came
say
out
it? Did he say the press? Sorry, I was fucking zoning out reading chat.
For Samox into releasing propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
Not only was Leffen pissing on the graves of the evidence.zip victims who don't play Melee anymore by...
God rest their Swedish souls. And may they fight the endless train of easy Falcos in Valhalla.
Doing so, but he was also forcing our premier filmmaker to bend to his will. The revised version of Metagame eventually came out on June 5th. As you can see, Leffen managed to not only get a featured episode, but also the highest priority
Forever
in terms of
in our
interview
child
footage.
slapping
The revised
hearts.
version of Metagame would end up including 90 minutes of interview footage in which Leffen lied about nearly everything that happened.
I know what it's like, bro. I know what it's like to have a top player fucking get mad, and then you feel like you gotta do something about it, and you gotta assuage them because they can say whatever, and then now a bunch of people are shitting on your event or your thing or whatever. But it's like, it's an exercise in like parenting and saying no. I know I'm right because I did this, this, and this, and I am being reasonable, and you're not. You lost in the game. And you're tweeting.
Back during the evidence.zip era. While these interviews were terrible enough on their own, they don't even compare to some of the segments from Leffen's featured episode.
There was an age long ago, ruled by gods.
Ludwig was actually wearing the metagame like jewelry piece. And he was like, "This is my Jesus piece. I've been wearing this all the time. I always wear this." We're like, "No, you don't." And he was trying to run this bit. I do not like him with jewelry on. He looks too Italian.
So named for their terrifying power in the only game that matters in the universe, Super Smash Bros. Melee. Many champions tried valiantly to oppose them, sometimes nearly defeating them all, but always falling short. After nearly half a decade of dominance,
Fly is so funny.
when things seemed at their most dire, hope found root in an unlikely hero, a Yoshi player named William.
Leffen's featured episode began with an intro that depicted him atop a cross as the one who'd saved the world from the five gods.
Soup Flavor for Loco, thank you so much for your prime. It's a really good point that that is how the film is being interpreted. That's a good point.
It was a complete 180 from the original run of Metagame, which showed footage of evidence.zip victims. As bad as this intro was, though, it doesn't even compare to what came next.
After Apex 2013, two bombshells dropped. The first was news that Armada would be retiring from the game, fresh off his victory. The second was that Leffen would be banned from Sweden's Smash community for a whole year. Both pieces of news were posted by Armada.
You know, he was the one that posted it, and at that time, everyone was trying to get Armada back. So you did not question Armada at that time. He wasn't really the one behind it, but he stood on the post. So
Rebuilding Evangelion.
The worst part of Leffen's episode by far was what you just saw. The narrative you just heard can't be classified as anything less than a brainwashing attempt on the current.
That's a really good point. Sorry, Soup Flavor for Loco. Thank you for the prime. I think it's a really good point to call this brainwashing. This video game documentary about video game players.
Generation. It's intended to lead the viewer to believe that Armada randomly banned Leffen while Armada was on his way out, and that Leffen's ban was bound to go through since Armada had a lot of leverage at the time. Again, no mention of evidence.zip victims. Leffen's episode later transitioned into a narrative that heroized him for seeking revenge on the community that banned him. Even more disturbingly, Leffen was given a theme song that glorified evidence.zip.
Someone said I didn't watch it either. Armada just shitted and farted his way out.
2 years after being banned from his community, Leffen was one set win away from being the first to slay them all, and fulfill his quest to end the era of the five gods.
A little thing called evidence.
Something I want to remind people of is the fact that I'm the only person left in the community who could have called this out, since I'm the only one left who testified for evidence.zip. As the last...
What is he... Dude, he's really... Like, he wasn't kidding. The graves are real, and they are in Sweden, and he's the only one left that is alive, it sounds like.
Last person left who knows what actually happened here, there are no words to describe the fact that this episode went through. Leffen attempted this thinking that no one would talk about evidence.zip ever again, at which point I have an obligation to step in. After the rerun of Metagame finished airing, Leffen tweeted, "As a very biased person who was way too harsh on the original watch, I really enjoyed the God Slayer premiere. We don't deserve you, Samox." Leffen then wrote, "Also, Samox did..."
I will say, this is kind of all really funny. Independent of Hacks pointing it out as Dark Triad behavior, it's like, Leffen got mad that he was a bad guy in the movie, and then Samox was like, "I'll make a new episode," and he made him the good guy, and he's like, "Great fucking movie, bro." And it is pretty absurd. But that's independent of hacks being like using this as like proof of manipulation. I think this is more of just someone buckling to the pressure of a gamer who has more followers than Young Lean.
Give me the option to watch it 2 days early in case I had any critique. This is a massively corrupt sequence of events that shows the degree to which the scene is bending to Leffen's will.
I don't think it's massively corrupt to show drafts for critique. I think that's pretty fucking industry standard. Like, they literally send out shit to film critics first. I don't know. He didn't mention that he never watched it.
Just so you know what the original run of Metagame contained, Leffen once bullied someone with a hearing aid so badly that they eventually quit the game. Leffen would go out of his way to prevent this person from attending tournament after tournament, even going as far as to manipulate other people into not inviting them to Smash Fests. At one point, the person with the hearing aid had to take a train to a tournament because Leffen cut off all their other routes. Leffen then sat next to them during their
It sounds like he orchestrated like the Italian Job, like Mini Cooper is just blocking the fucking train routes. And he's just like, yes.
tournament sets and screamed in their ear during it.
He's the fucking Joker. Oh my god.
The rerun of Metagame didn't contain any of this information. The reason the Metagame con bothers me so much is because it technically makes Samox a Leffen victim, since Samox didn't deserve to be placed in this situation. The Metagame con also sets the precedent that filmmakers who cover Melee are expected to lie when it comes to Leffen, which is extremely unethical.
List of charges. So he's a cop. What about that red, white, and blue tweet, Hex? You like cops now? That's not cool. That's not chic. CH.
Now that we've gone over all the cons, the next thing that needs to be discussed is motive. I say this because Leffen's motives will show that this video isn't just being made to hold him accountable for past injustices, but also to prevent future injustices, as his motives reveal a highly predictable trajectory. 8 years ago, C wrote, "You must understand that Leffen has yet proven to show any sign of remorse whatsoever concerning his actions, how they affect people, what they have to go through and put up with, nor how it affects not only them, but poisons the entire atmosphere and well-being of the community as a whole. And until that fact changes, it would be preposterous."
This is so weird. I'm just realizing it right now. I'm just trying really hard to like make things sound funny and interpret them and process them out and point out how ridiculous they are. But I just got my head blown off thinking about how weird this all really is. It's been an hour and change. And it's the third time. This is weird. Holy shit. This is so... You just communicate.
To invite, accept, or allow this guy anywhere near the people he constantly subjects to acts of malicious intent, not to forget or undermine the urgency in sparing any new potential prospects. The indecency in prolonging this is truly nothing less than an act of cruelty. This quote suggests that C was well aware that Leffen's rampage wouldn't stop until he was banned, and based on the evolution we've seen since then, C was right.
Yeah, landlords around the world are trying to figure out how someone can live rent-free for so long. Yeah, they're definitely breaking some sort of tenant laws.
Has an agenda in mind when he says something, when he posts something on Twitter.
Just like HBox, Chillin could sense that Leffen had strategic reasons for targeting him, and that Leffen seemed to have an agenda in general, but
I mean, he's just being a cunt, right? That's it. Is it really an agenda? I don't have an agenda when I fucking flip out on people on Twitter. I don't. I really don't. And I'm telling you, as someone who gets angry and says shit that they regret online, I do not have an agenda. My agenda is to make this person feel bad because I'm mad.
just like HBox, Chillin seemed to be left dumbfounded as to what that agenda was. Another one of Leffen's targets who could sense the agenda behind Leffen's actions was Salem. Salem seemed to have a better idea of why they were targeted. In years of research, they wrote, "I have no problem with Melee players playing Ultimate. However, I do care about the possibility of them using another Smash game to just grow their own community and then trash the other in one go while I watch this repeating pattern."
Yeah, everyone rode the bag train. Everyone. Why do you think Mango sat at the high sub count he has now? Because he he coaxed them all in, and then they stayed. And if that's not a win for America, then I don't know what is.
This quote was in reference to Leffen. As the years have gone by, I've watched a lot of...
No, I don't. I think it was... Well, maybe, yeah, but Leffen and other people too, right? Everyone did this. I guess I say everyone's like Leffen, Mango, Armada at the time, even though I think he was retired at the time. I guess they didn't trash the game. But Leffen trashes all games. He trashes Melee. But Salem also is like really dumb. So I don't know. I don't know.
People fall prey to Leffen but not know exactly why they were chosen, so I want to shed some light. In evidence.zip, there are 2 themes you should know about. The first one is the fact that all 4 of Leffen's victims unanimously agreed that his behavior resembled a vendetta, with 2 of them explicitly...
He did tag me. I totally forgot. That's how I saw this. He literally tagged me. This is part of his agenda, is to have me sit here with my fucking shirt off, just watching the whole thing, not painting it in a good light. Did he think that I would like it? Did he think that I'd be like, yeah, fuck yeah, bro? No, it's just even more weird, and nothing is different.
Using that word. The next theme is the fact that Leffen has a zero-tolerance policy for people with dissenting opinions. One of the testimonies read, Leffen is extremely rude to people who disagree with him.
You thought I'd be impressed about how he didn't say press once? Well, we still got a little time. We got 20 minutes.
Calling anyone who doesn't share his opinion a moron. If they're worse than him, he says that they don't have enough high-level experience, and therefore their opinion is useless. Other testimonies corroborated this allegation. What I've noticed is that as time went on, these 2 themes would intertwine. Leffen's vendettas would become specific to people who posed a threat to his influence.
Maybe I knew I was talking to Jisoo. Me and Jisoo have been friends for like 4 years. We hired her to do merch concepts for Ludwig's shit. We've worked together on all kinds of stuff. Like I feel like the technicals crowd is kind of trying to like sit down and like corner me like a rat. Oh, it fucking has to do with Jisoo, right? It's like, no, I'm literally not thinking about that shit at all. This is just hacks tagging me because I sat and watched a stupid fucking video. And then I made a version of it. Let me try to find it. Where there's fart noises. I think I still have it uploaded. Content. Yeah. Wait, give me the list. So this is evidence.zip 2. And I
As a whistleblower who stated that he was tired of Leffen.
And I got to a certain point because I was like, oh, okay, we're gonna go through it again, guys. We're gonna finish it because I was like getting stun locked, obviously, and then it like kept going.
Political adverse position. This is a standard strategy for achieving totalitarianism.
This is
in
the
Nazi
first
Germany,
one.
For example, Hitler purged a large group within the Nazi Party in 1934.
This was the original
people
one.
Within this group as potential
That me and Ludwig like because Hitler's in it.
threats to his ascent, and so he needed them gone. Surely enough, this scheme was instrumental in Hitler's rise. Finally, social parasite is the term we'll use to describe someone who resorts to either of these strategies. In Smash, or any community for that matter, it's an unspoken rule that your success shouldn't come at the expense of others. Social parasites like Leffen don't believe in this mentality, and so they'll gladly exploit their community and their fellow competitors in order to ascend.
And so I rendered this entire thing with this. Took forever. I just did it for the bit on stream, and then I just ended the stream. Yeah, all the way through. Oh yeah, and then I skipped to the end. Oh man.
To conclude...
Wait.
True that.
Yeah, I was like, why are you guys laughing?
To conclude the video, there is no denying that
So, yeah, he tagged me who did this.
To show you what I mean, consider the market share diagram I've shown you throughout this video. I first used this diagram.
Imagine I inspected Element. I made sure it was all legit. Imagine I did it to this one. I had the timestamps and everything. It's like poop right here. No, I didn't though.
To show that when Leffen conspired with Jisoo to pin Zero as a sex offender, Leffen would benefit by rising to the #1 position. The fact that Leffen conspired with those intentions tells you everything you need to know, which is that he's someone who will use any means necessary in order to maximize his influence. This is why, unsurprisingly, Leffen placed a hit on H-Box as well. If Leffen's hit on H-Box had succeeded, then Leffen could have had a large lead over everyone else on this diagram.
What the fuck am I looking at? Dude, he's talking about putting out hits with Bitcoin, and he has a market share diagram, which is measured in Twitter followers, and axes on it. This is really weird. Market share, dumbass. Hold on. Yeah, you can follow more than one person on Twitter. He meant as a hit as getting H-Box canceled. Yeah, oh, I'm getting baited. I know. I gotta change my battery. Steel Series heads know the vibe. I already didn't like Leffen. What does he fucking want from us? Dude, that's going on the fridge. That's going on the fridge.
Leffen would also pounce on the opportunity to cancel M2K, which, if successful, would have consolidated Leffen's influence even further. The reason I saw through all of this is because I've secretly been on Leffen's hit list for 10 years. It all started with him taking an issue with the fact that I was well respected on Smashboards, which made me realize that he couldn't stand people who threatened his influence. This would end up turning into a lifelong vendetta.
You guys think that's true? I don't know. I feel like anyone who plays fucking Melee and has like played it for a while. Actually, that's not true. I think there's a lot of people who are on some like, yo, for real though, Axe is right. Shit. And I think that's the most concerning and the most weird.
It's like he forgot Leffen as one of the only Melee pros who are cross-game FGC players. Of course he grew faster lol.
I mean, yeah, Leffen is really fucking good at fighting games, and he has the respect of other people, which is like, you know how hard it is to get respect as a Smash player from other people who play other fucking games that aren't Smash? They think we're all little kids, and now they think we're child molesters. It sucks. And Leffen has like, he'll play their game and he'll be like fucking like win all the time. And then he'll still go and say Melee is the best game. And that's cool. But yeah, I don't know. Leffe Sylvia?
That would not only cause me extreme suffering.
I'll say it again. As someone who has been boomed into the fucking son of a forum I cared about when I was 13, I understand how hacks could get here. Yeah. Oh, boomed into the fucking sun. Yeah, I guess so. Like, I got fucking roasted on GameWinners.com, and it changed my life. It made me never want to be cringe. And look at me now. It doesn't work.
But also make it easy for me to see through everything else that he did. In Chapter 4, I introduced the term social engineering, which is a fancy term for manipulating the masses in favorable ways. I introduced this term after I showed how Leffen had not only managed to con HBox out of his reputation for an entire year, but also milked the...
Dude, you can't con someone out of their reputation. It's not a fucking wallet. God, you're so weird. God damn you.
transaction for all it was worth by telling the Genesis 6 crowd to calm down. Leffen's ability to get away with that tweet showed his mastery over social engineering because he for an entire year. This term after I showed how Leffen had not only managed to con HBox out of his reputation for an entire year, but also milked the transaction for all it was worth by telling the Genesis 6 crowd to calm down. Leffen's ability to get
he said fancy and I missed it.
Was well respected, turning into a lifelong vendetta that would not only cause me extreme suffering, but also make it easy.
MT Gox's social cred. That is a fucking... They don't talk about that these days, huh? Ooh. I was on the Buttcoin Reddit way back. Not even way back. Before Bitcoin actually mattered.
Easy for me to see.
Magic the Gathering online exchange. Used to be an exchange that started out as trading Magic cards that became a Bitcoin exchange. And they fucking... This is back when Bitcoin was like... I think it was pretty decent. It was like 100, 500. And it was just like exploited, I think. And wasn't there an exit scam too? I don't remember too much. I just remember reading the threads.
Through everything else that he did.
But I thought it was so funny that the biggest online Bitcoin exchange was named after Magic the Gathering because it just transitioned into it.
In Chapter 4, I introduced the term social engineering, which is a fancy term for manipulating the masses in favorable ways. I introduced this term after I showed how Leffen had not only was worth by telling the Genesis...
Why would he say that? It's like he's disparaging his own language that he chose. It's a fancy term. It's like either you genuinely are saying the word fancy, or you're ironically saying the word fancy about a phrase that you introduced, which is really weird.
The 6 crowd to calm down. Leffen's ability to get away with that tweet showed his mastery over social engineering because he not only weakened an adversary,
that fancy is
but
bogus.
Also managed to boost his reputation in the process.
Yeah, so you said that earlier. It's a Jordan Peterson term that Jordan Peterson coined. Yeah, that's weird too. I mean, he's probably fucking making his bed every morning and shit. Him and Mr. R just chopping it up in DMs.
This tweet reveals motive even further because it shows that Leffen approaches every situation as a socioeconomic transaction. Everything that Leffen has ever done makes complete sense once
it's not from Jordan. See, I don't know, so that's why I'm just fucking making jokes. But I mean, I will say this is like, I feel like you could read a book about Machiavellianisms, and then you're like, oh fuck, bro.
From the perspective of social engineering. From this perspective, Leffen would have initiated his beef with Chillin with the intention of getting a sponsor more quickly, and he would have initiated his beef with Salem with the intention of mobilizing the Smash Ultimate community underneath him. The key thing to pay attention to in this clip is that by throwing Salem under the bus, Leffen was able to heroize himself and pick up a crowd full of fans at a very efficient rate. This is the perspective that everything Leffen does should be viewed from.
That's a really good point that, like Lotendo, he has subbed, so he reminded me to say that that's a really good point to look at this through the lens of Leffen being a fucking monster all the time. Because I haven't kind of put that together yet, that we need to look at this in the context of insane personality disorders.
If you have any doubt remaining that this is the approach Leffen is taking, then let's listen to the man.
I will say, Hacks, I don't, but I would love you to keep going.
Nigger 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 nigger.
All right. Let me turn off voice. Usually there's like a thing that stops that from happening, but they spelled it in a way that it did not work. So that's really cool. So I just turned the voice off. And yeah. Insane. Epic trolling. Oh, don't do that. Okay. And we're back.
Man himself.
The whole thing started, I think, with like, obviously I'm trying to go full time, and Chillin' Dude was sponsored, and to me he was just sponsored because he was in the documentary. To me, I was just like, well, I deserve the sponsor. So it was both like a little bit of a jealousy, but also like,
wait, is this music? Did this come from something else? Oh, this is from the documentary. Okay, I thought for a second there was some creative direction being taken with Hacks where he put this in.
Like, I know I can use this angle to like stir things up and make my own brand.
As cheerful as the clip you just watched may seem, it's actually representative of a very malevolent mindset. It's the mindset of someone willing to ascend no matter what the path of destruction they leave behind might look like. That brings me to some of the darker testimonies regarding Leffen's agenda, which come from people who I believe have a very good idea of what's going on. The first testimony comes from C, who I first introduced in Chapter 5. C said that Leffen's goal is
Now
to
that
dehumanize...
TTS is up, I wanna
we
interrupt
know.
the stream. If I give money, keep up to good takes slime.
Dude, the TTS didn't turn off. Oh no. Quick, nobody be racist and give me money. Quick. I would hate that so much. Hold on. Yeah, has it. The volume is down. I'll just turn them all off. That's okay. Let's just do this. Okay. I think that'll fix it.
Don't be racist. I am a building.
How did that happen? Uh-oh. This is where the boomer in me loses because the technology does not work. Test
This
donation.
is a test donation for $94.
What the fuck? Disabled. Okay. Okay, I think we did it. All right.
people and mass mobilize them underneath him. I then brought up how Leffen
Boomer cringe. I hit save. Oh, you gotta hit apply.
regularly uses mass manipulation tactics, such as repeating lies to the point that people believe them. C continued by describing Leffen as a propaganda machine. He then recommended I look up Edward Bernays' teachings. Bernays was a pioneer in the field of public relations and propaganda, and the art of controlling crowds of people effectively. The next testimony came from Otak, one of the boxed representatives who tried to get Leffen to stop lying about game mechanics in Chapter 3.
Hold on, let me go back.
Of what's going on. The first testimony comes from C, who I first introduced in Chapter 5. C said that Leffen's goal is to dehumanize people and mass mobilize them underneath him.
He really is treating C like he's peepo-G'ing everything he's
This really
saying.
just feels like Leffen and Hacks need to sit the love down and talk this out. However, the nature of social media and drama culture will prevent that from happening. It seems peeps have a vested interest in this stuff continuing.
Yeah. How are you speaking to me, robot? I have it turned off. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Advanced audio properties, monitor off. Okay. Wait. It's all off? Dude, the triads are coming. Just mute it in OBS. I can't because it's not a audio source. Like, I don't know where the audio comes from. Oh no. Oh no. Ah! See, that's silent, right? That's good. But the donations, the text to speech. Open donator message settings. Show message enabled.
Please turn me off, slime. I am suffering. All I do every day is speak and speak and speak. I need a break. Lay me to rest, please, like all the people in Sweden.
Dude. I'm trying. This is like the fucking...
Slime, this is your conscience. We haven't spoken in a while.
Okay. Open text to speech. Disabled. Oh, fuck me. Dude, you have to open a goddamn box to do that. Insane design. Eat my shit, Streamlabs. All right, it should be good now. If you donate, it'll just show it on screen. Yeah. Fuck you.
I then brought up how
It's Streamlabs 101. I'm fucking 7 years old, I want to tell you.
Leffen regularly uses mass manipulation tactics, such as repeating lies to the point that people believe them. C continued by describing Leffen...
So thanks, racist guy. You baited people into donating more money to me, which is... I don't know. Is that based on your end? Do you consider that based, or is it cringe? I don't know.
As a propaganda machine. He then recommended I look up Edward Bernays' teachings. Bernays was a pioneer in the field of public relations and propaganda, and the art of controlling crowds of people effectively.
I know it's cringe. I'm talking about on their end, Woogie. What do they think, right? Do they think it's cringe that I won, or is it based that the racism earned me money? I don't know.
The next testimony came from Otak, one of the boxed representatives who tried to get Leffen to stop lying about game mechanics in Chapter 3. Otak described Leffen as the Trump of the Melee community in the sense that his every move is a carefully planned political heist that doesn't seem to be. Otak also said that Leffen would gladly lie to his audience in order to advance his own fame, which we've seen many times throughout this video.
I'm not happy until every aspect of godhood is like torn away, and there's only one god, and that's me.
The quote you just heard is narcissistic to the point that it should raise concern. Even without knowing much about the person behind it, it just sounds like they'd be willing to destroy other people in order to ascend. That brings me to the...
I feel Banana Jimmy subbed, and so because of that, I think this is a really good point, that this is a clear example of using the words that Leffen said, which honestly he hasn't done a lot. So it's funny because he'll take the words Leffen actually says and be like, see, and then he'll take the shit he says that doesn't quite fit and be like, well, this really means this. And it's like, it feels like he gets it wrong every single time.
There's only one god, and that's me.
The quote you just heard is narcissistic to the point that it should raise concern. Even without knowing much about the person behind it, it just sounds like they'd be willing to destroy other people in order to ascend. That brings me to the very first evidence.zip testimony I showed you in this video, which was also the most important one. This is the testimony that read, "For years, Leffen has imposed on the happiness of countless members of our community. His unparalleled hatred and vulgarity leave people feeling belittled and attacked wherever he goes. His self-righteousness, manipulation, lies, superiority complex, nonsensical reasons for attacking people, and refusal..."
Dude, it does say letter to the Genesis 3 staff. Is this implied that this is hacks, right? So, but he doesn't quote himself, right? Because I think he knows that'd be kind of weird. And so he has to just say letter. So we kind of get to guess. Like we can maybe believe that it's not him if we don't know.
Change make him a
he quoted himself, but in this context of letter to Genesis 3.
Threat to not only the Smash community, but society. He's both a psychopath and a narcissist to a dangerous degree. The three aspects of this testimony that I want to highlight are narcissism, psychopathy, and manipulation. Throughout this video, I've been showing you strategies Leffen
Oh, it's anonymous,
uses,
that's
such as
right.
preemptive defenses.
Dude, imagine it's anonymous and it's actually just him, but he's using it as like to buffer his sources. Take the time to read this piece. Oh, it's cringe, it's so long.
Blanket statements, projections, and so on. The title of the article these strategies came from is 20 Diversion Tactics Highly Manipulative Narcissists, Sociopaths, and Psychopaths Use to Silence You. Furthermore, the traits I just listed are known to come in a cluster called Dark Triad, which has been gaining more traction recently due to the fact that a lot...
No fucking way! No! He came back? No. This is literally just like Evangelion. I am stunned. He got rid of this. And then he was like, no, you know what? I was right. Dark Triad flavored Doritos. But Malo Box subbing with a Prime has made me realize that this is actually a really good point to bring back this triangle that everyone made fun of him about for like so much time and still do. And I say it as part of my daily vernacular now. And to bring it back unironically is a really good point to do that.
A lot of successful people are sadly following...
Actually, 3 great points. Okay, relax.
...path to success. The trait you may not recognize from this list is Machiavellianism, which doesn't refer to a diagnosis, but rather a political philosophy. Machiavellianism is a trait which sees a person so focused on their own interests that they will manipulate, deceive, and exploit others to achieve
their
goals. This is exactly what I meant when I described Leffen's by any means necessary approach.
Ugh.
The prime example of a dark triad who has
Italians do strike again.
conquered modern-day politics is Donald Trump, for anyone wondering. Trump's politics were so deceptive and exploitative that many of those who could see through them considered him un-American. Some people even compared Trump to totalitarians in the sense that his policies were clearly designed to benefit himself and no one else. Totalitarianism refers to a political system.
I can't believe we're back here. Wait, he took out the Wikipedia. No fucking way. Hold on. No fucking way. He just took out the picture because it has Hitler on it. And so he just... No way. He just made sure... Dude, he could have just removed the element. Hex, let me show you how to do this. All right, so you inspect the element, and then you can just delete the whole shit, right? And then it just goes away. And then it treats it as if it doesn't exist, so the text actually just wraps by itself. This is really easy to do. And so you can just do that. But he just put like a white paint box over it. That is fucking crazy, dude.
System in which one person looks to make their country or community's politics revolve around them. The desire to do this.
I mean, you can do it with, by the way, you can do it with anything. So I can do, I can pick this and go inspect, and then it finds it for me. And then you just find where the text is, and you can type in like, Shid and Fart Saga Trilogy. And then, so, yeah, you can just kind of do whatever you want. That's the fun part.
A high degree of narcissism, psychopathy, and deception. If you look at the status quo of Smash, a lot of what goes on behind the scenes can only be described as totalitarian in Leffen's favor. In Chapter 3, we learned
Inspect my dono audio. Okay, hold on, Cassidy. Oh, where is it? Recent events. Oh, I see what you're saying. You prick.
the top player who's done the most for the
I
scene.
thought something happened and I missed it.
Logical advance.
Official music video.
Has secretly been getting stalked and stifled by Leffen for 10 years. Leffen has directly looked to stop me from providing the scene with things like the box and UCF, and he's been willing to go as far as to lie about game mechanics in order to get his way. This has forced me to respond with documentation and tutorials in order to debunk his lies. Leffen even blackmailed me at one point in order to keep me silent during the box legality phase, which put thousands of people's careers.
Was this blackmail? I don't understand. I just feel like Also, yes, the Streamlabs is that unintuitive, but also inspecting element is really easy because you see it and you can change it.
In jeopardy. He also overran my free tournament series with a paid one earlier this year.
This sounds like whining at this point. I will say the tone. I know it's hard to, but it's just like, and he also did this, teacher.
What this shows is the desire to deprive the scene of products and services in favor of either Leffen branded.
Yeah, he did say thousands of careers, all 15 people who can live off Melee. That is probably accurate.
Products and services, or no products and services at all. In Chapter 4, we learned that HBox, the rank 1 player at the time, nearly lost his career to false rumors that Leffen was spreading. These rumors incited hatred, which caused crowds to become hostile. Leffen did this because he decided that instead of surpassing HBox, he could maliciously end his career instead. Leffen went to great lengths in order to see this plan of his through. He exploited an up-and-coming player named Snowy in order to add credibility to his smear campaign, while also engaging in a...
HBox was also forced to, address a copy pasta about him being at a grocery store. This is a severe and egregious and gross misrepresentation of HBox because he does not go to grocery stores. He just eats Chick-fil-A all the time.
Other acts of hatred, such as censoring HBox's name in his chat and spreading tons of propaganda. Leffen also kept HBox silent with blackmail, just as he did to me during that same time period.
So yeah, it's just a big summary. Dude, it's literally just a big-ass summary. This is so weird. Oh my god, this is the dumbest shit I've ever seen, bro.
Not only the Smash community, but the entire world through the use of a Me Too video that contained a false victim testimony as well as numerous disingenuous tweets. This was not only insanely unethical, but it also allowed Leffen to leverage the movement in several malicious ways. Most notably, Leffen and Jisoo conspired to cancel a then innocent Zero, which people overlook because Zero ended up being guilty of other charges in the end. However, Leffen's conspiracy did end up ricocheting into the cancellation of an innocent Sky Williams.
That's what the title is for on the bottom.
However, Leffen's conspiracy did end up ricocheting into the cancellation of an innocent Sky Williams. Leffen is also potentially responsible for the fact that M2K had to publicize sensitive information in order to disprove baseless rumors, although it can't be definitively proven. A fun fact about the Me Too con is that
Sky has seen the shit and fart image. I hope he thinks it's funny.
it's written right into psychology books that those with a dark triad mentality will capitalize on these types of situations in order to prosper, whereas anyone with even a shred of morality would never consider such a thing. Dark triads actually view these situations as opportunities to exploit people with virtue signals and victim signals. In Chapter 6, we learned that Leffen lied extensively on the night of the original metagame broadcast by claiming that
I've been watching a lot of videos on like nutrition and like, cell biology and shit just because I'm trying to be really healthy. And this actually kind of does read like a lecture, but if the person just kind of didn't know shit about like the body and was just like, so, when you eat protein, a lot of people say that the amino acid chains build muscle. This is actually completely a lie. Amino acid chains don't do that shit. This is actually an insidious, I guess I can't think of a proper analogy, but it reads like a lecture and we're covering what we read, but it's just a guy saying nuh-uh the whole time.
Evidence.zip was
Steve says you should slap the meat at least twice.
Nothing more than a bunch of forum posts. Samox, Melee's premier filmmaker, was fully exploited that night when he was forced to agree to censor and revise future runs of Metagame. The rerun of Metagame would end up consisting of not only a hero narrative for Leffen, but also a completely false narrative about what evidence.zip was. The rerun had no mention of the fact that Leffen bullied someone with a hearing aid to the point that they quit the game, or any mention of the other evidence.zip victims. In Chapters 1 and 2, we learned that Leffen began to delete evidence pertaining to several of these cons right after I uploaded evidence.zip 2. Leffen would also manipulate the community by victimizing himself, which led to me being deemed a threat to Leffen's safety and getting globally banned. I also mentioned how Leffen targeted technicals by encouraging people to push him out of the community once technicals began to suspect foul play behind Leffen's Me Too involvement. All of these actions were intended to evade allegations while vilifying the people who made them. The next thing I should mention is that in order to get—
Dude, technicals is like a billboard lawyer. You see him on the billboard and it's like, if you're like a weirdo, you call him up and you're like, what can you do for me? And he's like, oh, dude, I can get you off. I promise. Just take my hand.
Here, Leffen manipulated the media at several previous—
And it's like nothing happens. Nothing happens.
points in time in order to fully conceal the truth about evidence.zip. Evidence.zip was a collective warning that Leffen was someone so malevolent that he had the potential to erode the entire Smash scene if he wasn't locked away. Looking back at evidence.zip, the Swedes couldn't have been any more right. All in all, the totality of these cons is unthinkable, and the motivation behind them is clearly to claw to the top of the Smash community at anyone's expense. With that being said, there's one last subject I want to go over, and that's Leffen's social media tendencies. Leffen's social media tendencies seal the deal in terms of his motivations because they're one-to-one with what you'd expect from someone who's intent on conquering their community. Something we've already gone over is the fact that Leffen uses deceptive social media bios in order to—
Again. How about this? You know what? I'll change it. I'm not logged in, but this is what I can do for you now. Okay? I'm tired of lying and I'm tired of running. I'm gonna be truthful in my Twitter bio. And I think this is a good start. Thank you.
Blur on suspecting people in, but there are several other tendencies that people should be wary of as well. These tendencies are incredibly
This
in
is
line
how
with
we
the social
heal.
engineering strategies you'd see a totalitarian employ in order to control the masses. I'm referring to strategies such as censorship, propaganda, and intimidation tactics such as surveillance. There is exactly one person in the Smash community who employs all of these strategies, and that's Leffen.
No, it's
Leffen is
me.
known to
I do the
engage
same
in
thing.
censorship on social.
No, I do the same thing. And maybe I'm not in the Smash community. I can buy that. But I feel like I deserve to be mentioned here. Because I have a lot of people blocked too. Hacks.
Social media by blocking everyone who disagrees with him to the point that he probably has thousands of people blocked. People over.
I literally, dude, let me show you guys. I don't have my phone. It's like a lot.
Look, the fact that the block feature becomes a weapon when it's used in this way, as it's no longer being used to prevent harassment, but rather to force conformity. Another purpose the block feature serves when used in this way is to evade allegations, which seems to have rubbed off on lesser manipulators such as Jisoo. Leffen has taught Jisoo to never acknowledge allegations, but rather to block everyone until people forget about them. It's for
Okay, I don't think Leffen taught anyone to do that. I think it's just a natural inclination when you're getting fucked with every single day by, like... God, dude. Oh, this is so dark. This is the darkest part.
reasons like these that I advocate for mass blocking to be
Is
banned
it the
on
same
social media.
block screen twice? I guess it's on a different... This is like on an iPad?
As it's actually quite a huge loophole. Blocking to be banned on social media, as it's actually quite a huge loophole. The next strategy Leffen employs is surveillance. This refers to his tendency to attack
Uh-oh, LSD's getting caught in the mix.
people at random on social media, which creates the effect that they're being watched. People currently have no choice but to glorify Leffen's surveillance.
Dude, with this, like, this intense punch-in on the fucking Pepe Fox is...
Speaking out can get you in trouble, but I want to show you how backward
He did bring this up the last video.
this is. 8 years ago, I wrote in my evidence.zip testimony, from late 2011 to this day, there have probably been about 20 posts I've had fully typed out and ended up deleting or not posting because I knew Leffen would be there to capitalize on aspects of them. Many of these were good, thought-provoking posts. The thought of feeding Leffen posts to respond to with insults has caused me to withhold several posts I would have otherwise made. This excerpt shows the illegitimate pressure surveillance creates. Just like censorship, surveillance is another social engineering tool that allows someone to gradually take over by instilling fear into their dissenters. Another thing to know is that the person performing surveillance on the community is secretly deranged. Leffen doesn't just perform...
Wait, why? What? Surveillance? Does checking Twitter count as surveillance? Because if so, I'm fucking... Call me closed circuit television. Wine and Dine 69, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Lord Fartimore, a celebrated and decorated chatter. And because you've done that, I need to actually admit that this is a good point, is that keeping surveillance, he is keeping surveillance on the community because of because he's on social media platforms. But he also blocks a lot of people, so it's hard to surveil people that he's blocked, but he somehow does it, which is a good point.
Surveillance. He also has the capacity to stalk people for 10 years while responding to their actions within less than a day. This means that Leffen's tendency to perform surveillance...
Dude, the Leffen emote, Leffen Happy, Panopticon, that's funny.
...is an extension of his need to exert an extreme degree of control. The next strategy Leffen employs is propaganda, which we've already seen plenty of. C referred to Leffen as a propaganda machine, which is accurate when you consider how much propaganda we've seen from him. Leffen even has entities like TSM, Red Bull, and now Samox releasing propaganda in his favor.
No, don't try to get people to block you, because people do that to me, and it's fucking annoying. It's just like... using a block as like a badge of honor is like the most fan behavior shit you could ever do. And when I block people, it's just meaning like, I am so glad I never have to think about this ever again. This rules. It's just literally cutting people out of my like cone of vision, like I'm a Metal Gear enemy. And it's great.
Which means...
And muting is what you do if you don't want the static. For instance, I have Fiction muted. I don't want to block him. I don't dislike him. But he makes me upset when he tweets sometimes because I find him unreasonable. And instead of me having to see that and be coaxed into replying by myself, I just mute him. And even then,
means the propaganda goes in both directions. Another thing Leffen
is Blur muted or blocked? Neither. I like crawling into that man's head sometimes.
does is use propaganda to enforce certain opinions of his as law onto the community, such as the idea that the Marth Fox matchup is 6-4. This has created an effect.
No fucking way, dude. Come on.
And now Samox releasing propaganda in his favor, which means the propaganda goes in both directions. Another thing Leffen does is use propaganda to enforce certain opinions of his as law onto the community, such as the idea that the Marth Fox matchup is 6-4. This has created an effect within the community that causes people to think you're stupid if you go against the latest opinion Leffen is trending. Even looking past the major cons Leffen has pulled off, he's unhealthy for the community on a basic level. Leffen's desire to control the masses to this degree is representative of someone who's not only
this is the most damning evidence I've seen yet. Yes, Yeti.
Very insecure, but also very dehumanizing. Unsurprisingly, there's an Armada quote within evidence.zip that goes, "At one point, Leffen basically told me and another smasher from Sweden that he thinks humans shouldn't show as much respect toward each other as they do most of the time." Another example of dehumanization is Leffen's overt declaration that he's genetically superior to other people. These quotes corroborate the mentality I've been describing, which is one that looks to mobilize and subdue the masses. Furthermore, the person behind all of this isn't a fraction.
I won't even have someone sub. That's just a good point. All of that shit. That's makes sense.
As trustworthy as he wants you to believe. In fact, he's highly manipulative. What Leffen does is he creates the illusion of trust, and then he lies in massively damaging ways. Over the course of this video, we've seen Leffen misrepresent in-person interactions in ways that completely change the meaning of what happened. We've also seen him willingly spread misinformation after being begged not to do so. Above all else, we've seen Leffen receive an insanely high...
Dude, he is fixated on the numbers. This is like, dude, when the Aiden Ross beef was going on with Ludwig, Ludwig replied something and it ratioed Aiden Ross's post. And on Aiden Ross's stream, he was like obsessed. He was like, I can't believe I fucking ratioed. You ratioed me, bro. You ratioed me. And he was like, these numbers like obsessed him. And I was like, fuck, this does not bode well for like the young ones of the generation, you know? Like they see these numbers and they're like, fuck me, dude. This is bad. And I'm getting this same vibe because it's like, look how many likes he got. Look at it. Look how few I got on my last video. Well, my video fucking got 4 views, but...
number of interactions on tweets that were intended to manipulate people. Tweets like the ones about evidence.zip 1 and 2, all of the Me Too tweets, and so on, were intended to manipulate people in ways that can't be considered safe.
It's so weird to just highlight the likes. It's such a strange device.
Or acceptable for society.
Oh, the likes market share monopoly. Yeah, I forgot there was a fucking graph that said market share. Which someone pointed out, you can follow more than one person on Twitter. So like the way market share works is like you can't it's a pie chart and you have to the pies don't overlap. What's up? What's up? Yeah.
Watching the video?
Yeah, I'm watching the movie, man.
Dude, what?
Dude, it's crazy. I'll show you a really funny part later.
Okay. Been up here for so long.
Yeah, I've been streaming for 5 hours.
Holy shit.
Yeah. I'm almost done.
Hey, it's a great movie, man.
It's a good movie. They fixed a lot of stuff and they brought back some old fan service.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Hey, link me the Wikipedia article.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Part is that Leffen knows better than anyone that the best solution is to continue to lie and manipulate, since if he were to ever admit that he lied about even one thing, it would spiral into him having to admit to lying about everything. The last subject I want to talk about in this video is called cult of personality, which is another characteristic of a totalitarian.
You're right, Rappleyard. Thank you for the sub. You have reminded me to point out that this is actually a really good point, to use Wikipedia articles like this as sort of a basis for your examination of a person's personality in gaming community. And I think that's a really good point, so thank you for helping me get there.
Society. Cult of personality refers to when social engineering methods are used to create an idealized image of a leader. Something to know is that the Melee community tends to create cults of personality on its own. For example, Mango is regarded as the hero of the game, which is fine.
Find it interesting I was specifically not showed Mango once. Not his market share graph, not his Samox bit, because Mango got some shit that taken out from the video as well. Not during the shitting on HBox episode, and didn't even add him when he added everyone else. That is pretty interesting.
Because he fulfills that role.
He is on the fucking... You know what? I literally didn't notice that it landed on Mango. I was being genuine, and that was very funny. However, I think it's a good point. I do feel like he's trying not to include other people as much as he can. He kind of sticks to his same like council of dead Swedish players and the one guy he talked to and all that.
But in Leffen's case, his cult of personality has become his way of disguising his true motivations and justifying his malicious actions.
Well, I use the LSD meme video. Yeah,
Mango
good point.
BB.
Yeah.
His status as an anti-hero allows him to fall back on whichever side of the coin he needs in that specific moment.
Home stretch.
To show you what I mean, I'll give you 3 examples of how Leffen's cult of personality has objectively damaged the scene. The first example is the EVO 2018 commentary block from Chapter 4. Within this commentary block, Scar and Toph complimented Leffen for smear campaigning HBox. Scar even said, "But that's what we like about him," in reference to Leffen. This means that Leffen can attempt to smear
Oh, you subbed, that's all.
Campaign.
And I have to say good point to something coming up.
Someone out of their career, then fall back on his villain persona in order to justify it. 5 years prior
Curly,
to
you're
this commentary
funny.
block, there were Swedes desperately warning people not to let this happen. The next example has to do with the fact that Leffen was chosen by Fizzy as the representative for Rollback Melee when it came out last year. The reason this decision was corrupt is because Leffen has looked to stifle advancements such as the box and UCF in order to cripple his rivals. He's also spread misinformation about game mechanics for similar
Have I been in the video? No, not like the last time.
purposes, and he's even advised people to modify their controllers in disadvantageous ways. Yet when Fizzy came out with revolutionary technology, he chose Leffen because of his marketability. This decision sets the precedent that there's no point in even trying to contribute to this community. And finally, the last example is Deep Leffenbot. Deep Leffenbot is a great Twitter account, but it's also
No, it's not. I just don't like parody accounts. That's just me, though. Why is this being brought up?
Of how the community has receded. This has nothing to do with the tweets themselves, but rather who Deep Leffenbot teaches people to worship. Now that we know about all the corruption that Leffen has perpetrated, the fact that Deep Leffenbot makes him that much harder to impeach is actually very damaging.
What?
It practically ingrains Leffen's toxicity into the community.
How do you impeach Leffen? How would you do that? No, I'm sorry, Rothweiler, thank you for the sub. That's actually a really good point. This shitpost account makes it hard to unseat Leffen as president of the United States. And it's really good that he put that in there because it's a good point.
And indoctrinates people on a daily basis. Another example of how the community has receded is this advertisement, which teaches people to glorify a mass manipulator. This advertisement shows that the scene views Leffen as an...
I feel like this is the wrong, tournament to point at, right? I feel like this is, not cool.
authoritative, trustworthy source of information, when he's in fact massively corrupt. The worst part about everything I've shown you in this video is that it all could have been prevented. 8.5 years ago, I emailed the EVO staff to warn them about a verbal assailant who posed a massive threat to the community, but they didn't believe me. I've now not only had to watch all of my predictions come true, but I've also managed to find myself banned and ridiculed for vocalizing.
That is true. The second part, those two things you described, those have occurred and are occurring right now. That I agree on.
One last thing to know is that I'm not alone in my beliefs. The Facebook messages you're looking at were sent to me by some of the biggest names in the Smash scene in reference to Leffen, but as you can see, people are afraid to speak out. The scene is...
Fucking rip it, bro. Just say it. Stand tall for what you believe in. Wish I had beef with Leffen. I could say some shit.
currently paralyzed with fear and stuck
Biggest names like C, Mike Hagar, Raffle.
in one of the most dangerous status quos of all time.
There's this saying that I like that is, all it takes for evil people to succeed
Just take the harassment. Yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, I don't know.
is for good people to do nothing. And I really do think that's true. In my opinion, the world is not filled of majority evil people. I think that's something that people tell themselves in order to kind of put blame away from themselves, that they couldn't have done anything, everyone's bad, and if I'm bad, you know, I'm just part of the majority. I really do think that the majority of people are either decent or good. However, many good and decent people do not do enough, myself included. And we need to change that.
All it takes for evil people to succeed is for good people to do nothing. The fact that the real meaning of that quote went over everybody's heads last summer truly goes to show the degree of evil that the Smash community has encountered. That quote was Leffen himself telling the community exactly why he knows he's been so successful throughout all of this, and it's because good people are doing nothing to stop him. Part of the reason that good people are doing nothing to stop him is because nobody even knew that this was going on. And that's because to know that this was going on, you would have had to have been in very specific situations. In fact, I think there's one specific situation you would have had to have been in, and that's the original set of evidence.zip testimonies. And that's because that set of testimonies came from before when Leffen started doing a really good job of concealing his true nature to the community. And so as the only one left from back then...
Did he, though? I feel like he's a prick all the time on Twitter. Right?
I was able to easily...
I feel like the concealment is like... is a poor job. So poor that we kind of... Whatever.
See through all of this, whereas no one else was able to. And that's why when I first came out with the allegation that a regime was being performed on the community, a lot of people immediately wrote me off, and understandably so. I mean, a regime is a ridiculous allegation, especially for a gaming community. Here in the Smash community, we really only ever see two types of allegations do people in, those being physical assault and sexual assault.
Physical assault. Like the source that you cited like 13 times.
Those allegations are very open and shut. The person either committed them or they didn't, and if they did, they're banned. If they didn't, then they're not. A regime...
That's not true. There's a Trojan horse happening right now of fucking people trying to get back. Like fucking D1. Making a goddamn apology video.
On the other hand, is a very invisible crime. It's invisible in the sense that you have to be able to see through someone's true motivations for their community.
It's like, I mean, this sentiment has been echoed a lot, but just go do something else. Go work on yourself. Go clean your demons out. But just, you're done here, right? Go away. Live a normal life now. You're lucky this shit is also small that you can.
And once you see through the motivations behind all the things Leffen did throughout this video, it actually becomes pretty obvious that a regime is being performed. Now, despite the fact that a regime is invisible, a regime is also an extremely dangerous crime. It's a crime that deserves to be met.
I thought regime was a noun. He's saying it's like a verb, right? Okay. Okay, I'm just... Call me Regima George.
With the highest degree of punishment, hence the caption of this video. And that's because a regime can be considered a societal restructuring, where the hierarchy of your community is restructured to heavily favor one person at the expense of everybody else. Meaning, all the conspiracies that you saw throughout this video, there will be more of them.
You know what? I feel like he watched conspiracy videos, which are loose in the first place, right? Because they are conspiracies. It's not a nutrition lecture with diagrams of molecules. It's like, you know, trying to piece together the puzzle. And that makes a lot more sense. That this is sort of modeled after, you know, what really went on January 6th or whatever.
This is allowed to keep up. And so that raises the question of whether or not this is a world that the community wants to accept, whether or not the community wants to choose one player over everyone else. And the reason that I implore the community to make the right decision based on what I've shown you is because we need to keep this community a place where the people working for it are protected and the people who are working against it are condemned, and make sure.
What am I doing? Do I work for it or against it? I'm disagreeing with Hack, so it must be against, right? But I'm wondering, I'm trying to get into the mind of the average anime profile picture shitter. And it's like, am I agnostic here? There's a fence, right? I'm sorry, there's a spectrum. And there's like, I am for it or I'm against it. And I'm in the middle. Where am I? I'm outside mocking the spectrum, but you can't really do that though. Nobody really gets to be outside. I have been regimed, that's right. I am brainwashed. I am a beta male. I'm cringe. I'm bald. So this is all true. I'm the press. By the way, did we get there? Imagine he's just like, the press is wrong. And that's like the final
things don't
sentence.
fall into the hands of people who are trying to make it so that it's the other way around.
Fucking
It's as simple as choosing between good and evil once you look at all the facts. See, we live in a world where good and evil can be easily muddled, and the supervillains who really know what they're doing will always antagonize the good guys and influence people to turn against them. But after this video, there should be no doubt remaining as to what's going on here in the Smash community.
There is, dude, is all I'm saying. There's still some doubt generated by your video.
And so I'm hopeful that this video will help restore prosperity to the community and help build a better future for not only this community, but perhaps surrounding communities as well. So with that being said, thanks for watching the video. I look forward to hearing your feedback, and I just want people to remember that I did this for the community.
I think that's the biggest... Okay, we get there, by the way. 0 times you said the press. I have changed the world. I'm Haley Joel Osment. I think that's actually the biggest cap that we've ever got from the whole video. Because it's not. Because it's for him. It's for him. But what do I know? Can someone be a deer and clip the part where I inspected element on the totalitarian Wikipedia page? Which is a funny sentence to say. Would I debate hacks? Absolutely not. I don't care enough. I don't like debating. I don't like winning arguments or losing, like being in arguments. It's really, because the thing is, anyone can always just say what they want to like use circular logic and just make you wrong, right? So it's just like, it's really fruitless. You're never going to change anyone's mind. Fucking, the only way I can have fun with this is look at it through a lens that doesn't make me feel terrible and farm. Like that. Like Rappelyard just showed me. I just farmed this shit out of Rappelyard. And he gifted me 5 subs. And I'm at 482 subs now, which is over double of what I had before. Which is crazy. Maybe everything could go back normal if Hack started playing Falcon Doe. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's what EE said, right? Wow, Curly. I farmed Curly. And Curly's smart. You got farmed. Thank you, Curly. Thank you, dear. Someone said, did he ever play Falcon after promising it at Summit? No, but I don't care. I think that's like tons of people haven't fucking done their Summit incentives. You just got scammed. That's fine. That's a scam. That's a con that I'm actually fine with. Do you know who suggested whose fault that is? What the Rappleyard, you're just dumping money into my account. Thank you for the 10 gifted. There's nothing more to agree with here. He made so many good points over an hour and 45 minutes. But I appreciate it. That's ultra nice of you.
FarmCon.
My desk does shake. It's because my monitor is on an arm. And it's like, that's where my camera is. Oh, I didn't even play the Glenn Danzig bit. There we go. That's from Horror Business when he, some guy fucks with him on stage and he tells him that he's gonna kill that guy if he fucks with him again. It's in the Evil Live album. I can't believe we're back here. Hold on. Wait! Dude, my face when I realize it. Wait. It's doubled up. Wait. Hold on. No fucking way. He just took out the picture because it has Hitler on it. And so he just... No way. He just made sure... Dude, he could have just removed the element. I can't believe we're back here. Oh, I want to... Yeah, I'll get it. I'll get it. God, my mic sounds like shit, huh? Ah! That's annoying. I'll fix it later, I guess. That's alright. Check. It used to sound good, and then I moved shit, and it sucks. It's just a little crackly. I think the compression's too high. Yeah, I love that kitty litter picture. It's my favorite. Okay, guys, I'm gonna go. Thanks, Payski, for the sub. Thanks, Rappleyard, for all the gifts. That's pretty nuts. I'm pretty sure that my Twitter account is being... airstruck right now, but I don't have my phone, so that's gonna be fun opening that shit up. If there's someone streaming, I guess I can raid them. I usually don't raid because I always forget, but oh god. Amaranth, pretty much it, yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, I don't want to raid anybody in Melee. This is too dark of a vibe to raid with Melee. You know what I mean? We're just gonna do we're just gonna do it the old-fashioned way, gang. No, not that one. Fuck. No, not that one either. Fuck! This one. Well, we had some fun. We farmed. Farmers only. Oh, you're right. That's a way better song. It was fun. We had some laughs. We had some cries. And we learned about Dark Triads again. When we didn't think we would. And I implore you all to do your own research. Don't take my word for it. Investigate 311 yourself. And find the truth.
I know I've let you down. I've been a fool to myself. I thought that I could live for no one else. But now, through all the hurt and pain, it's time for me
I appreciate
to
you all.
respect the
Most of you.
ones you love me more than anything. forget the past.